Futures back to the upside here so far this morning, trying to hold on to gains right now. In fact, getting above the resistance points that we saw yesterday as we head towards the next Fed meeting coming up early next week. We're going to look at what the Fed is thinking going into the remainder of the year. And hey, do we have maybe a new Fed chair as of yesterday afternoon? It's quickly becoming the worst kept secret in Washington, I think, at this point, that Kevin Hassett looks like going to be the next Fed chair. We'll talk about that coming up. Lots of individual movers here, including this one. Tesla back to the highs right now, 432. I was just reading through China numbers for Tesla, a little bit better than expected on a month-over-month basis. 10%, sorry, year-over-year for November. 10% increase on Shanghai deliveries for Tesla. So holding on to a nice gain to start things off this morning. We did get a few earnings reports coming through this morning. Canadian banks starting to report earnings, looking better than expected for Bank of Nova Scotia here this morning, which is good to see as far as our economy is concerned. We also have a couple of analyst moves coming through here. This is what's happening when we're coming on at 8 o'clock. There's all kinds of stuff just coming out right now. So I'll sift through a couple of these. But Unity, I see in front of me here. Unity getting a nice positive note.
That's a good look there, Brenda. I want to mention the banks as well, putting less in loan loss provisions. So not too many defaults on this side of the border. That's a good thing, obviously. So that money can be transferred from the liability side of the balance sheet on to the other side. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Lots to talk about. Good morning, guys. Today, Costco looking to sue the Trump administration ahead of the Supreme Court decision on tariffs early next year. So we'll have to see how that all pans out. And MongoDB, geez Louise, Brendo, 23 and change percent up in the pre-market, and a great earnings report in Apple. Looking at roll heads, it's not just good enough that the stock is at all-time highs. They want to get that AI, Apple Intelligence, of course, done right. So they're looking to hire an individual from Microsoft who didn't spend that much time there, Brendo. He just came from Google. Yeah. So I don't really know how I feel about this whole thing.
Yeah, quietly making some changes. Here's that Unity up, or was up, right back down right now, 43.50, and very, very thin trading, to say the least, here this morning in the early pre-market for Unity. Netflix with more headlines surrounding Warner Brothers. Will they or will they not come through with a bid? It looks like a cash bid at this point from Netflix for WBD as well. So Netflix, huge day yesterday. A lot of things with a huge day yesterday. Netflix, one of them, holding not only the entire day's move from yesterday, guys, but back above the high. Individually, it looks like we're to be so far this morning, although the market, not too bad so far. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. MongoDB. Oh boy, did they ever be. And a big time beat for Mongo, up 23% today. Well, the market's up right now. Dan Ives likes Palantir. He said some good things. It's at some good levels. Beyond Meat was a squeeze yesterday. That's going to be in play. Bitcoin's not down this morning. What? Bitcoin's allowed to be up. 87K we're chilling at right now, so above that 85. Resistance at 88, but we'll see if it can manage to punch through. Nvidia is going to be at a conference presenting. That was a strong mover, holding up yesterday's markets in a big way. So yeah, there's going to be a lot to look at. We get some earnings after the bell, like a lot of earnings after the bell. CrowdStrike, American Eagle, and Marvell, who might be making a deal of their own, actually. Looking to acquire a private company.
Get more into the AI space over there. Excuse me. VCIG. I'm in this one. They just had a 200. I was trying to find my Benzinga is not working right now, but I was trying to find it. They had a $200 million award there to get going on a stable coin. So VCIG, we just got some long there at 119. Just played a dip back in. Looked like it was trying to hold. Bought some. I was sitting there at 29. It's funny we didn't get filled up there, but now we're at 28. So hopefully we can get a little bit out right here as we continue to climb higher. But sorry, frog in my throat there. Yeah, look, it should be a good day. I mean, it was really nice. I didn't even notice Netflix yesterday, but Nvidia breaking through. Okay, I was gonna say, okay, there we go. Nvidia yesterday breaking through 180 is great. Great to see them trying. There we go. We get that. We got VCIG there at 28s. Now we got some size on the bid, which is nice. So let's see if that can continue higher. But Nvidia was, there it is. Nvidia was a good one yesterday as well, as it just kept on sort of motoring there into the close and tried to break through that 180. Finally does do it there right at the close, if not into the after hours. And now we are nicely cooking above, and let's see where we can go from here. There's Nvidia. Nice little trend here yesterday. Found some bases and didn't break back through VWAP. So I think that's good. There's a little bit of news on Nvidia. It will be, there's an AI conference that's happening here today. There goes VCIG again. So the big, I mean, I'm going to take Sharif's, flame here, but there goes VCIG as a small cap, just absolute ripping right now. We might already have, for me, already the trade of the day is already in here and it's 8 o'clock, but there it goes, man, 118. Look, man, I'm trading small caps, big cap, large caps, all the caps, and no cap as well. 118 up there to 135. Here we go, man. Yesterday, I only traded 3 names. It was AMD, Tesla, I think, and something else decently sized name, another mega cap name. Today we go small size fishing here with VCIG. So far, so good right there. We're only out of 30% of it, but that was a good fill at 35. I kind of put it up there just hoping something would happen. And I guess this name is reverse split here in the past, 50 cents up to $11 all the way back in, and has done it multiple times. So let's see today with a little bit of news there on the 200 million to develop. I think it's like some sort of a stable coin. So there we go. Nice move upside.
My thing's not working
there.
either, but I was looking.
Yeah, it's the news source that we have here isn't working, but it is a $200 million deal to develop some sort of a gold kind of stable coin. Anyways, that's it.
Well, I just went to X to find it because they said everything's not working. Word, it's a RWA consultancy mandate for Bridge Gold stablecoin. Although some are saying that news is old. So that might not actually be, it's possible. Again, I'm just going off Twitter because we don't have our normal source, but potentially could be at least.
That is the story that rallied it. I mean,
yeah, I see that. That's what I see the story there as well. There's a couple of things. Oh, never. I was just checking out a couple of symbols that were halted for some reason here, because there's another small capper halted. I believe it's not capped, but there was another penny stock that was halted, CONY, and then CAP is CAPT is also going to be halted. News pending. They might be making an acquisition in their penny stock, CAPT. So that's going to be in play potentially. As we already said, the morning, getting started earlier in the morning allows you not just to look at small cappers, but to digest a little bit more as we head in, right? So what's actually moving, what's in volume, allows us to see, hey, what's halted, news pending. Still nothing yet on that Netflix potential deal with Warner Brothers, but I suspect everyone has their bids in. So any day now, I feel like we're going to get a deal for Warner Brothers. And as I was mentioning before, Bitcoin manages to not be down today. I know it got wrecked recently, and I think it might be in the title, but not so much this morning, because pretty solid bounce to get us back to 87. I still think we have overhead resistance here, but we got to be patient with it.
Shopify moving back to the upside here this morning as well. A pretty tough day for them yesterday during Cyber Monday with a outage. Not great timing during the potential, anyways, busiest day of the year for Shopify. Back higher this morning, though. I mean, it looked like it got resolved by kind of mid-afternoon. Yep. They put out a bit of a release saying, here's what happened. Looks like it's been taken care of at this point, but timing's not going to be great for them.
No, this is not the time you want to go down, Brenda. What makes sense, obviously, there was a lot of demand. We've seen this with Netflix before when they have these big sporting events. There's a lot of load on the servers, and typically, we see things like this. So what happened was Down Detector showed a spike of around 4,000 reported problems at the outage peak. That was around 11 a.m., with reports spanning POS failures, admin lockouts, delayed order processing. So it was really from every angle. Shopify powers more than 10%, guys, of all U.S. e-commerce, giving, obviously the downtime and outsized implications. The outage struck during a massive online shopping surge, as we know, of course, with Adobe estimating, Brendo, that $14.2 billion in Cyber Monday spend, which is a nice bump year over year, 6.3%. We've been talking about the consumer being squeezed, credit card delinquencies going up, Brendo, missed car payments going up. So it's nice to see that the actual, numbers reflect the demand.
Yeah, and that there's, still demand. And I think I mentioned this yesterday or alluded to it, the efficiency of being able to do this in a way that, it's you click, and then few hours later, it's at your door kind of thing. It's unbelievable.
And they were saying, Brendo, a record number of mobile orders came in for Cyber Monday, which makes sense. I mean, people are using computers a little bit less and on their phones a little bit more.
So you can actually do the tap, not the click, on your couch.
There you go.
You don't even have to walk over to a laptop or
Full lazy
to buy anything. But yeah, I mean, not a lot of volume here, guys. So far, Shopify back above 150 and holding pretty solid so far.
Yeah, the thing with Shop is they're still so expensive. Like 82 on the PE, and then the forward PE, and their PE is over $100. So yeah, it's really, really pricey. And I think it's starting to matter a little bit more. Maybe the last couple of days you've had, the last couple of weeks, I should say, you've had a nice little bounce. So I think that, look, the numbers certainly pretty solid. You can't beat the convenience, proud Canadian company and all that. But I think this one could have some trouble with this obvious already resistance at the 50 and the 160 level. I think that, again, it's just that valuation rich. And in this environment, didn't exactly knock it out of the park. Maybe there's a recovery day, but so light volume. I think this is one where you let it try to settle down. Almost treat this whole Black Friday, Cyber Monday, treat it as almost like an earnings, and allow the market to kind of digest the results in here, because on very light volume, bouncing a couple bucks, you're still well within yesterday's range. And this was something that didn't at any point really have a bounce. The market opened up, and this thing just continued to drop. Thanks, Randy.
Thank you so much, Randy. Right now, by the way, money. We keep saying this is exactly why we're coming in this early. So there it is, man. You step up to the plate, you take a swing, and today it is that home run. So there it goes, man. VCIG just clocking right now. So that, so far, Neil, is a good idea. And we'll take some more out at 55 there. We'll see if we can get some out at near the 60 area. I'm offering 59s, and there it goes, man. VCIG right there, just putting up right here 40 cents on a $1.20 name. So far, so good here. VCIG still going a little bit higher. We're waiting for 59s there to get out. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, bro.
For all of that. But yeah, no, I like, there it goes. Yes, sir. 65, slow down now. I posted it all up on Twitter as well, so you guys can go have a look. And I put it up right even before, just minutes before I got in. So my actually first post on VCIG was right here. So you go follow me at Trader TV Sean if you're interested. This was at 8:01, so now it's 11 minutes later. And see, we just got out there at 20, so we long at 19, just out at 23s. And boom goes the dynamite. Now 63s here on VCIG as we just continue to, watch that name go higher. Yeah, look, 25% increase in Black Friday sales, nice move, but unfortunately they wanted 28%. So yeah, down detector yesterday, obviously not helping with, some of their sites getting into the downside, but Shopify I think is still fine at these levels. As Brendan and Sharif had, identified there, everything I'm buying is just on my phone and all that kind of stuff. So I think Shopify plays well in that space, and all good for Shopify. PayPal is maybe a little bit more interesting to me. Down here, there's a lot of buy now, pay later apparently happening throughout Black Friday. So that could be something with PayPal. I know they have something as well. I just got an email split your payments into 4 or something like that. So PayPal doing that. And then another name here could be Klarna. That would be a nice name to look at here. We're out of 75% so far VCIG. So I don't know if you guys are holding for too much more than this. But there's Klarna, again, another buy now, pay later. And then AFRM. So I think you can get involved in this Shopify Black Friday in a lot of different ways here. And, I just gave you 4 names. And for me, I would think Shopify's been performing, one of the best out of all of these names. And if you do like a buy now, pay later, maybe Affirm would be the spot to go to. But, a relatively new issue here in Klarna, just getting its footing as well and really beat up since its IPO. So a couple different opportunities to look for there. And then I don't know exactly where Block fits in all of this, but it's fitting somewhere. And that yesterday, okay, that's not a great move. I don't know if that was because Shopify was back up and running or what, but at the end of the day yesterday, XYZ gets hit pretty good there. We just got some more out there at 45 on the way back in, breaking through 50 again. 2 outs up top on VCIG, but watch out now for this name as it's starting to pull back in just a little bit, as many of these names do, man. Yeah, that MDB, Sharif started the show sort of with that one. That is an absolute monster there. MongoDB yesterday with a big performance right out of the gate on their earnings, right? So bang, up to $400. This name is really working, similar to like a Snowflake, which I believe reports later on this week as well. 132 versus 68 cents. So what a doubling, like absolute beast there on MongoDB, and I'm expecting Snowflake.
Revenue was a huge beat too.
Yeah, I'm expecting Snowflake to be up a little bit on that as well. So yeah, up 4% for Snowflake, and then of course big data, a little different though. Palantir up 1%, made the sticky note here. So yeah, man. So far, so good. Pretty interesting day to start. Yeah, great to have this VCIG.
Too.
Yeah, I'm excited to trade today. I'm trading long today.
25.5 on the. We'll get to the futures, but obviously at some point. But you're pretty much at like just look at yesterday's tops and then go all the way back in the last week. Like 25.5 was a big level up and down. So you break that, you have a 200-300 points to be able to get more to the upside in here. So yeah, there's a lot to watch, and as long as we're holding on to that to the north side, I mean, it's an overall up day. Like even Tesla's going to be in play today. It's back at that 433 level. Again, tons to watch, and I know Lion Trade and a few others. Thank you for throwing in the dollar sign in there for things like BMW or Beyond Meat. But remember, always type that dollar sign in front on the ticker. I saw MU without it. Boeing CFO, recovery is in full force. CFO says, November, a little light on deliveries. Hey, the big story for Boeing is that maybe there's some cracks in the armor of our bad boy Airbus, which is their big-time competitor. But this stock has been struggling. It feels as if all the bad news has come in for Boeing, and they're going to tell you things are going to be light. Well, it's been light for a minute. Your backlog is big, a couple of years longer than Airbus here. But I think, look, this is a stock that I believe it's almost like the government can't let them fail. You have two companies that essentially rule the entire market, and there's almost no chance that they're going anywhere. So it's almost a long-term bet that they do get this turnaround, that most of the bad news is timed in. It feels like a buy the dip kind of stock. And I've been waiting for 160 on this, and I don't know how much longer I want to wait for it to get any further to the downside. Brendo?
Looks like some comments still being made here, guys, with the CFO from Boeing. This is a guidance increase, it looks like. So the initial move was down, but we're actually heading back higher here for Boeing shares currently. So now they're guiding to 440 to 450 total jet deliveries in 2025, about 50 only from current inventory, and higher than that for 2026 deliveries for both 737 and 787 versus 2025. And they talk about stabilizing production specifically for the 737. I mean, it's well known, all of the issues that we've had with 737 MAX specifically. On the safety side of things. But yeah, it looks like a slight, anyways, uptick here for the guidance going into next year for production.
Yeah, not a bad look at all, Brenda. We'll see if they're able to deliver a lot of these. The demand has never really been an issue. Everybody wants to get their hands on these airplanes, but hard to make. They also won this is kind of chump change here for Boeing, $104 million U.S. Navy contract to secure about a little bit less than $100 million aircraft carrier support award. Obviously, the support business and the maintenance business, a high margin business for Boeing as opposed to the airplanes, which is a little bit less margin. Good look for Boeing here to start.
Yeah, there's the other headline there, DOJ penalty to flip into 2026. The company now saying $2 billion free cash outflows for 2025 as well. So that would also help with that move back higher here, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we just sort of talked a little bit about it. I always thought that Boeing was, I'm long into Boeing there. I bought some at $200. So we'll see if this can help it sort of move back up to the upside right there. Yeah, nicely clocked down into 180 for Boeing, but this seems to be better news there. And as, you know, we heard that similar story a couple weeks ago where they were, you know, allowed to increase some of the production of some of their planes again right there. This is a really tough business. We saw Airbus get into a little bit of problems with some quality control as well. So as soon as you get going on this name, I think it will continue. I mean, it's a well, traded American company, and we just heard about a new investment from the U.S. government into something that Pat Gelsinger and Intel is all about. And I could just see Boeing, especially with this current administration, they're not going to let Boeing fail or anything like that. So, the move down makes a little bit of sense there, as we are concerned about travel. We're concerned about the fact that, sure, we got those orders from the UAE and all that, but like, where's China? Where's all this happening? And it looks like right now on the CFO here, we are getting a nice little bump up to 191 for Boeing, continuously making a move higher there. And I think we might have just got rid of a lot of that sort of downside momentum there. And hopefully now, with a little bit of positivity in the name and in the space, we can see if this support at 180 to 185 that goes all the way back to the beginning of the year. Boeing just slightly up, I guess, now on the year. I don't think this will be a name that's involved in Joe's options.
Probably not.
But I think we're doing upgrades and downgrades. Oh, no, are we doing options right now? We'll go over to Joe. He's always got something going on. I believe it's his call of the day.
Ooh, not quite yet, but there is some call activity, Sean, that we are going to be looking at here. A lot of interesting activity, especially on the call of the day. So looking forward to talking about that a little bit. Guys, good morning, by the way, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. Let's get right into it, all right? So BYND, seeing a little bit of a pop in yesterday's session. So what does that lead us to? Yes, let's take a look at some of the options activity. Now, as for the volume, guys, a whopping 168,000 contracts traded on the day, with open interest still sitting around 30,000 at that $1.50 strike price that is going to be expiring this week. Keep an eye out on those levels, guys. Now, as for silver, also going on a run as well, too, guys. We want to keep an eye on that $55 strike price. And once again, it leads us towards that expiration cycle of December 19th, with 15,600 contracts traded on that expiration, and open interest still sitting around 24,900. Now, as for Walmart continuing to climb higher, guys, strike price 115, you guessed it, it's going to be that December 19th expiration cycle. We're sitting around 29,900 contracts still currently open, with volume around 2,990, guys. Now, as for the call of the day, I found this extremely interesting, and no, it's not a typo. This is KWeb. This is the China Internet ETF here. So what we're looking at is actually 52 contracts traded, which I found completely odd considering there's 72,000 contracts still currently open. Very interesting stuff. And the spread was relatively wide, $5, guys, but that's going to be expiring this week. And then as for the delta and the gamma exposure, slightly odd as well, too. So we're sitting at 0.085. So essentially what we have priced in here is that there's a 0 chance that it's going to trade up to this level, which I found extremely interesting. And then gamma as well, too, activity relatively light. And then the at-the-money IV sitting around 29.6%, guys.
Yeah, KWeb, not one.
Web, huh?
Can't say that that's the one that was expected, but hey, technically, that's bounced off that 200. So a little bit of a look. I prefer Alibaba. I always want to go with if you have a preference. I like going with the single stock that you like in the group. It's like when you don't have a preference, that's fine to go over to KWeb, but Alibaba, at least in particular, if you look at their cloud growth compared to peers, it's like maybe Google's doing a little better, but then outpacing Amazon. Doing really well and a little bit stronger than that index when you look back, and then the potential of breaking out. So this hasn't actually happened yet, but you monitor these things for when it does. Very close to breaking trend here. Give it any day, this could literally break trend and maybe resume move to the upside there for Alibaba. Prefer that to KWeb, but the story right now, Boeing continuing to go higher, now 193. Oh, can this finally regain the 200 at 200 as more comments from the CEO continuing to drive this stock higher. And for all those in the chat, Tilray is halted and Tilray is reverse splitting. It is a 1 to 10. So Tilray will be in $7 or $8 stock, depending on how it opens up today. For all those, I know a few people were like, "Oh, why is it not trading? What's going on with this?" It was 78 cents yesterday, so presumably if it opens flat, it'll be like $7.80 for Tilray. Never a good thing when you have to reverse split, obviously.
I like that Tilray play there. I mean, MSOS, if you are looking for something that's going to have some consistent volume in the marijuana space. I mean, nice little bump up over the last little while, but these things just can't get out of their own way. I mean, every time there's kind of like a move up, it just gets cracked right back down in. So we just wait for legalization or, the reclassification of cannabis in the United States. And I thought we heard yesterday was MindMed, MNMD. There was some stories there in the psychedelic space yesterday. So this could be where the next momentum is, rather than in a pure kind of cannabis play like Tilray is. MNMD and some of the psychedelics. This looks like we've actually broken out. So like broken out of this $10 range. It looks like it wants to go a little bit higher. So I like MindMed here, trying to get going. Again, that would have been have some water over here. Best team in the NFL right here. But yeah, I was just thinking 1050, that was a great dip buy opportunity in there for MindMed. So we'll see if it can get back into that space. And then I think it's a buy. We did get some VCIGs out at 30. Once it broke back down below, we got another out there at 45. Just waiting here at 35. Actually, I'm at 37 now to see if we get a bump up. We have about 20% left of this position, and really got going there up into the 60s. It was crazy. I might just stop out on a break-even trade, breaking through the 50-period moving average. So let's set that up right now on VCIG. So let's go $1.18 as our stop order on VCIG, and that way, our last 20% won't put us anywhere in trouble, because even if this thing does crack that back down below, we can't go red on it, but I don't want this thing, I don't want to miss a stop, and the next thing you know, this is at $1 and we give up 20 cents. So VCIG, so far, so good, but it looks like it is coming back in right now. So out of 80%, holding that last 20, just in case it gets going once the market opens, but we're still an hour away. So watch out for liquidity drying up here on VCIG.
Look at the calendar here ahead of 8:30. Nothing to worry about as far as data this morning coming up at 8:30. Fed's Bowman apparently speaking today, but I read yesterday that the Fed is in their quiet periods or blackout period. So we'll see if Fed's Bowman gets to skip that and speak at 10 o'clock this morning. Just be prepared for that. A lot of people or a lot of comments this morning pointing towards what is coming on Friday. Remember, we do get PCE data coming up on Friday. Mind you, it is delayed. So it's a September reading of PCE that we'll get at 10 o'clock on Friday, along with Michigan consumer sentiment, which does have a more current prediction anyways, as far as, or forecast for inflation in it. So Friday, the heaviest day as far as economic data is concerned ahead of next week's Fed decision. So keep that in mind this week. Just reading as well, Kalshi raising $1 billion at a $11 billion funding round, according to the New York Times. Apparently also moving towards a partnership with CNN.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised there, Brendo. They're really starting to eat the lunch of some of these gaming companies. DraftKings, FanDuel obviously not listed publicly. DraftKings is. Look, I spoke to you guys about this yesterday. DraftKings, FanDuel, they've had to actually give up some of their licenses in Vegas in order to get into these sort of contracts that are peer-to-peer, not peer-to-house. So we'll have to see how that works out. But the DraftKings chart, Brendo, does not look good. It looks like it found a bit of a bottom there, but still struggling with that. Happy to see these sort of market-determined contracts rather than the odds being determined in-house.
Does it make any difference whether or not they're going to partner up with a major broadcast network at this point?
Brendo, I was reading some of the posts of a CNN news broadcaster yesterday on X, and they have no neutrality anymore.
No,
it's
no,
just,
of course. And it goes both ways.
Yeah,
Let's be
it
honest.
does.
I mean, we're not going to be one side or the other here, but it goes both ways, whether it's the CNN or Fox or whoever you want
I just meant in general, reporting in general, they've removed the neutrality out of it.
So if you get a major tie-up between a betting market like that with a very polarized media outlet, what does that result in? But anyway, we shall see. We touched on it earlier, but a number of notable earnings coming up after the close tonight. Marvell Technologies, probably the headliner. CrowdStrike as well. GitLab also reporting tonight. American Eagle, OKTA, Asana tonight as well, and Box. So decent earnings day coming up after the close. Here's Cloudflare. Net, there was just a positive note out on Cloudflare. This one had a big move going back to beginning of last week, I think it was, back higher. But back above $200 here, guys, for Net on light volume. Again, some positive analyst mentions here for them.
Yes, sir. Sharif, we saw that smile when AEO got mentioned. I guess maybe you're a shareholder of American Eagle. That's why you're so excited. Is that it? Okay, just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's, I can't imagine why else. Earnings, obviously. Look, any earnings name with a short float, exciting to trade, and obviously could be a runner.
Retail space.
For sure, it's in retail, so that could be the reason why Sharif is so excited for that. Look, that one, we said this last night, AEO actually might end up being the most exciting in terms of trade. A potential movement, I think, for some of the earnings names tonight. Could be CrowdStrike, I don't know, all of those have been pretty boring. Net's on a bit of a rebound. I hate the volume here, unfortunately, but when you look at what's happening, the hold of the 200 and the $200 level, yeah, definitely heading back to a 220. But there was something I wanted to mention when you guys were talking about Kalshi, because everyone's hating on DraftKings. Hate. It's like the hater's ball on DraftKings. But meanwhile, DraftKings has made a pretty distinct on volume bottom, higher low, and today, we said this yesterday, today has a chance to open and close above the 50-period moving average for the first time since September 11th, actually. Since September 11th. So this has been pretty weak. Flashed the death cross, made a bottom $3 later, and now potential, I don't want to call it like a crazy breakout, but that little downtrend that's happened in DraftKings seems to be abating at this moment. And until you get to 36, I think that's going to be the test. So DraftKings, if anything, at least very short term, looks like you can be a bit of a long here.
I like this Netflix play here, off the reverse split, finally looking like it wants to get back above right here, that 108, which should have really held, but doesn't, comes right into basically $100 and bounces. I mean, we didn't even get there. We got to 103 right there on Netflix. So maybe just some air coming out of this a little bit there. 10 billion long-term cash goal is possible for Boeing. Okay, we'll have a quick look at that in a minute as CFO speaking right now. So that's good to get some updates on their cash position. I guess, yeah, we got that there, Andre. Thanks, my guy. But there it is, trying to break back above 110. We'll wait to see if Netflix can do that. It looks like they're trying to do it right now in the pre-market. Their NFLX, nice move there. As we talk about Warner Brothers and all that, is content remains king, and Netflix has that cash to go in and do something like that. They can even go into the debt market if they wanted to, I'm sure, and raise a little bit for that. Yeah, there goes Boeing. We like that one. Let's go Boeing. Again, averaged up into this position at $200. Right there, so that was the 200-period moving average. Does not hold, obviously, but trying to get back up there as Boeing dropping some great news stories right here as they look to get, that was 10 billion. Hearing Boeing expects deliveries to be up on both the 737 and 787 jets. Reading that as well, hitting the wire right now at 8:30. So more key events happening right now for Boeing, and there it goes back there to the upside. So maybe the Dow and things like that starting to get going one more time there. Here's the DIA. There's AM. Why is it so low on the option there? But by the way, that VCIG, we got out of it, and I'll show you what's happening now. It's at 110 right now, back down to the downside as well. That's why you got to sort of cash out a little bit there. So still off of the highs, but the Dow Jones 30 looking pretty nice there. You can trade that with DIA. Not up as much as the NASDAQ or the ES right here today, but Boeing should help that. And there goes VCIG, and this is why we get out for flat when it breaks back down below. And just like we said, take the profit and get out. So VCIG, I don't know, man, it might be a top name today, and it's just already 8:30. So there goes VCIG up and down. And we did hold that last 20% out for flat. So I'm really proud of the way that trade worked out. So VCIG, a nice mover here in the pre-market, just 12.5 million shares done. Would have liked to see a little bit more and get going, but another name that's reversed split a bunch of times. A $200 million sort of award there to develop some sort of a stable coin action there. So, all right, I'm going to turn back on our little news source here and see if there's any other little names popping like that. Yeah, the chip stocks today look like they're doing a lot better. I mean, that's so funny. So I was just saying like these AI stocks look like they're doing a little bit better. And now AMD backed Vulture, okay, to build $1 billion chip cluster for AI. Okay, well, I don't know. AMD's already started to head upside.
Obviously, Vulture's private.
This morning, yeah, AMD backed, yeah. So they just got a little bit of money in there. That's obviously not going to affect AMD too much, but it's nice that they're probably using their products. And there it goes. That's a nice move higher there for AMD, up 1.25%. Nvidia, I think, is up a little bit more than they're up 0.8 right now. So they're both going here right now. SMCI, Dell, AVGO, all these names. Marvell with the report tonight. I'm really excited about that one. If we can get, I'm still waiting at 95. See if we get a piece out there. Hopefully that can happen. That's up another 2.5% here. Marvell seems to have been really off that bottom nicely now, like 6 or 7 straight up days for Marvell. And this is why I'm trying to get something out. Maybe 94 is a little bit better. We can alter that price even right now, but we might be able to get that right off the open if this market rallies. Marvell earnings tonight should be the biggest one that I would think.
Yeah, biggest company, biggest one that matters to them. Well, CrowdStrike and Marvell probably tie for what matters to the overall market. We know AEO is going to be in everybody's hearts. Look, I actually think AMD, if we just come back to that one with a Vulture story for a quick second here, this has a chance to finally break away from the hug. It's literally hugging every single close or like high has at least been right into the 50. Today it's trying to break that one out. So that 222 level, nice over under. And this is a massive gap that AMD's got on it above yesterday's high into at least like 30 or 37. I think I kind of like Nvidia today because of its strength, but this will be a good backup plan, especially with, well, that Vulture news doesn't really matter that much, but this nice gap fill that you have above the 222 in play today for AMD. Someone who we're always excited to talk about. It's Tuesday. Bring him on a little bit early. We've got Mitch in the house, everybody.
Yeah, let's get right to him. Lots to cover. He wants to talk a little bit about retail as well. Mitch, good to see you as always. We've been touching on the fact that going into not only Black Friday, but Cyber Monday, we see a nice 2, 3, even 4-day rally potentially here for some of these names. Amazon standing out here this morning, right back to session highs currently as we speak here. We'll deal with Shopify maybe separately after what happened yesterday, but give me your thoughts here on the group overall.
I mean, killer move, right? We were looking for it. We talked about it last week, looking for Gap and A&F and all these. Best Buy was on an earnings report that it was actually down in the morning. Remember, we even got a bad retail report, but it was a seasonal trade, guys, and they were waiting for it. And with the market rallying back, that just gave it more of that juice to just come climbing back. I hope a lot of you guys were able to cash in. I know I was able to cash in on multiple of these trades, and now I'm looking to see which one of these are going to come down, because it's not that all the retailers are just going to keep sending all the way until the end of the year, but there are some that could continue to climb. You know, some names like Abercrombie and American Eagle, as people shop for the holidays, and they're going to be mall shopping, right? Names like Nike, I wouldn't run into. I think actually the Foot Locker acquisition by Dick's is actually going to be a positive in the long run for Nike. Nike's been trying to do more and more sales directly, right? And I think one of the ways that they can start doing this is cutting out Foot Locker, right? Why not cut them out, right? Just it's Dick's that's essentially making the money there. And so I think that you start to see these retailers really start to come back. So, of course, go towards more of the favorites. Gap's made a crazy move. Victoria's Secret, we talked about that one last week. Another big ripper. I mean, there were so many of these that you guys could have cashed in on. The XRT, a crazy move. Now, one thing that you got to understand is we will have a calming period here in the early part of December. So if you see some pullbacks towards the end of this week, they're expected, guys. It's not just going to be a move straight up. So look for those quick pullbacks to actually play back in as we get more of the holiday talk and what the Santa Claus rally that comes at the end of the year, not the 24th and 25th, guys. But don't get some coal in your stocking this year, because it looks like coal is coming down also. So looking at some of those plays and seeing if Santa's loading up on some coal.
Discounted just in time. No kidding. Let's talk a little bit about retail, just from a higher perspective here. You mentioned XRT. If anyone's wondering, it's an ETF. If you want to just zoom out and look at the entire group, XRT, a good way to do that. gives you quite the perspective here. Going back to the beginning of last week, this thing has just been straight to the upside. That being said, we are seeing some of the initial data, Mitch, as far as Black Friday and Cyber Monday goes coming in. I mean, kind of in line with expectations or there or thereabouts, even a little bit on the weak side. Nothing really blowing things out of the water. Has this been overdone maybe a little bit?
Oh, 100%. Like I said, it's just a buy the rumor, sell the news. Now we're getting the actual news, which is the data coming out of it. That's why I'm expecting to see some of these start to trickle right back down, right? It's not just an everything rally, and that's one thing that you need to be a parent for, right? If you got some of these on swings, it's okay to take the profits, right? This is more of a seasonality trade, and then it starts to dip into early December. So this is what's going to happen, guys. I think you got to know which one's the favorites, maybe some that you want to keep holding until the end of the year, but definitely this is more of a day trade last week, and now the swing traders are already profiting.
All right, let's go on to crypto here. As we said, making a attempted bounce back here so far today, although not really convincing at this point. We're back to highs, I guess, right now. What do you make of this Vanguard story? Vanguard finally saying, okay, fine, we'll let you trade and hold BTC or IBIT or ETFs related to Bitcoin on their platform. They were the last really big name, it seems, kind of holding out.
Well, it might be that their clients are full of boomers, as they say. But yeah, I think that's probably what it had to be. But they got to the late party and, they just looked at the clock and they're like, the clock is ticking, guys. And I mean, if we don't do this, we're going to actually start losing some of these boomer clients, right? And so I think at this case, it's just shows you that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency isn't going away, guys. It's going to be in everything. And if anything, you're going to start seeing more and more talk of, hey, why do I invest in the S&P? Why not just put investment capital in like long-term, right, retirement in Bitcoin? You're going to see more and more of this conversation expand. So I'm really just looking for a 2 to 3 day relief rally. This would just be like kind of a nice little pop back, right? Doesn't even need to make it all the way back. I actually already am fully disclosure swing long on ETHU. Grabbed it this morning. Could see that kind of rebound coming in. Yesterday, I was just trying to watch the tape, especially on this name, to see how it was trading. I took a small 25 share haircut, just dipping my toes to see how the price action was going. This morning, I could clearly see it holding around this 51 to 51.75. So pullbacks to that 51.75 and 51.25 are buy areas. As long as we can hold 51 right now, I think ETHU can really start to gas pedal here. And you might want to see the move actually happen a lot in the pre-market because they'll start to run away from the bulls, and then the bulls will have to actually start chasing here at the open. So I think this is an interesting one. BITO is not as an easy trade. I think Ethereum is an easier setup here for it to bounce back. BITO would just be a nice little clear back above the 1675 area and the 1275 area, and you're seeing it start to push to 13 right now. So what I'd like to see on that one, clear drive through 13 and then a pullback to 13 would be the play for me on BITO.
A huge volume coming into most of these ETFs at the lows yesterday, so maybe a little bit of that institutional side buying coming into play. But why a BITO versus an IBIT if you're looking at it just from an intraday perspective?
It's really just your preferred vehicle. What I recommend for these is like actually watch the price action one day and see how you like it, right? Because there's going to be certain ones that spread out further than others, right? Like some people like to trade just ETH versus ETHU. I just want the gas pedal in a lot of these, right? So I'm looking for the ones that can give me that good lift and have good liquidity, right? So like let's say for BITO, a lot of times the spread's going to be about 1 cent, and the volume I can size into that one a little bit bigger. Right? That's going to be looking for smaller return on the cents wise. The percentages will still play out. On ETHU, what I usually like to do on that one is go very small size, almost really small, where it's not going to hurt you if you lose, but that one has a tendency of really booming when it gets going. So this is more of your momentum play in crypto if you're trying to play one, right? If you're looking for momentum, that ETHU, that thing has gas all over it.
And for anyone who's maybe not familiar with those types of instruments, it's a leveraged ETF, so you're getting twice the action there for ETH. Let's talk about interest rates. Teed it up a little bit before you came on here with
Yeah.
What's to come on Friday? We get a little bit of inflation-related data for the first time in a long time on Friday ahead of the Fed coming up next week. I read this morning, 86% right now, Fed Fund futures pricing in 86% chance of a cut coming into Wednesday of next week. You like the home builders here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been looking at rate-sensitive plays. The one play that continues to play is Rocket. So those are kind of more in your specialty finance, your lenders, right? Those have a tendency of making a move no matter what, especially with this rate-cutting cycle. Now you're going to see home buyers come out. And I think that this is the interesting part is, are we really going into more of a weak economic time, or are we just going back into where rate cuts are going to actually play in for these home builders? And there's been buyers waiting. Right, I know it's a little bit of a seller's market, a buyer's market right now, because I'm actually shopping, right? And I can see it around. The prices are starting to come down, but as interest rates come down, it's actually going to hold these prices, I think, a little bit higher, right? Because you're going to get, as soon as the interest rates start coming down, you'll get more buyers to step back up. More buyers, right? And no one's really concerned about, let's say, financial crisis and the homing crisis happening again. If anything that people have been concerned about is more regional bank and the commercial real estate exposure. So yeah, that still exists, but no one's worried about another 2008 here. So I think you're going to see more and more buying. So I'm looking at the home buyers right now, home builders right now, Lennar. I'm looking at Toll Brothers. They got nice flags. They just popped above. They're getting rate cuts. Of course, we're going to get the mention of a new maybe Fed chair in December. That could give this even more lift as there's more talk of rate cuts coming forward.
If you go to something like an Open Door, you had Open Door and Zillow on your list here as well. Yeah. I like how you separated the two of them, because I'm not sure they really care about interest rates at this point. Let's be honest. It's more about the Reddit sentiment indicator as far as those two go. But give me your thoughts here for Open Door currently.
It's hanging in there. If you pull it back, right? And this is what I think a lot of smaller traders have a tendency of not doing, right? They're looking at the daily. The daily chop is actually pretty wicked, right? You're getting chopped up all over the place. But look at it on a weekly, and then things just start to get clear as day. You start to see really support around the $7 spot. You've seen slight undercuts underneath that, but every time it undercuts 7, it gets right back up. So if it could clear 8 and 850, that's when you start to get the momentum right back in this name. And the key is going to be needed is volume. Volume is what's needed on this name. When we were really starting to rip, this name was trading easily, like you're talking 2.1 billion, 1.8 billion shares of volume, right? On a day, on a week, right? Now you're starting to only trade about 463 million. So start to see that volume pick up with the break of the 8 and 850 level, and this open could really just start shooting right back up, right? Of course, I think the rate cuts actually do help. It's just a tailwind to all that Reddit momentum. All
right, bottom end of the list here, Pepsi, you had on watch as well. And maybe preface this from the standpoint of, we've had a bit of a light, low volume float back up to recent highs as far as the market is concerned, but it's always good to be prepared either direction here. If we do get another rollover, if we do get a break through the highs, Pepsi on your list.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Chris Camillo, I was watching a recent podcast that he did, and he mentioned this one line. I think it's important. We all got to be ready for scenarios, right? Situations, right? And I think that's what day traders need to always have. Hey, if we go red today, what are some of the plays that I could play? If we go green today, what are some of the plays that I can play? Right? And then that way you're not fighting the market, right? If the market goes red, you're not like, oh, what am I just jumping at long here, right? And so right now I'm looking at defensive names, and they are creeping up. Pepsi is one that actually looks like it wants to break out here. Has a little gap to fill, right? And it's really close to that gap fill. Went to it yesterday, and I think today we can break the 150, get back up towards the 151 and start climbing back to the 155. And defensive names could steal a little bit of a lift as we get a little bit of more focus towards PE, right? Valuations are mattering a little bit more now. So you might see more kind of the bigger investor dip their toes in some defensive names and just want to just maybe play out a little return towards the end of the year instead of taking a high flyer.
You said it. We're heading into the final couple of weeks here as far as trading is concerned. Just crazy how fast this year has gone by. What do we need to know as far as everything over at Trade the Pool goes going into Christmas?
Yeah, well, guys, if you missed your Black Friday sale, well, I'm sorry for you, but you got to get it while it's out there. We don't give many discounts, but I hope you got your accounts right and are starting to push into December, trying to get the new year with a funded account. I think that's a great way to start the new year. So keep pushing, guys. And we are going to be doing an event here in December, in mid-December, around the 22nd. So look for another event coming for you guys. And who knows, maybe Santa brings something around the corner.
Tons of opportunity left in the market for sure. Mitch Hope over at Trade the Pool. Good to see you as always.
Get after it, traders.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Mitch. And I know you mentioned, I want to talk Open Door for a quick little second because that was one of the names. It's on my radar today. But that weekly chart, I don't know if we actually showed the weekly when Mitch was saying, hey, have a look at the weekly of Open to see a little bit more support. And that's sort of the thing. Like you can have dip buy support in there, but it's like a chop fest. But that's not bad for day trading necessarily. It can be like tricky for, obviously can be tricky for the swing, but for the day trade, at least in this particular name, I know it's up 1%, but that's a function of what happened yesterday. Like you just saw Open Door lose the 750 area, and there has been support in here around like the high 670 range to about $7. But I just look at the stair step down. You consolidated for a while, all last week basically, broke down, and all you have to do is hold like 730. So on that note of depending on what the market does, I want things to look at usually in either direction. This would be one where it's a stair step down, just has to hold 730 on the open range. If it doesn't break out on the 15-minute above 730, then to me the stock is a short, at least for today, into the support that Mitch was just mentioning there.
I was going to look at, it's a great call there for the 2 times Ethereum. I liked when he was talking about, this is, you're looking for something that might, as Mitch said, have some gas to it. This is, as crypto gets going here, again, 87, we talked about finally a good day here as we were down 5-6% yesterday and IBIT up 2% today. Ethereum also, right? Remember, it's double the lever. So right there, if it's, basically up 3% today, it's going to be up 6. So there it goes. I think that this is a good call. If you're looking for something that has the potential to fill gaps, right there back up to the upside. Now remember, of course, Ethereum's a 24-hour market, so there's not, oh, hi, Ramin. How are you? Good. How are you doing? Good. I'm glad to see Ramin over there. Anyways, I really like this breakout here of Ethereum back up to the upside. I was saying just 24-hour market, so it's not like this gap is a real one or anything like that. It's just over the weekend we do fill that, and we'll see if we can get back up to the upside here on Ethereum, trying to break above this 5250 marker right there. I would just watch it for momentum. I don't necessarily need to break down a chart for this. It's just, let's wait to see if Ethereum gets going, and then we'll have to watch that BITO. He was giving some different examples, but levered today, and then here's MSTR. I think if you just wanted to trade strategy also, it's only a $170 name right now. It's, used to be in the $400 or $500 mark, and this name's really gotten clobbered as well. But we got to figure out if any of these names are being upgraded and downgraded, and I know just the place to go for that is Joe.
Where's that?
Let's go to Joe.
Correct, you have found the right place, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades this morning. We're going to start this off with T-Mobile, going from an underperform to sector performed by KeyCorp. Relatively flat here in the morning. Now, as for MongoDB, up a whopping 23.5% this morning, guys. Price target lifted to $480 by Needham and Company. And then, yes, one of my favorite TKO holdings, JP Morgan Chase, getting the nod. Price target to $222. And then as for Victoria's Secret, guys, we're up about 0.25% here in the pre-market session. Price target raised to $45 by Telsey Advisory Group. Now, as for some of the downgrades here, guys, we have Lennar Holdings by price target BTI Research, lowering that target to $96, slightly negative on the session. And then Circle Internet Group here, guys, by Wolf Research, price target $60, slightly positive in the morning sessions. Now, as for Fubo, also getting the downgrade as well, too, going from an overperform to market perform by Raymond James and Company, and then Adaptive Biotechnologies, relatively flat here this morning. Price target lowered to $21 by Morgan Stanley, guys.
At this point, you don't get a lot of volume on TKO. But like the last couple of pun, absolutely not intended. No, it has been a knockout. Like if you look at this one, just I guess it was last week, the big breakthrough. But look at the resistance here at 190 bucks. Sometimes the stock will just tell you what's up. Like there's a seller at 190, you break that seller, it turns into support, and then you're making the next leg to the upside. But like this is sort of the issue. Like it's in a consolidated phase, so you're waiting for the next available break. Like when it takes 95, maybe it resumes a bit of a trend. But look, you like that rebound, right? And they're in the right space, and I don't think necessarily growth can be an issue for them. But yeah, as far as the day trade goes, unfortunately, it's done 18 shares, which is about as light as I've ever seen in the pre-market for something which is of interest on the daily chart. It's probably more of like a swing, or like if you like it, like a longer term hold. But it is definitely breaking out. There's no question about that.
So Boeing today, amid the presentation at the U.S. Global Industrials and Transportation Conference, that 10 times fast, 186, 196. Hello. Nice move upside there for Boeing, and it is still going. We brought you this story as it was breaking out. And remember, I looked at those, I was like, oh, 190 is good, we'll get rid of that. Now you're up $6 from that level as this continues to climb higher again. Complete the spirit purchase later on this year, and then again, increased on deliveries there, as Brendan indicated earlier about 20 minutes ago or so, but Boeing still making that move higher right now, looking to clear out through two bills, and then we'll see after that where we go. But so far so good here for BA, up 5% and still getting going as well. Is there 11 mil? Oh, there's 11,000 shares here. I'll just call this up for you. We have live level 2. We just trade off of actual equity and all that kind of stuff. These aren't CFDs or anything, so we can easily call up the live level 2. And we do have it there. It was, I saw somebody in the chat, don't see you anymore. Just want to know about that size at 182. Yeah, that's nothing.
Oh, that's nothing.
That'll be 13,000 plus another 1,000, 10,000, 20, maybe 50,000 plus a bunch of dark pools. But they're not as prevalent in the closed market as the pre-market as the open market, but still a lot of D's going through right now. It could just blow right through that, and I think, and obviously it will. So Nvidia, my sticky note is now out. It is the #1 trade idea today on the sticky note. So I really like Nvidia. We've already hit VCIG, which was a really successful start to the day there, and now we'll look to hit Nvidia, and we'll go through obviously our watch list and everything. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there to get involved with real trading, of course, but you do want to make sure that you indicate our description, because there's the link for our watch list. It's absolutely fantastic. And then Sharif's morning note comes to everybody that's a subscriber, which is just $5. We had what's up to Eddie Sarkeesian yesterday. I think he dropped like 100 or something subscriptions. So make sure that you are in
silver.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure that you are in. Yeah, that's what he was trading, right? Make sure you're in the chat there and activate it. You got to go to your YouTube page and say automatically accept gifts or whatever, and then you'll be able to become a member. It's just $5 a month, and allows us to produce that Sharif sheet and then help with a few things around here as well. So we want to thank everybody. And there goes Nvidia right now, just breaking through 182. So I was just almost like it didn't matter. Obviously, it's done 3.1 million shares so far and going higher. Nvidia. It's going to be the trade of the day on the note here, but we'll see if we can get involved in it. I'm sure we will. All right, what's up, Mike Peter Ryder? Great to see you there in the chat. You are really pumping through a lot of notes here this morning, so it's great to see. I see you're in a good mood. 87.8 right now for Bitcoin, which is starting to get going higher here as the NASDAQ holding 0.4 for now. Looks like it's going to be another great open, and then we'll see what trades we can get involved with, and we're going to start running them down sometime around now-ish. Potentially.
We're already partnered.
Yeah, they were. Exactly.
Sharif and I were just talking about this SPR Boeing tie-up as well. But anyways, we were thinking they were buying an airline there for a second, but nope.
And Spirit out of all the airlines.
All right, let's have a look at the market.
All right, guys, 68.27. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're above it right now. We're at 68.49, so we're right on the door of 68.50. So that's going to be resistance level 1. We may get through that even before I'm done talking here. If we clear it, we're looking to yesterday morning's high there at 68, I believe, 68. 68.65. We'll say 68.75 as our second level of resistance. If we sell off, we defended 6,800 quite well the last few days. We'll say that's our first area of support. But Brendo, we're still putting in these lower highs on the 4-hour contract on the ES to get above the lower highs and start trending in the right direction. We got to get above 6,900.
Yeah, holding so far anyway for the overall market. If you haven't done so, yeah, that is the website you want to go to. Link is below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. You just need an email address. I'm just reading a couple of people going back and forth on X right now about Michael Burry being short Tesla. Apparently he was tweeting about how incredibly overvalued Tesla is, and some people were speculating that via Kalshi he had put on some sort of negative position with Tesla, but it's not true. So don't worry about that. I don't know why everyone is so concerned about what Michael Burry does on a daily basis.
Yeah, you get that one call, Brendo.
Yeah, let's go to well, a couple things about Apple right now. But first off, Apple had a huge day yesterday. If you failed to bring Apple up throughout the day yesterday, absolutely straight to the upside. We get to 283. We're hanging out here right now at the highs, essentially where things ended off yesterday. I mean, that's Gene Munster's opinion on this, but yeah, an executive on the AI side shakeup here for Apple.
Exactly, Brendo. We've seen sort of the debacle with Apple Intelligence the last year and a half. Hopefully they get those ducks in a row. Let's talk about what they're doing to get said ducks in a row. They announced that longtime AI chief, John Giandria, is stepping down after leading the division since 2018. It's the most significant reorganization by Apple since they launched Apple Intelligence back in 24. Giandria will remain as an advisor until he retires next spring. It's going to be Amar Subramania. He's formerly a Microsoft and Google DeepMind exec, and he's going to take over as VP of AI, but he's not going to report directly to Tim Cook. It's actually going to be Craig Federici, who he's going to be his boss there. The teams previously under Giandria will be redistributed across the organization, moving the CEO and the services chief, Eddie Q, to reflect, that broader restructuring. Apple says it's significantly increasing its AI spending, Brendo, but its strategy, which is emphasizing on-device AI rather than cloud AI, basically necessitates way less CapEx than some of their competitors. That's seen both as a positive and a negative. I mean, if on-device AI doesn't end up being what they think it could be, then they'll be lagging. But if it does, then they'll have spent so much less than their competitors and be in a better financial position.
I mean, they've been since day one, all about hardware, and they make the most beautiful hardware there is in technology. So it makes a lot of sense. Thoughts here, guys? I mean, this 283, 283.50 just staring us in the face right now for Apple.
Yeah, another fresh, whatever. Yesterday, all-time highs.
Apple.
If it wasn't for the fact that it was red today, this would normally be all-time high breakout yesterday, and then you just pull back. You had the prior high, which was 281, so you set that up for support. But the market's up half a point, and Apple's down 0.16. And sometimes what's been happening is when the AI names are going, Apple's been a little bit more tepid. So I think with Nvidia breaking out a little bit here today, Apple could be taking it a little bit of time off. But I like the 81 level if you're going dip buy hunting. But today, with the chips leading the way, sometimes that's been, what's the right word to use? It's been a slower road to hoe for Apple when we have leadership from Nvidia and some of the direct AI plays, at least for the day trade. So I put this one on the back burner. Maybe if we find a little weakness, those start to pull back, then look for an Apple long. Certainly if you were patient enough with it yesterday, you didn't need to have that off the open. It ended up breaking a little bit later. So 81, which was the prior high on the daily going into yesterday, that'd be the level to look for. But I look for the leadership to come from Nvidia today instead of Apple.
All right, so I told that story yesterday about I was sitting with Sia and having lunch, and she was asking me about which stocks to invest in, and I noticed that she had 4 Apple products or 3 Apple products just sitting within a arm's length of her, and I had mentioned why not just start by putting a quarter of whatever you were thinking about investing in Apple right now, and then starting to drip into it, or dollar cost average or whatever. Well, that was around lunchtime yesterday. So if she had done that, 280, now you're up at another $3 there today. As Apple's the largest position in my account, and it is just really, I mean, so well. And when we bought it down here, I said the next leg up is 250. That came real quick, and now 250 would be a dream to get some longs down into there. So yeah, this just continues to work out. I think it's absolutely a great story right now that the focus is going to be back on AI for Apple. And yeah, I love that, you know, as Brendan mentioned there, just the devices that they have continue to be bought, continue to be purchased, and now they're going to do device AI hardware based, you know, they have those not TPUs, but you know, a similar chip that they can run there. You know, you had to get the iPhone 16 and then 16 Pro and now 17s. They all have this AI compatible chip in there. And you know, the wife has it. I know Sharif has a new phone as well. Ramin, I believe, Brendo, like everybody's sort of, you know, in this realm, and it just continues to do this, make huge moves back into the upside. And again, like, it's going to continue to work. I really like Apple here. We don't have a settlement with China, or I know there's some controversy now with India and things like that. But Apple will be completely fine, man. Like, these guys can pay whatever fine comes through. They got that great deal there with Google. The judge came through, and that sort of solidified their relationship with Apple as far as Chrome is concerned. And now you're going to have Google pay Apple to put Gemini on their platform potentially if they even need it. And maybe that's what this AI is all about. This guy coming over is from Google, so I mean, DeepMind. So I would think that's obviously another great opportunity there. So for a trade today, though, it's like that's the 50 period right there. I don't, you know, with the NASDAQ up right now and going higher as we speak, I don't know if we dip down into this 280 area, but that to me is a level. And, you know, I don't think we get down into $3. I actually have Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, and Opendoor on my watch today. So yesterday we traded names that are on the note. We could still trade Apple, and if it does drop in, then great. But it's just hovering this 200 period right now. So let's give Apple a little bit of room here today because it is still negative into a green and ripping market. But this name waits for nobody. Like it can go and go pretty quickly. Yesterday, it actually tanked and then took off. There's been other days, you know, where we've had big moves to the downside, and then later on, you know, it starts to take off a little bit into the close. So let's just wait to see Apple get some momentum underneath it. It had it yesterday. Let's see if it has it again today. Apple, just a great stock to hold in your portfolio, regardless of your sort of market opinion. It continues to climb higher, small dividend as well.
Just keeping an eye on AMD. There was a second headline here, guys, for AMD this morning in HPE. Here, I'll throw it up for everyone to read. There's the collaboration to advance open rack scale AI infrastructure. So expanding upon a prior deal between the two. So just keeping an eye on AMD shares there, not really doing a heck of a lot. Let's talk about Tesla. That is the story I was hinting at there. Big Short's Michael Burry warning Tesla ridiculously overvalued, quote unquote. And then there's a few people mentioning that there was a Kalshi position, and whether it was negative or not or whatever, who cares? It doesn't matter. I mean, look at the stock. It's about to take out the highs right now, so clearly the market doesn't.
It's a good look for them in China, Brendo. So they're up 10% year over year in the month of November with respect to sales, and really has a lot to do with that Model YL that they dropped. It is a 3-row, longer range Model Y. And guys, the best part about this is, not that it's the Model Y selling, but this is their largest and steepest increase for monthly sales in 14 months, and not a moment too soon because China's been a hard market to crack. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows for Tesla today, Brendo. There are issues with the battery packs, especially in Europe. A European service provider reported that Tesla Model Y and Model 3 vehicles equipped specifically with a certain variant of the LG battery packs are experiencing what they're calling catastrophic failures linked to high internal resistance. About 90% of the cases they receive involve the LG packs, and they can't be repaired at the cell level, unlike the Panasonic battery packs, which allow targeted repairs. The estimates suggest, Brendo, that Panasonic packs last about 400,000 kilometers, while the LG packs start failing around 250. So we'll have to see exactly whether this becomes a bigger issue.
I was just sitting here thinking, you know, this whole side market or betting market can start to be an influence on 100%. Equity markets from the standpoint that, like, what if you start seeing these major players in some of these stocks putting on a will Tesla close out the year at X price or above or below X price 100%. Type of position via Kalshi. So it's kind of interesting as these gain more traction and gain more popularity that we see more and more of this. But.
And it's peer-to-peer, what I like about it too. There's no internal bet or odds makers. It is what the dollars say they are, Brent.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I do like that.
Yeah. Regardless, very strong here so far, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, I think for the betting market thing, you get more concerned about those issues of some of the limits where to get raised. Thankfully, right now, like you're not allowed to be that big of a necessarily a mover in a single amount. You can, look, there's always ways around that, obviously. But just going back to Tesla here, I'm going to feel the same way I did about this yesterday. And we talked about this at that 433 on the 15-minute. Did it break it? Yeah, it ticked above 433. And that's an obvious level. And you've got a gap fill to 440, 442 if it can hold. But it needs to close on the 15-minute above. So I want to see this act not wick 430, 433. It's at that price right now. Close above on the 15, and then you can get going for Tesla. So story, no story. It's the same level as yesterday. It just needs to not completely abjectly reject it right away off of the open. That's sort of the thing. Like with a breakout trade, like you have to have some parameters that you want to see for it to be a continuation. And here we go. BYD's data platform produces less than half of Tesla's, says Piper Sandler. So that's pretty bullish.
All right, so I have Tesla written down today on the notes. So if you guys are interested in having a quick look, I think that will, like I said, we generally will trade these names that are on here. So you can go have a quick little look. Oh, we tweeted this. We have updated stats for our picks for 2025. Right there, you guys can go have a quick look at what's performing where. But here we go. Nvidia is on there. There's Tesla right now. It's been green in this pre-market, and now it's even trying to extend even further right now. We're looking to see if it can break above that 440 here to confirm and just continue with its consistent range. But what we have here is a 429 to 430 long. I mean, we sat there and we were talking about that 418 level forever, and then all of a sudden, it bounces off of that, and now it's starting to head a little bit higher. So right now, again, just watching out for this market here off the open. I don't think we need to get involved right away, but that's 426, 427. That would be a disaster if you're holding that 430 long. So we're not going to hold it for very long. If it does come back in, we'll watch out for 429. If we lose 428.50 or so right into here the afternoon, sort of right before we bumped, if we can lose 428.50, we can get out and then load the boat up if it does continue to make moves down here and show us that this is the bottom. But again, up more than the market here today. I like all the stories. I love the car. Obviously, I see people in the chat asking me about it. It's been an absolutely fantastic purchase, one of my favorites. And it just continues to work on a long-term basis. I think Tesla gets back up over and near its all-time highs quite soon, to be honest with you. Once we start releasing those robo-taxis and Dan Ives and everybody just gets on board with this thing, I think you get a couple upgrades. Like, you're going to come in one day and Tesla's up 3 or 4%. That puts it right back up here anyways. So as we continue to go, if we could just continue that momentum, it's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 days in a row green here. And yeah, sure, they dipped down. The whole NASDAQ got hit as this was happening. So nice move back upside there for Tesla. Moments away from another all-time high break, and that could be imminent. So I would not be shorting this name. It's trying to break through the 50-period moving average on a daily. I really like Tesla, and any sort of a dip buy opportunity, for me, I'm all over that. So we're going to wait for it right now with now we have 18 minutes to go. We'll see what Tesla does right off the open. It's always a mover. So give us an opportunity, though. Like, look how clear this was yesterday. And traders got to trade, right? And this is what we say. You got to look for these opportunities. And if they're there, then you take them. So there was Tesla yesterday at 426. I mean, you could have traded it not at all until 10:30, 11:30, and then again right here at 3. So either one of these moves gets me going. So I'm happy with anything like that. Let's wait to see if Tesla can do something similar here today. TSLA, it's on your boys' radar.
All right, let's continue along. So much to discuss this morning as far as individual movers. We touched on this one a couple of times. If you joined us in the first 30 minutes, remember, 8 o'clock, forever, going forward now. Come join us at 8 o'clock in the morning. Shopify with an outage yesterday. We're bouncing back nicely. Unfortunately timed outage on Cyber Monday, coming on the back of decently strong numbers worth mentioning for both Shopify, we talked about a little bit, and Adobe as well, posting better than expected numbers going back to Black Friday, and then projections through to Cyber Monday. Again, bouncing back here, we're right back to yesterday's high before the selling kicked off. So we'll see if we can hold.
Yeah, an unfortunate event, Brendo, but you got to be ready for these big events. They'll learn from this and they'll do better next time. Hopefully, they experienced a significant outage on Cyber Monday, as Brendo mentioned, preventing many merchants from logging in or accessing point-of-sale systems. The disruption impacted, guys, both the online storefront management as well as in-person transaction tools. Down Detector showed a spike of around 4,000 reported problems as the outage peaked at around 11 a.m. and it started to improve from then, with reports spanning POS failures, admin lockouts, delayed order processing, the works. Shopify, just to give you an idea of how big this company is for U.S. customers, they power more than 10% of all U.S. commerce, like Reebok, Mattel, Barnes & Noble, Nestle, they all rely on Shopify. The outage struck during a massive online spending surge with Adobe, Brendo, as you mentioned, estimating $14.2 billion spent on Cyber Monday, which is 6.3% bump year over year. Black Friday saw around $11.8 billion in online revenue, which is up 9.1% year over year. So whether you're looking for the Monday sales or the Friday sales, it look good right now.
Yeah, positive numbers, definitely always good to see. Just to make it official here, going back to that Tesla Burry thing, here's Michael Burry now on Twitter. Fortune article is completely wrong. I never said I shorted Tesla in that post. So anyone who's wondering, he's not.
Okay, well, whether he is or isn't, doesn't necessarily matter there for Tesla. I mean, there's plenty of people that do short it anyways, right? So when the stock wants to squeeze, it doesn't need anybody else in there for sure. We have plenty of bets against that stock based on valuation. I'll see your shop and kind of raise you Walmart, but just for going over shop again, I just think you might run into a little bit of trouble at the 50 and the 160 level. So the 50 period moving average and the 160. So nice relief rally, tending to take that story and for now on very, very light volume and just sort of take that and ignore that story as you're getting a bit of a bounce. But this was a weak one yesterday, pretty much the entirety of the day. So if it were to get back to 55, that would make sense. But that 160, I think, is going to be trouble. And I say, just if I'm looking at retail, I mean, come on, Walmart, another all-time high yesterday. The last week, look at it bounce to 50 4 days in a row. It might need a consolidative day. Sometimes that's what it'll do that a little bit here. But if you look at the last few sessions here on Walmart, it's been break, yeah, kind of hold and then break. Bit more consolidative yesterday, so there wasn't any real gigantic breakout. But that's the retail name that I'm the bigger fan of. So Shopify, I like the fact that it's doing a little bit of a rebound, but I think there's still some better names if you like the space. Just Walmart just continues.
Yeah, you guys know I made some bets on Target and on Lululemon. So I put some money down on both of these names, and both working out so far as we get a little bit of sort of get up to both of these names. The next time it comes up to 100, we're going to get out, though. We had bought it down into these sort of lows here. I think it's, I keep saying I'll have to double check. It's either 86 or 88 bucks there on Target as that's trying to get back up. Target price, $100 on that one. I mean, if we can make 15% and get the heck out of there, that's probably a decent opportunity there. And then Lululemon, I mean, buying some in the 60s down there was obviously a good price, as we'll see now that it's up into the 80s again. So there's Lululemon making some. And this was a name where I put on a bet right there and then bought some more right here. So we're just about flat now. I think we're up 3% or something when we checked yesterday on Lululemon. So hopefully that continues to climb higher. And yeah, I'm getting a little greedy here with this target price in and around this 230 or so spot there for Lululemon with their report coming later on this week. So I don't know. My family is buying Lululemon. There was Shopify. And, we talked about, how Shopify had a 25% Black Friday number, which is great, but they were looking for 28. So not that great after all. But what looks great here is the chart. And I think down here into this 140 area, it looks like it's trying to find that bottom. And we maybe have done that on a little wick bottom there. But many stocks look like that because the NASDAQ was getting crushed. Now you're trying to get back up over that 160. So I think a 160 break on Shopify, and we stamp that. So if that can come into a break of 160, get above the 50 period moving average, you can use 140 as your route, and then you get right back there to all-time highs once again for Shopify. That's moved over from the New York to the NASDAQ, which is why our charts don't look like that. It may not be all-time highs actually on Shopify. I think this thing really went during COVID. Some of the other names, we're not going to get to anything. We don't cover too many banks on here unless it's, you know, a SoFi or Robinhood or something that gets excited. We don't trade them too often, but JP Morgan as well. I just wanted to look at that name. That's above right now the 50-period moving average and trying to hold that one. And then our daily look at SoFi and Robinhood also. SoFi, darn man, to miss out on that 25-26 last week was something else. I really love that level charting wise on SoFi. That was a great little opportunity there. And then with crypto back, I mean, here we go. Like, this is what you're waiting for in space like Robinhood. You know, we talked about how they're basically tied at the hip, it seems like. As crypto falls, Robinhood loses some of its momentum. And then now today with there it is, man, Bitcoin now at 88. We started the day at 87. Nice move up there for IBIT, nice move up there for Robinhood. And there it goes, man, the crypto space back to a little healthier today as we don't have to worry about it completely collapsing now through that 80,000. We need another 10% move for that to happen, which could, but probably not intraday. We don't get too many big intraday moves on Bitcoin anymore. You know, it's pretty steady here with all the institutional money, but there goes Robinhood, SoFi, good look. And then Webull made a generational dip buy into $8, which was its all-time low. Well, hopefully that's a generational buy, and we don't get to make that opportunity more than once. There it goes, $8 now for Webull. So all these names starting to catch good bids on crypto, move higher right there. So far, so good there. Let's go back over and, here we go. Yeah. Something to do, not anything to do with Bitcoin. You've got Shopify. Oh, the TV went out in the back there. Okay, that's all good. I can't see Sharif anymore. I just see his head. You know, he's got the black. Yeah, where's Sharif going? All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk about, hey, maybe Netflix had an outage. You know, maybe that was what, you know, like you said yesterday, we were putting up the tree and we had the Netflix fireplace on in the background. I think we should put the fireplace on in the background there. That would look kind of nice.
Still firefight chat action.
Oh, Toronto's back. Toronto went dark there. That was the problem. We had a power outage here in Toronto and it's back. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
We should rotate that with something else.
A little troubleshooting happening in the background. So yeah, just disregard if that goes black once again. I was just reading through a list of potentially what Netflix could acquire as a part of this WBD deal. I mean, all of the HBO stuff, very well known, you know, fantastic shows. House of Dragon, The White Lotus, the most recent. All of the DC franchise shows that are included in that would be a part of this. There's a lot of reality TV that would come along with this as well, apparently. TLC, HGTV, the Food Network.
Oh, now you got my attention.
You want to watch the Food Network on Netflix?
No.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. But anyways, there's a cash bid, apparently, that's been submitted by Netflix, or quote-unquote, mostly cash offer, according to Bloomberg here, for the assets of WBD. So outside of HBO and HBO Max and all of the very well-known shows, there's a whole bunch of other stuff here that they could potentially get along with this.
Absolutely. CNN's involved in that as well. Brendo News, Warner Brothers Pictures. So you've got some legacy stuff there. Look, it's a good look. And this is not new to us because we know that the company is up for sale. The board is looking for a buyer. And they've received now second round of bidding, Brendo, including, as you mentioned, the mostly cash offer from Netflix. Bankers, though, for Paramount, Skydance, as well as Comcast, Netflix included, they worked through the weekend to submit improved proposals, all targeting different pieces of the entirety of the company, I should say. These offers give the WBD board flexibility to move quickly if a preferred deal emerges. Not a bad look there. And they, meaning WBD, recently rejected Paramount Skydance's offer for $24 a share bid, Brendo, which valued the company at nearly $60 billion. A potential WBD deal would create another major shift in the media consolidation following the $8.4 billion Skydance Paramount Global merger. And as you mentioned, you had a more comprehensive list than I, but HBO, CNN, Warner Brothers Pictures, DC, Harry Potter, all these franchise rights would be included. And I was hesitant to mention anything as you were speaking, but all those different shows from HBO, I feel like I have no idea what's going on because I don't know any of the names. But yeah, they all seem quite popular.
If you don't know those ones, wait for this list. Here is a list of a few, anyways, on the reality TV side. 90 Day Fiancé.
I know about that one.
Shark Week, that's a big one, obviously. Yeah. Naked and Afraid.
I know about Sean like that for a bit.
Big competition series like Holiday Baking Championships and Rock the Block. No idea.
No, that
potentially all on Netflix.
Yeah, well, I know two of those ones. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. So like if you see WBD halt, it's probably because one of these deals, one of these, I guess, offers got accepted. For now, Netflix, the market doesn't seem to. That's right. Can't use. I'll just zoom in. Obviously, the recent split on. No, the market when we're up. And Netflix is pretty much flat. So I don't wonder if this is a simple case of until we know a price tag, putting Netflix in the penalty box and just kind of hands off. If they end up winning the bid, great, then you can assess it at that point. If they don't, at least based on the initial reaction here that their cash bid is in, I would suggest that if somebody else wins the bid, Netflix might get a little bit of a bump just because it happens to be heading down. But I'm not touching this until some kind of a deal is announced, right? And we know who the actual players are going to be. The imbalance locator is pretty much a nothing burger this morning. The M&R with a small buy of 150,000 and ABEV, that's nothing, a couple 100,000. Ford Motor, U.S. EV sales down 61% to 4,200.
Probably ripping.
Down 61%, not moving at all. Now, Ford not really moving on that, but down 61% down to 4,200. Yeah, at the beginning of the month, you get some EV sales data. It wasn't good for NIO yesterday, I'll tell you that much. But Ford, not very good year over year.
Yeah, Ford, like we were talking about, like still crushing many car companies this year, but I should probably sell. All right, so yeah, I think the more content is better. These guys are already content is king. We talk about that, and they can get more now with this deal with Warner Brothers. So I really like it. I think, my daughter wanted to watch that Toddlers and Tiaras, so I subscribed to Warner Brothers Discovery for a month or so, or 2 months, whatever. They got my money. Now it's going to be all included. Great. I think that the more content that they can provide to people, the more it'll justify whatever anyone's paying per month. And if you don't like Netflix, you probably don't have it now anyways. And I don't know if this is a needle mover to get people to sign up or anything like that. It's just more content. It gets people locked on the screens. And if they have the ad tier, it just allows them to play more ads. I really think any sort of a content deal for Netflix is fantastic. They made one with WWE, obviously TKO there. The UFC is going to have some fights on there. All the Jake Paul stuff, all the boxing that they're doing, sporting events, trying to get involved with football. I think they got the Christmas Day game or whatever. You saw Amazon get involved with that. They made a Black Friday game. Surprised there's not a Cyber Monday game that was sponsored by Netflix yesterday or something like that. So there's just lots of opportunity for them. And of course, that recent split gets retail excited, even though it really shouldn't, but it does. So here goes Netflix, man, taking out that 110. I really like the stock. I think it's a great story for them moving forward. I don't really care about the price that they pay for it. I mean, some people are going to say it's probably too much, some's too little. At the end of the day, it's going to accrue on their earnings. So we'll have to wait to see what their next, or maybe a couple earnings releases from now, and where Warner Brothers fits into that, and if it was worth it for them to go in and dig. But the more eyeballs they can get on their content, just simply put, the better it is. So I don't really care who they buy, but I'm down as a shareholder. I'm down for them buying everybody, to be honest with you. So let's get some consolidation in the space. I think it's about time. I mean, how many subscriptions can you have? I saw HBO Max is $2.99 a month. HBO Max. You can get that for 12 months, $2.99 a month, $3. That's like less than a cup of coffee. And you can get everything that HBO Max has. Disney is $3.99 a month. That's $4 a month. So I don't know how much money's being made over here, but they need the eyeballs. It's the ad generation. I love that tier for all of these businesses. So let's go Netflix, buy them up, baby.
I was just reading about some new ETFs, guys. If you want a little spice in your life today, GOU, brand new offering from Granite Shares, a 2 times Google ETF. RTYY, also from Granite Shares, is a yield boost. I'm not sure what that means. Yield boost Riot Platforms ETF. And then HMYY, get this, is also a yield boost HIMS ETF. So if you want more volatility than HIMS already has, then what was it? HMYY for that one. Whatever. Let's talk about Meta back through the lows here, quickly trying to get back through the lows right now, in fact. For Meta, I mean, there's nothing significant on this today. There's a couple of AI-related stories kind of skirting Meta, but overall, this thing not bad yesterday as far as the overall market went.
Yeah, it was nice to see bounce back off that 600, Brendo, that it lost for a little bit of time. So now trading back above that. Today, it's really Evercore ISI giving them the nod, and not for the reasons you would expect. They're really focusing here on WhatsApp monetization. They reiterated their outperform rating with an $875 price target, but they're arguing here that WhatsApp is becoming a powerful long-term revenue engine. The firm estimates WhatsApp could generate could be about $40 billion in segment revenue by 2030 and about $20 billion in operating income, adding about $7.15 EPS for that year alone. But ultimately here, it has to do with that $189 billion trailing 12-month revenue number that they have, with 82% gross margins on that trailing 12-month $189 billion. Just give you an idea here of what kind of money they're making and what kind of profits they have. Evercore also breaking up why WhatsApp monetization has potential. They're saying that the updates and channels is a high margin broadcast. Content tools are also talking about paid business messaging, which is increasingly used in Latin America, India, and Southwest Asia. And click-to-message ads, Brendo. I don't have any advertisement on my WhatsApp, so I'm not really sure what they're referring to here, but that's something they're exploring.
Just reading a note, you and I were just talking about this from the OpenAI standpoint, declaring quote-unquote code red as competition intensifies since ChatGPT's release. The Nasdaq has rallied more than 100%, extending its record streak of positive 3 years returns that's been intact since 2011. But OpenAI, market's about to open, but OpenAI back in focus again. Guys, good luck.
All right, market now open. Yeah, NASDAQ opening up 0.4 right now. The ES opening up 0.25. So the market starts to go. Nvidia does break back down below 182 right now. So we did talk about that break early. Now it's fading just a little bit here for NVDA. So we're going to have to watch out for that name going. Here's Netflix. Everything's getting to the downside. We just talked about Meta. That got hit pretty good early as well, as the boys were mentioning, down to 642 there for Meta. But Tesla was going to be a potential early trade. We wrote down 430, man. It just bounced off that, but we don't want to worry about it yet, man. The market just opened now, 30 seconds. Welcome to the jungle, everybody. It's Palantir Day, it looks like, again, as that just ripped.
Apple black.
Yeah, right now. Huge move there for PLTR. Let's wait to see if it falls back in. But another name on the stock watch list for me, gone. Palantir up 2%. And then one more look, and I'll see what Neil's looking at. Boeing right now. Let's go. Awesome. Bang. Awesome. Boeing up 6%, man. A huge day for Boeing and their shareholders. I happen to be one of them, so that's nice. Let's see if we can break back above that 200. There goes Nvidia again also. Everything now catching bids.
Well, not AMD.
No.
AMD actually falling down into 220. So, like, yeah, the Palantir going ham to the upside, Nvidia breaking out the highs. You've got AMD cracking through some lows. Nothing crazy yet on Bitcoin. Look, Bitcoin doesn't tend to move too much off the open, but it is up. We're at 88.7. Just watch Open Door I was liking the 730 level, which is real tight on Open Door. Ooh, so if this does get up there, looking for a fail of 730 to pop into a fade. We didn't get a chance to address Beyond Meat at all. Wow, sorry. Nvidia just really went. Yeah, Nvidia is really going. So pull back into prior high, seeming incredibly unlikely here on Nvidia. Look at the hold of VWAP as the leadership is coming from Nvidia today. No questions asked. So
thank you, Randy.
AMD, not sure why we're seeing so much weakness out of AMD, but it doesn't matter. It's Nvidia's party for sure. So the only thing that's imminently at a potential level for me ends up being Open Door off this 730. Just tag 730 and pull back in. Close this first candle underneath 730, and I'll go for the short. Crazy Nvidia. I don't know why AMD's so weak, though. That's a curious one, because they kind of bounced together yesterday.
Yeah, normally I'm looking short on AMD, but yeah, today AMD's still up 1.1%, so still doing okay right now. But yeah, there goes Nvidia, 184. So huge move there to the upside. It's too bad, man. Like, we had this name on watch, knew it was going to have a day kind of like this, but just waited to see if there was some action in the market, and there was good action today. The problem is the names that I was looking to buy didn't actually dip. I mean, on my note today is Nvidia, it's Palantir, it's Tesla, and it's Open Door. So here's my note, Palantir. All right, Apple sorry, not Apple, Tesla. Maybe Tesla is the one that we actually could get involved with right now. I mean, if anything's dipping on our list, it's this. And here we go right now, big time movement down for TSLA into that 429 area. So we're getting close to a spot where we were thinking about buying this name here, TSLA. So I think we could probably get involved in it. It's just, I didn't want to suffer too much if this does start to fall in, but you know, scared money don't make money. We already know about that. That's something that you guys talk about in the chat. I'm gonna try it right here. We did talk about 428 or so, giving that up. So if that does come through, then we'll look to get out. But I'm gonna try to get a dip buy. I just bought some 50s there. I'm gonna try to dip buy 420. There it is. That's me at 11. So there we go. Now we're into this. Let's just give it to 428, man. If we break through there, then we can scram and get away from Tesla without, you know, risking too much. And then wait to see if that area does hold from yesterday, right? That's that sort of 427-ish, 426 area. But we're not gonna, you know, wait for this falling knife. We're gonna trade it aggressively right now and see if it does have that move back there to the upside. So first position, unless you've been in one, here we go. Tesla right now, it's just $1. All right, Dollar Club already there. So 1 for 1, 2 for 2 today, VCIG and Tesla.
Yeah, first one for me is going to end up being, well, it might have been Palantir if it dipped further, but it's not going to be. It's going to be silver. That one broke out early this morning at about 9, check that, 9 o'clock. But back into the volume weighted average price. Want to play this long. It was all-time highs yesterday. I want to play this back into said all-time highs. But I had the same things on my list. The only difference was maybe IBIT in Bitcoin, which is at 80 almost 89,000. But here comes Palantir back into VWAP. So Palantir, big time breakout. Obviously, as everybody can see, 171.5. That's just going to be the volume weighted average price. But there's plenty of room for Palantir. I think 176 is realistic today. In silver on the bounce, but I want to catch some Palantir back into VWAP if we're at least able to get it. So far, so good. We like high-ho silver. The NASDAQ above 25.5 means looking long. Oh, boy. As long as we close above 25.5, only really looking for the long today.
All right, back over here, guys. We just got winners. There's Tesla right now $2 in as we continue to go. So Neil's on silver right now long. We're on Tesla long, and there it goes. And I just wanted, we're doing it again. I mean, the sticky note does get a lot of coverage on here, but it's free resource. And there it is right there, man. Tesla, 429 to 430 long. We're long at 429. It's now, Neil, $2.50 in the money. So that's going to be a good one there as we'll wait out for more movement happening somewhere else. We're actually out of half already. So let's just, hopefully this doesn't turn into a loser. I'm going to get out of another piece right here in the 50s or 60s again. We're at 58 there. Hopefully we do get that bump up there and start to elevate. It did dip down there out of nowhere off there it is. We get that 58 right down there off the open. So that's something to definitely pay attention to for us, those kind of levels. But here we go again, man, up $2 and change. VWAP in the 200 period is right where we're at right now. So one more piece out, then I promise I'll stop. But yeah, nice upside play there for TSLA. I hope you guys have some of this and enjoying the trading so far here. And we'll continue to look for names for you guys. I know you were looking at that Palantir and then Open Door, another name on the watch list coming, or on the sticky note, trying to come in into 7. So if that does make it there, we're not bidding 715s, we're bidding 705. So we'll have to wait for that. Now $3 now in the money on Tesla.
You were looking long on Open Door. I was actually waiting for the open print to make a decision off 730. It's not closing underneath.
Wow.
If it closed underneath, I'm looking short. So I took one leg out there on silver, still trying to pick up Palantir on the bid, just trying to show you both. But I want to make sure to take some out into the high because VWAP is still a bit of a ways away on silver, so it's almost like 52.5. So I don't want to be adding to this until we get down there. But there's Palantir actually breaking toward the high of the day, so we might not even be able to get, I can't cancel the order from the chart. We might not even be able to get that dip, unfortunately, on PLTR. And it's a pure technical break. So I just feel like it has room to 176. That first dip gave you 72s, not VWAP. So we might just back off and look for the next available dip on that bad boy. Thank you for throwing in the chat, BE on a rampage. We want to make sure we get to as many names as possible. Bloom Energy, if it ever loads up. $5. I know this is one that people were all over the other day. And another strong move here for Bloom Energy, as it's up 8%. I did not hear any story on it this morning in particular, but it's definitely going Bloom. Maybe Darren will be able to get that one to us. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get Palantir, but Open Door is going to close underneath that 730 level. At least that's what I'm seeing. So going to get that one to the south side. I prefer Rocket to Open Door. If you were looking, I know Mitch was talking about those ones before. Much more bullish chart. But Open breaking back underneath 730, that's a rejection of this level. So I'm going to start that one short. Only a small capper that I'm looking short. Above 25.5, I think anything that follows the market, I'd rather be long.
All right, yeah, man. I mean, here we go. So it's 9:38. We made our daily goal there. So this is why we're excited to be able to sit here and trade for you guys every single day. There go. Now it's $4 now in the money. Huge move to the upside here for Tesla. This is what trading's hopefully all about. Is just finding those opportunities, right? So let's look for some more right now. Let's just check out what's actually happening in the broader markets here early. Nvidia is just ripping right now as well. Nvidia, there it is, up 3%. Apple going up 0.36 right now. Tesla up $4 going as well. Amazon trying to go. There's Tesla right here. Weakness in the financials. Weakness right now in healthcare as Eli Lilly wrote flat. J&J weakness, big time weakness in consumer non-durables as we look at Procter & Gamble to the downside. Coke. We had Mitch talking about Pepsi. That's down 1% there today as well. Monster Beverages. So some of these names getting hit here as the focus today seems to be all over in this quadrant right here with the technology names. Broadcom, AMD. There's Boeing slipped into electronic technologies. Okay, they're up 5%. That's a nice move as well. Intel up 2.25%. But yeah, we are now out of about half of our Tesla trades. So nice move there, getting to the high side as we try to find out what markets are bumping and where we're going from here. So a little bit of a pullback there. I'll take out another piece right now at 20. So there it is. We get another piece out there. $3. The highest this went was $4, but missing the trade on Nvidia and Palantir might be something. But those of you that lost faith in Nvidia, I mean, it's just getting right back to that high side now. 1 week high over 185. There goes NVDA, absolute ripper there. NASDAQ going. So if you're not, I was saying yesterday, it's time in the market, right? Not timing it. I mean, if you just bought any time last year, last week, last month, I mean, the NASDAQ continues to work out, and there we go, one more time up there. So, what's up, Jacka 2296 right there. If we have that super chat up, Andre, that's a great one, man. $10, thank you for the super chat. There it is, man, $66,000 of profit right there. I mean, that's more than a year of worth of earnings there. So great job there. 182.5 calls. You nailed that, man. You picked it up on Friday. That takes some guts. So good call on that one. Jaka Yaka there. We really appreciate the super chat and congratulations, Monster Trade. And I'm glad that you were able to realize some of those profits. And if you haven't, maybe think about it. That's a pretty aggressive move, probably spiking there on the premium. So get out for sure some of that. But great trade over there. I'm still long in Tesla. I'm sure we both are. The things just went away there. I've no idea why, but that always does happen. There it is. I'll get out and call it back. So there it goes right now. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, NVDA actually moving higher right now, pulling back a bit, but currently they are presenting at a UBS tech conference saying that they do not see an AI bubble. Nothing new here, but again, NVIDIA presenting at this conference that is going to be on watch as we send you back to Sean and Neil. Again, remember to like and subscribe. No economic data today, though Fed's Bowman will begin testimony for a House committee at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Yeah, so that conference is like a 5-day conference, so I don't know. I don't think that's not the reason why we like NVIDIA today. I mean, it happens to be the story, but I don't think that's going to be the reason why. The early look on silver yesterday, we had to wait until about 9:50 to get the bigger longs, and then VWAP was much better. We're 0 for 1 for now, but yesterday we were able to get it all back a couple of times, but it's still trending down. And this trended down, as I said, for about 30 minutes and then caught a bit of a bid. So I'm going to jump out when we lose VWAP and look for another opportunity to get back in. Palantir is still going to be the one that got away. That's the only one. Just hadn't been any kind of a dip. Oh, there was one other thing. Tilray. I'd mentioned that Tilray did a reverse split. It was 10-1 or 1-10. $8 was the prior close, about $7.80 or so. So it's already in the red.
Ooh,
I was
Tesla.
thinking this actually had a bit of a bid on it. and could do like a break. And I said in the chat, well, $8.50 were the levels I was looking for short on Tilray. It doesn't look like it even wants to press into $8.50. So at this point, I'm just going to be really patient with it, allow the volume to maybe kick in, maybe make a run at the high, and then try to fade it. I tend to think every single small cap, most small cappers like this, when they do a reverse split, I want to favor the short side of the trade 9 times out of 10.
All right, everybody, make sure you do hydrate. Get your hydration nation going on at all times, whether or not it's coffee, tea, straight water, vodka.
Coffee's not the best hydrator.
Definitely not. 98% or maybe 99% water, but yeah, definitely dehydrating on the caffeine side. That is for sure, I guess, but I am no doctor. All right, so more outs there at 430 50s. You know, like I said, we are now holding on to 30% now of this trade on Tesla as it makes its move and then just comes right back in. We saw this yesterday with a stock like Micron that we traded yesterday where we were short early, kept on hitting the short, Eventually it broke out, right? And once we broke those levels, we were able to get out of 438. 238 there on Micron. So I think it's very, very similar trading here on Tesla. We haven't had, I don't even have a stop in. You know, well, our stop was 428.50, but I removed that now. I think we can probably go back. I'm not going to average into this name. I mean, it's weaker than the market. We took advantage of that move higher there for sure. So let's not, I'm going to take out one more piece here actually in the 40s if we can get it. There we go, we get it. I'm just, it's looking weak. Like with the NASDAQ being upside here, let's just make sure that we have that stop in at 428.50s. All right, and we'll just get out if it breaks that, and then we'll buy it lower. Like that's the strategy there. We've already taken it out. We just got another piece out there for $1 right there. And then Apple, like honestly, man, so what a name to have in the portfolio, obviously, as many of us do. And Apple, new all-time highs right now, up 0.46% and cruising, looking to take out highs again. Like these are the names I want to buy on any weakness today. I don't want to focus necessarily on Tesla. I'd rather look at the strong names that are. I love some Palantir. Palantir actually, I'm gonna get out of some of this at 175 was my plan. We're getting pretty close to that rate now, so we'll double check to see if we're close to getting out of some PLTR. So far here today, VCIG and Tesla 2 for 2. We have Silver and Open Door over there, and we have Adara back with some news.
Keep an eye on Amazon, guys. The information reporting that as an Amazon retail exec is departing the company for a business development role at OpenAI. They were at Amazon for more than 17 years. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, the information reporting that an AMZN retail exec is ditching the company for OpenAI. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, what's the word? The hot potato execs in the AI space hasn't seemed to be like too big of a deal. So I wouldn't read that much into it. Amazon actually wasn't on the list for stocks to look at today. Okay, Palantir just tagged 174. Maybe this is going to be a little bit of a dip. It's this and Nvidia that are like, they're the strongest names. 3%, 3.5%, 2.8%. VWAP sits 184 on Nvidia, 172 and a third on Palantir. Just want to look for that dip. Open didn't actually break the high, and maybe there was a dark pool print or something. I don't know. Sometimes, like it didn't actually break this high, but I did get triggered out. So sometimes like a dark pool print goes off, I just jump right back into it at the same price, just looking for that fade back in. And Nvidia, again, speaking at that conference, you can see it right there with the breaking news. Thank you for throwing up there, Andre, CFO, saying most chips being shipped are adding new data center infrastructure and not replacing install base. Don't forget, we have earnings from Marvell tonight, and Marvell has a story of its own on an acquisition. So Marvell was already moving before their earnings, if you happen to be watching that particular names. Yeah, so just back into Open, still trying to be patient about the dip in Palantir and or Nvidia. Well, there's not going to be a dip in Palantir, at least in the short term. You just saw that break another high of the day. Nvidia is at least consolidating for potential to break down here. Got a little bull flag action here on NVDA. But just be careful. They're speaking at that conference. So, trade with stops as always, I would say.
Yeah, trade with stops, that is for sure. Don't trade blind. Make sure you got your prices in there properly. Understand what you're doing. And I mean, this is why I'm sort of sitting here doing what I'm doing, and that is trying to watch out for, of course, Tesla. And, you know, it makes a move back up into 340.50. So we take another piece out right there on TSLA as it's, I'm going to take, like I want to wait to let this mature up back to where we were previously. I just don't know if that's going to hit for us right now. So we'll wait, see if it does. Hopefully we do get that movement higher, but another out there. We just bounced again off that 430.75 area. I'm going to put an offer there and then just try to hold that last 20%. So we'll put an offer in the 60s, see if we're able to do that. I think we will be able to get that price and then hold the rest. And if not, we came close to getting stopped out. We've already used that wick as our stop out before, 428.50. We actually discussed this in the pre-market. So that's what we're doing there for Tesla. If that does come back in, another good out, just getting out of that. As I told you, we'll hold that 20% and see where we go from here. All right, so Robinhood, kind of choppy off the open. You know, would obviously like this name to trend one way or the other, and here maybe goes right now. We can always check back. I always want to look at SoFi as well. And on my note, we have Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, and Open Doors. So Open Doors not really doing anything right now, and Neil's in it, so we'll monitor that as that happens. SoFi, boom. There it goes, man. Another big move there for SoFi. If anything, I'm kind of thinking right now that the market may have topped. I could see myself potentially shorting in and around here somewhere, 55.50 or so, if the TQs comes back in. I mean, a lot of these names were really excited early. We'll just see if that excitement continues here into the open. I mean, it's 9:50 now. We've been 20 minutes, and the market wants to still stay high. So nice movement now northbound on the market, but some of these names are pulling back in, including our Tesla. Remember where we're getting stopped out at, man, 428.50.
And shout out to Beta Pro by Globex, everybody, because if you're looking for exciting news out of Canada and you're a sophisticated trader, well, this is it for you. Beta Pro is offering the largest provider of leverage inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, 3x bull, 3x bear exposure to both the TSX and S&P 60, semis, and U.S. Treasuries. Also on top of that, they're offering a special fee rebate. Management fees are going down to 65 basis points until the end of this year, December 31st, everybody. And the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging for you. That way you get more pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.a3x daily. Shout out to them. So look, the market's at pretty much still at those highs. No retest here in VWAP yet of Nvidia, although it seems like, I don't want to say rolling over, that's the wrong word, maybe consolidating and trying to head a bit lower highs going into at least this 185 retest. I still think you can break down and give us a volume weighted average price. Open door, kind of got like a bad wick out. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Things happen. I said always trade with stop orders, but sometimes with a stop order, you do get a bad trigger. I think I got one. But it's back through VWAP, looking for the low of the day, 16s, and then yesterday's low at 7. Remember, Open Door and $7. Even Mitch said this, $7 been support for Open Door. So I want to take it out to 7, expect a bit of a bounce there, and then a potential reload off of that level. So that and Palantir. And Palantir still looking pretty strong, although it just tagged 175, and it's making its first potential dip into the volume weighted average price. Yeah, up to 170 to 175, almost clean there for Palantir. What I can do is maybe even draw. We're now on a 3-minute. It's got a little trend line it's respecting, and I want there to be some actual contacts on there. So I suppose with a 175 hold, if it holds this trend line, it could be worth a scalp into that range high. But let's see it close on the 3-minute and show some strength. Apple, Palantir, the market, everything looking very, very strong so far here today. Bitcoin over 89 as well. Be careful with 90.
Yeah, we really love that Palantir, man. We got filled there at 175. So what a trade Palantir's been for the last 3 or 4 years, man. As we just take some more profit out on that name, and So far, so good there. But there goes crypto. Yeah, 89s. We can have a quick look there. ETHU, I believe we had that talk there with Mitch, and yeah, it's starting to go for sure. Not crazy or anything like that, but 52.50 up to 54.50 was a great move there. But now coming back in, so hopefully there was some profit taken. The spread is what it is on this, which is pretty aggressive, 3 or 4 cents. I think you can probably trade with that, but make sure you do have your stops out as the market is pulling right now back to the downside. So there it goes, man. Tesla's still a banger, man. Good move there for Tesla. Like I said, it'll be PL1 for me, but it does just give it up there. We don't have to worry. And I was just saying, like, what about the market short? We probably should have considered that as well. Nvidia pulling back a little bit there. That market short was probably the right call, but we'll wait to buy strong names if they ever do come back in. And one of those is Nvidia, and it is trying to come back in just a little bit here. So good on you if you're able to catch some of those shorts, but I'm looking for the long in these positions. Let's go over to Adara. What's up over there?
An update from Nvidia. So just want to clarify, Nvidia is at that NeurIPS conference. That's all week, but they're also at the UBS Tech Conference today. So it's 2 separate conferences. Again, we're currently seeing comments from that UBS conference. Most recent one from Nvidia CFO Colette Kress is that the data center infrastructure could be reaching $3 to $4 trillion by 2030. So again, CFO of Nvidia guiding $3 to $4 trillion in data infrastructure by 2030. It's unclear the scope of this, like if this is for the company or just for the world at large, but either way, strong data center infrastructure guidance here from Nvidia CFO. Back to you.
Yeah, why not just be at 2 conferences at once? You're Nvidia, you can do whatever you want to do. But here comes in trend. Oh, come on. Now I doubled that up. So held the trend line there on Palantir. So this is going to be join the trend if we can't get VWAP is basically going to be the play for me. Try to catch it over 174. Still have a rule of the prior bar will be my out, so my stop is in. But just looking to buy on this candle to play into 175 for a potential break here on Palantir. While that happened, Open Door caught a bit of a bid off of the lows. I still have my $7 bid in there, but it caught a bid back through 720. Kind of saw that when it was at 18. Someone just stacked it at 18, so I just kind of hit 19s. I'm going to re-short that one in front of that 730 area. So still trying to get into Palantir. I see a few people that had put in Robinhood, as that is a big one. Obviously, with crypto breaking, with Bitcoin breaking 89,000, you have now Robinhood breaking high of the day. So yeah, the recovery, very, very good in crypto land. Robinhood leading the way here, at least off the stocks that I've been watching. Nvidia headlines are kind of coming through on our ear. Thank goodness that we have Adara to keep them. Like, you can't even keep them in your head because you have comments coming from both these conferences. If we see anything material, we'll let you guys know.
All right. Right now, Apple, we just new position. That's why we hit this. I don't know how long it's going to be there for, though. 283.50 dropping out, and we are gone on Apple. So we did get a little bit out there. We were long at O's, or long at 06s right there, and we were able to get some out in the 30s, 20s and 30s. So here comes. So I'm getting out on a 283.50 break. So if Apple does wind up taking that out, then we're gone there on Apple. Don't want to sit around for a long time. I was even saying that maybe the futures had found its way the other way right now, and it looks like Apple may be ticking just that little bit lower. Look, we're long at 83s. I mean, if we wind up losing, here it comes. If we wind up losing 30 cents, there it is, goes downside. So the stop out, I think it was 45s there. Yeah, so we do wind up getting a little bit of a hit, and there it goes, man. Flush down Apple down to the downside right there. We may have just, I don't want to get like right back into this name, but I still like it, and it's been relatively strong, but I wonder if the market is finally starting to give up just a little bit right now on Apple. We didn't really lose, well, we lost on it for sure, but we didn't lose that much. So I'm looking to get a little bit back in, but just looking at the charts, like that 200 period might have to be something we look at, which is down there at 83. So if I like the stock, I should be buying it now. We just, again, a 30-cent hit is nothing really. I'm going to buy some 50s here again just to see about that 282, basically 283. So 282.80. So we'll buy a small piece here, see if it can, get going a little bit. I will average it back in around, this little dip buy opportunity, around 83, and then drop it if it breaks. 82.80 again. So we'll sit here and test out our luck a little bit more on Apple. So, winner on Tesla, winner on VCIG, loser right there on Apple. So let's see if we are catching a falling knife or what here, because the futures aren't doing too much. So let's just see if Apple can get going there back to the upside.
Yeah, speaking of back to the upside, Palantir is about to break, well, it's about to test 175, retest of 175. There was a hold of the trend line. I was like, well, how are we going to get into Palantir? Well, you can wait for a break of the trend to go short, but if you're not looking to go short, then go long on the trend line. That's what I'm doing. But as it goes higher, I'm going to manually, I'm going to get out in front of 75 and take a 75 break. But I'm also going to have to manually move my stop every single prior bar that we get. So every time we get another bar in there, I'm moving my stop order on Palantir. Nvidia, at the same time that dipped in, Nvidia came to VWAP, the volume weighted average price, and quick bounce. 184.20. I got in when it retook this prior bar low close, which was about 50, so I got 60s. Going to try to play this one back into the high, but look at them sell it off already. So it got to 184, like 90 something, and then immediately, like the sellers just quickly jumped into that one. So I'm going to try to get 85s and 85.5. There goes Palantir. It just broke. Okay, so here, I'm flipping back to Palantir. Had it up on another level too. As I got the fill, it'll look hilarious because I got the fill in front of 75 to get out of the first long, and then in the same couple of seconds, we took the breakout long at 04. So that's two separate trades. The dip buy on trend is going to be one, and then the breakout trade just joined the party. I still think there's room to 176. Pull out a 15-minute chart, and you'll find 176 with a bit of resistance there for PLTR. So let's see how far this one can go. NASDAQ strong, market strong. Yeah, I'm in favor of the long for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but I might be in the wrong stock. We still favor Apple long. We're long right here at 40s. We didn't get that dip down into 283. It actually came into 07 or something like that. We're actually at 02, so we are waiting just for a little bit more right there. So we'll have to wait to see if we're able to get some of those fills on Apple. Looking for higher on this, that is for sure. 10 o'clock. Do we have any numbers coming through at 10 o'clock?
Construction spending, I think.
Today, construction spending, okay. So we can go to Adair if there's anything important coming through for those numbers, but or otherwise I'll just drop them for you guys very, very soon. With right now, there it is. So the 10 o'clock number, if there is one, is out. It doesn't seem to be doing too much now to the market, so I'm not hearing anything at all. So no numbers there today, apparently. So we'll just wait and see what happens now as Apple trying to go. We're long at 40s. First call there, that's 50s. We're not looking at that. That's 80s or 90s. So I think upside for Apple right now is probably the play for me that I'm going to hold on to and see if we can just extend out a little bit here on Apple. There is no JOLTS job openings we just heard in our ear, confirmed by Adara as well. But okay, here goes Apple. You know what? I'm going to take a little piece out here at 53, just making back a little bit of what we lost. There it goes, man. Apple now starting to go back up to the upside. So we got a bunch of longs over there. Nvidia, I'm sure, is popping. There goes the market right now. So good trade over there. We've got long Nvidia, long Palantir, long Apple right now. Go Apple. Nice move off that low there. So nice little dip buy opportunity there for Apple as that is finally starting to go. So short open door, long Nvidia, long Palantir, long Apple right now. We're cruising here. So far, so good. What's up, Adara?
No economic data numbers on the docket today, as I mentioned earlier. At 10:10, there's this economic optimism index. This is not a number that usually moves the market. If there is anything of note, I'll keep you guys posted. But all in all, a quiet day for economic data, though, at 10 a.m. So now we do have comments from Fed's Bowman. She will be testifying for the House Financial Services Committee. I have that in my ear. I will keep you guys posted if there's anything of note said during that testimony. Let's talk about this market, which is certainly pushing higher. Great look here to start this Tuesday. Lots of earnings on tap after the bell, including Marvell, CrowdStrike, and American Eagle. And today, some strong earnings moves, most notably from MongoDB. Let's talk about Nvidia. Nvidia, a couple different conference appearances, including at the UBS Global Technology and AI Conference, where CFO Colette Kress has been speaking. One notable thing she did say as of late is that apparently Nvidia still has not completed a definitive agreement with OpenAI. That is of note, which means that a lot of their revenue guidance, basically what she was saying, is not even factoring in their OpenAI deal. So that's significant. Let's talk here about Bitcoin. And MSTR in particular, this name pretty strong actually, following a lot of weakness yesterday, though again, a lot of these names did recover. Bitcoin trying to rebound. Let's see if MSTR and other crypto stocks can do the same. We know the status of MSTR's Bitcoin is on watch as of right now. Let's talk here about Boeing, BA, different conference here, Boeing CFO at the UBS Industrials Conference, where they say that they actually see an increase here in their 737 and 787 deliveries in 2026 compared to 2025. So year-over-year growth guided for these deliveries. Good look for BA, which continues to make highs of day. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to take our friends at Orogenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orogenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. We come back to Apple dancing now. There it goes, man, shooting right back there to the upside. So we make back what we lost, and now we'll wait to see where it goes from here as we just kind of take a deep breath and watch out to see what's going on here with Apple and the moves higher there. So, yeah, I guess you got out of some positions if you want to talk about those, but I'm just on the same one.
Very quickly, I always start with whatever. You start with the one that broke out. Actually, it didn't really break out. Another wick. A wick out by 1 cent on open door. Got the right level on this stock, but as long as it puts in higher lows and higher highs, it's kind of channeling back into the upside. I'll go to Palantir in a quick second, but we took Nvidia from VWAP to the high. It rejected the high again. Those wicks. It looks like we're, again, rejecting 185.5 and pulling. If we pull back into VWAP, I think that's the place to go to look for another potential bid. Palantir, so on trend was better than the breakout, is what I will tell you. So buying it on the trend line, right now, that's going to end up being very close to the 75 even. So if we lose the 75 even, we're potentially breaking this trend here. And then I wait for the volume weighted average price. So Palantir has been better on the trend line than it was on that flat top break at $175. And just to go over, I know we haven't talked a lot of crypto, and apologies for that. We're literally at 90,000 right now in Bitcoin. So 89,962. I think we just top wicked 90,000, and we just hit 90,000 again. So about 5110 on IBIT is going to be that 90,000 level. This would be the spot to, at least where I would look for a reversion. If we get any kind of a reversal, then I'm going to the place that I went yesterday, which is not Bitcoin for shorts. It'll be BMNR. So I'm going to add this one to the list. If I see a rejection candle and a break of trend, it's not Bitcoin I'd rather short. I'd rather play BMNR. It was down 10% or 11, or whatever the heck it was yesterday. I think it was more than 10%. Now up 10% BMNR. You get outsized moves in either direction for this. Can't really call it a stock. You can't really call these guys stocks, right? Like it's glorified ETF.
Yeah, I mean,
technically they're stocks, but
pretty much is an ETF, I would say. What is MSTR doing? I mean, it's very, very similar.
Better
here.
Be Moon otherwise.
Yeah, it's up 6%, so that's really nice. There's 90,000, by the way, on Bitcoin. So we'll go bang, 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 and we'll say awesome for anybody that was able to pick something up lower. And like we had said yesterday, looking at lower levels. But if you didn't dip by the most recent one there in Bitcoin, then you're just holding what you got. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you're thinking about longer term, we talked about some of the moves that are possible here in BTC. There's the play down to 70,000. That would be sort of the next area there. We talked about 70,000 yesterday. And then now's the move back through 90. So, hey, I mean, if you could have had that crystal ball a couple years ago and said Bitcoin 90,000, you're probably pretty happy with it. But right now, it does have the feel of downside momentum. So it's really nice that we've been able to cover up sort of that big move yesterday right now today. So up to 91,000 would be real nice. I think like a break in and around here is kind of, that's actually 100 again. So, that would be nice. That's where the 50-period moving average is on BTC. So definitely worth a look over there. So this is still in $1 with Apple. I like that Palantir. And we also did have Tesla trade earlier, which we're still up on. Like, unfortunately, there's that 428, 427 area that came right in, and we actually talked about that level before, but we didn't really do anything on it because I was waiting for just a little bit lower in there around that 426 area to dip by. But again, we made some money on it. We're 3 for 3 today with our net on the stocks. We lost on this first Apple idea, but made it back right there to get green there. And then VCIG was a banger right there off the open. Then Tesla was great. You know, to be honest with you, we did hold, I don't think it was even 20%. Maybe it was 20%. VCIG was 20%. This probably was as well back in. So a quick little dollar loser there, but then $3 or $4 winner there to the upside. You got to cash out when trades go in the favor for you. Or else you hold the bag, which we kind of did right there, and unfortunately got out where we did. You know, we did ring the register on our personal account a little bit at 175 on Palantir, so really happy with that movement. Hopefully the next time we'll be able to do something is around 190 there. Again, PayPal, DraftKings. We did have some stories on Shopify, of course, earlier.
Yesterday's outage.
You know, that's up now 5%, so we triggered into that trade for you guys earlier. Well, I'm not triggered in, but we brought it to your attention there as Shopify battling back there today after that outage yesterday. But here goes Apple. Just keep going, man. If we can, what about here? 60s or 70s? You know, it's because we're at 50s. We'll always take something out around here, so we'll go 54. There it is, just instantly gotten that out. And bye-bye, ciao. There goes Apple, man. It'll be a 3 for 3 day over on this side. Neil's been putting up some numbers as well. So, you know, congratulations to everybody. And make sure you watch us. We're live now every day at 8 o'clock. So that's how we got that VCIG trade. And, you know, we're putting on some more right there. There goes Apple's mooning right now, as I'm sure Palantir is as well.
Yeah, Palantir just continues to go higher. CoreWeave, these people in the chat, thank you for putting that $ in there. CoreWeave, a name to watch. If Nvidia is going to be up 2.8%, then hey, why wouldn't CoreWeave be up 6%? That's going to be a good one. Palantir, another press. It just bounced off 75. So the ad at 174 will be second trade off the 175, continues to hold trend. But I am going to respect the trend line. Like if we break this, I'll jump out. Even if it ends up being, like right now, it'd be about 175 quarter. But I'm just following my rules. Like if I'm joining it on the trend a little bit late, I would say, you could make a really strong argument to have had this here. Maybe like 50 cents better because that was a third contact. Maybe 20, 30 cents better if you're really conservative. But if we break this trend line, I'll jump out. And then we can still look for VWAP on, what the heck, Tesla? On Palantir. So I just looked up and saw this candle on Tesla. So Tesla has now broken out above 434.
This is a monster.
433. This would be the... Yeah, that's the candle that it takes out this resistance on a 15-minute. That was a time frame that I wanted to see Tesla strong on. We talked about this yesterday, like the level, but it didn't do it. Today, barring some kind of disaster in the next 5 minutes.
Oh my God, Tesla!
Should
yeah. Wow.
easily close above the 433. Yeah, it should mean this 15-minute candle is going to close above 433, and then I can look on. And I can look long there. That's insane. But Palantir briefly broke trend, so I jump out and wait for the next opportunity. So when we got Nvidia. And hopefully Palantir, for anyone that's still in it, doesn't do what Nvidia just did. Because Nvidia went to the high, so it's a reversion, bounce off VWAP to the high, right back at VWAP, while the market's at highs. I don't love that. The market at the high in Nvidia testing, and very different. This was bouncing clean on VWAP, like bottoming tail candles. Now it's looking a little bit different here for Nvidia. So glad that we're able to get the VWAP bounce, but that doesn't mean I automatically want to jump in front of this moving freight train. Allow it to settle down here off the volume weighted average price for Nvidia. So much a market leader, and now Tesla's stronger. So,
guys, we nailed that Tesla trade, but unfortunately we were able to get out of it, but not without taking a little bit of cash on that. But we would have loved, obviously, to still be in this name and printing that cash. But wow, there goes NVDA, just an absolute, or sorry, Tesla, an absolute monster. And Apple's actually, look, we focused on Apple, so, you know, to make the money back here on Apple has been fine. It's going to be a good trade there, but yeah, it is NVIDIA's, Tesla's world right there, which is crazy. This is, again, we have Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, and Open Door all as longs right there today, and there it goes, man, monster move to the upside. We could check out on Open Door, not really doing too much there today. Neil was on this name, which was good. Down in there to 714, 715s there for Open Door. So we'll have a look if that gets a little bit aggressive there back into the downside. But make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe and get involved with us here, and that's part of this. And this is our stock sort of visualizer. We've had this on the board there behind us for a minute. There it is. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Netflix today, this is just a quick little look at some names that you guys have voted for by putting in their $sign and then whatever stock you may want. But Netflix, Robinhood up 4%. We talked about that name's going to go with crypto. Great to see Intel. I'm actually going to log in and get out of some more Intel right there, up another 5%. Wow, that's a double up in the account. So that's a money-making opportunity there as well. MSTR up 6, which is great. I don't know what ABTC is. We could definitely have a quick look. I'm going to pause this for a second so it doesn't do that again. Nvidia up 2. Love Nvidia, man. It was the trade of the day on the board there. Neil had that. Beyond Meat, wow, up to 135. A lot of traders want to talk about that one. Tesla, absolute monster, and boy, oh boy, was that a good idea. We actually, written on here, says 429 long. So we had it, but only held it for an amazing 50 cents against us and then got out. But when you're trading bigger, sometimes you got to do that, and you will look back and be upset that you get out, of course. MSTR, SoFi, I mean, a great stock. Love that name for the long term. Meta up 0.3, which is nice. It was getting hit a little bit there in the pre-market. And then the biggest and the baddest of them all, man, Palantir, doing great work there for anybody that is long on PLTR. But all right, man, the momentum continues over here as we continue to watch out for some of these plays coming in, and it's going to be one more time there. Apple now up $1.50 in the money on AAPL, and it's still trying to work. So far so good here. Let's just see if we get some more push to the upside there on Apple. We were wrong early, but we stayed into it, got right back in, found those lows, nailed it off that 50-period moving average. There goes Apple, right back into highs. We did it again right now at $1.55, almost, looking at $2.85. Now I'm going to put another offer at here at 88, get some more out there on Apple. Still got like 30% of this trade. So far so good here on AAPL. Wish we would have got longer though.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get longer in Palantir or back into it. The market's breaking highs. So it broke the trend. I didn't short because I'm not looking short on Palantir today, but I thought that would give us at least a chance to maybe get back to the original entry, 74s or 73.5 at VWAP. When you look at this, it's the 15-minute chart is rather glorious, and now you're well above this 74 area. So like the next available dip is going to still be able to play for us here in PLTR. It's Nvidia, the other long, that is looking a little bit different, right? Like it just closed under VWAP and kind of opening looking weak. I don't like this long anymore. So it would look good before the first bounce, like first available dip. I think we're able to catch it, but I'm not really liking that, and I'm not really thinking short on Nvidia either. AMD, however, is even weaker than Nvidia, even though it's up 1.3%. It's well underneath the volume-weighted average price. So anyone watching these two names, they're still above prior highs, so you can still bounce on a 15-minute or a higher time frame that's going to look good. But just sort of scanning if there's anything that I even like for a reversion short if the futures pull back. Intel's way too strong. Why is Intel up 5%, please?
That's what I was looking at, remember?
Intel back to 52-week highs. I know you're saying like looking for another trim. It's at 42. That is my favorite number in the whole wide world. I think it's, let me zoom back here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing out on something bigger. No, 42 is that level. Go all the way back to April of 2024. Like there's a reason why it was a resistance spot at that 42 level. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world to trim on Intel. Kind of ear to the ground for a story. It could still just be this Apple thing. Right? Like remember they had on Friday, they were going absolutely ham, possibly making Apple chips. So it could be a continuation of that potentially. But here comes Tesla pulling back in. It closed on the 15 above $433 because it's 10.15 right now. So just looking for any kind of a sign of a bounce, right? Like not standing in front. You saw with Nvidia how we were able to get in on a 3-minute. It tagged VWAP. The next one held and then broke that prior bar close and then entered there. So there hasn't been anything like that on a dip for Tesla yet. I stress the yet. It's strong enough that it can pull back into VWAP. It can do the same thing Nvidia did.
I'm at 90,600 right now as Bitcoin just motors to highs right there. So, you can analyze the charts all you want, but like yesterday's dip buy seems to have been right there on IBIT. It looks like we hold that 50 area pretty decently, and right back there to the upside. So giving some shout out to Mitch, who was obviously on earlier and talked about ETHU. If you believed in the crypto space, then this would have been obviously a name that you would have got on the back of. And there it goes, ETHU, the 2 times Ethereum ETF. And, you know, really starting to get going here are many of the space, many names in the space. Yesterday we were at 292 there in the market cap as we discussed that live on air, and then right into here 91,000 now for Bitcoin just in the last 24 hours, up 5, right? There goes. So it's up the same as Ethereum. So Ethereum and Bitcoin right now, so whether or not you traded ETHU or BITO or anything that's sort of an extension of Bitcoin, you probably would have been okay. Ripple up 5%. I actually bought more of this at $2, despite what our good friend Kevin O'Leary says. Binance there, Solana, again, nice move up. I mean, there's 8% on Solana. So again, like, just looking at your own accounts, trade them however you want. Some of these, there's 10% in Cardano. So, you know, if I would have taken some advice and got only into Bitcoin and Ethereum, you obviously don't have the upside today that you do in some of these coins, but they get hit a lot more dramatically when crypto is down. But when crypto is up, boy, oh boy, do those names really start to fly. So big, you know, really happy to be a holder there of Cardano, and those names today, but not long term, does not look greatest on that one. But there's $1.70 now in the money on Apple. So, you know, huge play there for me today. Apple, really starting to get back into it. It's too bad because Tesla's still going to be my P&L number 1 despite getting stopped out right there. But Apple's trying to go VCIG, you know, not as many shares, obviously, because it's a pre-market trade, but that will round up what I've been doing today. VCIG, Apple, and Tesla. So it's those 3 names, and we'll go 3 for 3. So all 3 names, all 3 P&L greens. So, you know, that's always a pretty decent day when that winds up happening. And by the way, there goes Apple again, now almost $2 in as we get above 285 right now. For the monster, that is Apple. Thanks for watching. Let's go over to Adara and figure out what she's up to.
What's up here is Oscar. OSCR in the news. I'm seeing some reports suggesting that House Republicans are poised to make a short-term extension of these expiring ACA subsidies. So if the ACA subsidies get extended, good luck here for names like OSCR. UNH would be another name to watch on this, but OSCR by far the most volatile and retail heavy. Back to you.
Yeah, crazy action the last couple of days in all of those, like up and down and around. Oscar, UNH are moving as well. But I said I was going to go over to Tilray after the opening rush. So Tilray, a reverse split. So it was 78 cents, 780. It's obviously going to be in the red right now. Love how we still got the, yeah, so 3% to the downside. But just waiting for an entry. I want to be short the stock. Didn't get to $8.50. So there's a trend break. Once I saw, hey, this is a broken trend, which is a setup that I like. Go over the prior bar exit. So my stop is going to be the prior bar. Well, so this is where it breaks trend. The prior bar is going to be here. So about 670-ish. Is the stop here on Tilray, and then just going to look for it to come back into the low of the day. So it gave me a setup, finally gave me an entry point on Tilray. Nvidia still, I don't know, man. Nvidia's still not looking very, it's not looking like a long much anymore. So yeah, I feel like that one might be getting away from us. And then the same thing with Palantir. Now, I showed you, like, this was the trend line that got me out of Palantir. Now it's pulling right back into the volume-weighted average price. So the new position for me, something that's set up, is going to be Tilray, of course, with the reverse split. But the market pulling back a little bit here. Nvidia, part of the story. Palantir, part of the story. Even Tesla started to pull back as well. Adara?
Let's start with Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, of course, this one has about a 21.5% short float. No news on this, but lots of retail attention. Coming off a not so great earnings report now, like a month ago. It's crazy how time flies. But either way here, BYND on watch with no catalyst. PLRZ, on the other hand, actually does have a catalyst and a pretty notable float. We're talking around 6 million shares, so pretty small float. This one's already halted a couple times. And they announced that they have completed a manufacturing upscaling milestone for their proprietary nasal spray platform. So good look there for PLRZ, Polyrysin. That one, much like Beyond Meat, has rallied in the past. And our last name has rallied in the past as well, FTEL. In fact, guys, it actually rallied yesterday. Patel yesterday announces a $3 million share repurchase program, which causes the stock to pop. We've got a $3 million market cap here and a 330,000 share float. So pretty small float there for FTEL. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at BTCC because, guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe, and through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses for up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info and back to Sean and Neil.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, that ABTC there is this American Bitcoin Corporation, and of course, this is the Trump run. I think it's Eric that was posting some videos the other day about him walking through, and it's a pretty impressive facility, if that's exactly what that was. And they're using Hut 8. I saw some of those miners being set up there and all those systems. So, you know, Hut 8, maybe we talked about this with Kevin yesterday, the picks and shovels, you know, could be part of the story there. But I don't know what the individual story is. Is there an individual story with Hut 8 today, Adara? Because
I've been looking and I can't find anything yet.
Bizarre.
Okay, yeah, so down 10% there. Maybe that's an Eric W. Jackson flush out there. I don't know if he's gotten out of that or what, but there it is, man. Breaking through $40 creates this big volume
You said
spike.
it was more than just a Bitcoin play.
Yep. So he was
hoping it was a Bitcoin play today.
Yeah, we talked about this. I mean, when it came out, it was like $48, $49, and I remember buying it that day. And we had a nice little run up as we played the momentum in the stock, but you can see momentum fading quite nicely on that one for sure. Apple's still going though, so we're gonna watch out. I mean, we just took out the highs right there, so this name just will not slow down there. Apple. Monster move. Now $2 in the money, man. We took like $4 or $5 on, or $3 or $4, I guess, on this Tesla trade right there, and it just bounced off VWAP pretty clean. We should have been there for that, and we weren't. So my bad on that one. We should have bought some more Tesla down there. VCIG is the other stock for me today, and then Open Door as well. So, you know, 3 for 3 here. And looking for some more. So if there's anything else, you know, yeah, I told you Apple long. Yeah, I hope that, what's up, the Hog Rider there. Yeah, man, I don't know who you told, but probably the chat. And there it goes. Nice upside play. We've got it in our blotters right there. So nice move up there for Apple. We just took some out at 285. These are brand new all-time highs. So there's really just smooth sailing here moving forward. So all good. What's up, Majid there? Yeah, I did. Thank you for that. I mean, I really do appreciate, you know, at least when we got out of Tesla, we were able to find our way into Apple, or else I would be sick. But, you know, so far, so good. You gotta take money when it's there, then follow your rules. And I do this all the time. You know, we had big trades yesterday. Yesterday's trading day was huge, and it was such a great opportunity to come back here today and trade it one more time. So here we go. We'll get some more Apple out now. Apple and Bitcoin, everything seems to be ripping to the high side today. The Nasdaq's up that 1%. Bye Apple. Another out rate there, just ticking over $2 as it just continues to get going, man. Apple, Mara, Coinbase, like some of these names are being lifted here by Bitcoin for sure. And I said that to Sharif when I sat down. I was like, I really just check Bitcoin now in the morning. If Bitcoin's up, then you know my bias is going to be long. And today we have all 4 longs written on here, and we're 3 for 3. So, you know, we got to be happy with our progress today, some of the work that we put in, the due diligence in finding these trades, and it's been a good one here today as far as those trades are concerned.
Yeah, so I showed you guys what the plan of action was going to be specifically on Tesla at VWAP, what it was on Nvidia. So this is Nvidia, goes to tag VWAP, hits VWAP, breaks that prior bar, then you want to get in long there. So that's the plan. Pretty much, it's almost the same thing on Tesla, except Tesla moves a little bit faster. So when Tesla gave you the long here, it's like 44.32, like 70 or so. Right in there. I didn't catch it until 33 on the next candle. Didn't want to chase the move all the way into potential resistance at 34. So following my rule, I get it here, take some out at that 34, and then if we lose that $0.50, I want to jump out, because that's the play. Allow it to bounce. Like, I prefer not to like assume that we're going to bounce off VWAP, allow it to show the bounce, and then get in somewhere in this range to look for the play in a bit higher. So the stop is going to be under this prior bar at the $0.50. So I can quickly show you the reason to get in, reason to get out. Look, that'll end up being a flat trade, but I want to make sure, like, that's exactly the same pattern of action that I'm looking for on Nvidia. And with Tesla, I would take that out, take it at first resistance and then take it at the high of the day as well. I know we're going to go back over to Adair in a quick second, but I did want to jump over before we do. Palantir is also at the volume weighted average price. Oh, sorry. We're going to go to my left. Palantir also trying to bounce off VWAP. Want to look for the same pattern. Show me that you're actually holding the volume weighted average price and then jump in.
All right, guys. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what keeping so many traders on the sideline. But guess what? That is, of course, changing. And Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on, of course, what truly matters. That is discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit your profit targets, you do keep 70% of those profits. There's no fears, no barriers, just opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. And of course, it's powered by Trade the Pool. You can scan that QR code and grab 10% off. Let them know you're coming from Trader TV. And yeah, so thank you to Trade the Pool and to Mitch for coming through one more time. That's too bad, man. We just missed a much bigger trade there on Apple earlier. Oh, man, we were trying to, we were just down there. We missed it by like 5 cents or so, a much, much bigger one. But there it is now, $2 and growing upside right there today. So yeah, man, this is live trading. We want to welcome everybody into the show. Neil and I will put on positions. And of course, you can ask us at any time about any of the trades we've had on. We actually show them right here on our screen. So, we're comfortable doing that. We've been trading here for a minute. And it's a good one, 10:30. We are off at 10. At 11, and then it goes over to Sharif and Joe for just more commentary on the market, and then we're back again at 2. So it's 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily, and it's your one source, only source needed for trading. It's Trader TV Live. You're now rocking with the best. All right, more outs there on Apple, and we're going to go over there and figure out. Oh, farewell to you too, Majid there. We will see you at 2 p.m. Thank you for joining us, and make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. And look what just happened to Apple. Whoops, we just got a piece out there. We're getting less and less on this. We have way less than 10% right now on this trade, but we're going to watch out for Apple on a move down. And Dara, what up over there?
I have OKLO, guys. Oklo on watch. Forbes issuing an article during which it says Oklo is a bubble and the nuclear renaissance is real, but Oklo is the wrong vehicle. So Forbes, pretty negative here on OKLO. Back to Sean and Neil.
I'm going to buy Tesla down here.
You can't call Oklo a bubble. Like, it's 2-0 to be a bubble. Like, I don't know. Usually a bubble.
Neil, Oklo's a bubble, okay?
It's just a weird thing. Like, everybody already knows they don't make any money.
I don't know.
No, just very quickly, I wanted to show you. Look at the.
What just
this
happened?
This is why you have rules. Like, the reason I'm getting in, do I want my stop at VWAP, or in this particular case, do I want to put it at that prior bar open and close? So Tesla, the second it took that down technically, Dumpsville, and at the same time, Nvidia lost a bid. Palantir is not going to hold VWAP either, so Nvidia starting to lose a bid a little bit more. Palantir, well, who's that idiot that said don't short that trend break? The thing is, actually, the reason I don't short trend breaks on Palantir is I find on the strong Palantir days, and at least to my research this year, it doesn't work very well shorting the trend break usually in Palantir. So I just don't do it. I'll get out of the long, but I don't actually reverse this one into the short. It obviously works today to make me sound stupid, but ultimately, if it doesn't work on a particular stock, a strategy that you like, then you don't have to do it. So that's the way I'm going to play with it on PLTR. Looking a little bit weak. The future is just tag VWAP as well, though.
There's Tesla. So here we go, man. We're now in the money, another 50 cents right there as we buy that dip on Tesla. And there we go, right back there to the upside. So yeah, man, good movement there on TSLA, needless to say, as we make our move back up on that. And we're just trying to, I don't know what that dump was all about right there. Happened across every single name. So I saw Apple make that move down. We'll buy some Tesla and get some out. I don't know. There was something that hit the wire there that we just didn't confirm or anything. But I don't know, Apple. We could check out what's going on with Google. Google's another name that I want to buy. But not until we get a little closer to $3 bills. Let's see if that had a similar move. Yes, it did. So I think someone just maybe either got out of all their some baskets here or what. But no, I mean, Meta didn't make that reaction. So we could see if AMD or anything like that. We just had to, okay, well, they're starting to fall back in as well. So some of these names continue to be a little topsy-turvy here into what is going to be, hopefully, a pretty steady day, right? I mean, the NASDAQ now is just bouncing there into VWAP. So maybe we get a little bit of a hold now in that space, but that would be nice. The market just came right into there and was able to hold. So we'll see if that can hold again as we just sit on our Tesla bag here a little bit as it's starting to move back in. So we did take some outs there. We actually only have half left, excuse me, as we will wait for that move and then try to get a little bit more at 428 and then watch out for that bottom break of 427. You know, obviously something has hit, I think, right now. I'm actually going to just, even though Apple's not really down that much, I'm going to take a piece out here again in the 80s if we can on, maybe we can't even do that. I'll offer some 74s here on Apple, see if that will wind, there it is, so that winds up coming out again. So just getting some out here as we wonder what's up. And yeah, that top on the futures, man, we had mentioned shorting that and never did it, so too bad. There's the move back into VWAP, but I am expecting a bounce now on the futures. So, you know, we are getting that, but obviously story related there. I mean, a huge spike to the downside there on the overall market and individual stocks.
I have not seen anything as of yet, and I have scoured thoroughly. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. But I'm also listening to this testimony with Michelle Bowman, who is a Fed member. Nothing from that either.
Okay, yeah, that's all good. I mean, maybe it's nothing. Who knows? But I mean, I'm just sitting still here in Tesla waiting. So, you know, maybe there's going to be some sort of a move here that we can have back to the upside. Otherwise, we'll just trade light on this trend and, you know, a little lighter on the share size right now until we get a more convincing move one way or the other. And then Palantir, you know, out, even though it's a long-term account, we talked about that, out some more at 175 on that break higher today in the account. So that was a good trade there so far. But yeah, we'll just wait on Tesla, man, see if we can have another banger over here. So yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, I agreed. Again, even if there wasn't a specific reason for that drop in the market, it still happened. I mean, Broadcom at the low of the day. So I'm just looking at what's relatively weak and strong as, wow, we're going to go back to the breakout price on Nvidia. So it looks like we are trending back into where it broke out at 182.5. That's going to be the next spot to look for, like somewhere into that opening range for a bounce, or maybe Palantir gets there first. Although Palantir is not going to get there first. Maybe Palantir gets off to 172. So the first dip at the open was 172 on Palantir. That's the next place I would look for a potential scalp long. And then guess what? It doesn't have to be a story, but the market just pulled back and Intel naturally just made a fresh high. 7%, no trouble with 42, just powering through at this point. So Intel just made another a new 52-week high, I believe. Well, last time I checked, above 42.5 is going to be a 52-week high for Intel. So this one is definitely churning. It does not care whatsoever about the market. I feel like I'm trading a little bit blind on that one. I don't get why it's so strong there with Intel. So glad I'm not shorted, but I'm looking for either re-entry in a Palantir and Nvidia, just sticking with the two names that we liked originally. And so either we get down to 182.5, look for a trend break, or Palantir 172. As we have a super chat. Oh no, sorry, just a question.
Yeah, just a question here. I mean, it's directed at me, but we can both answer this one. Yeah, it's just, you know, cut your losses on Beyond Meat. I mean, I'm not sure, you know, the benefit of cutting losses, especially at this time of year, you know, you can have some tax savings there if you have other winners, and you could sort of write off the loss potentially. Wow, go Tesla. Tesla's still trying to go higher there. Cut the loss on this trade and then work on other trades. I think, yeah. Honestly, if you're in this spot, and again, we just talk about, you know, our own trading and things like that around here, but, you know, underneath this 50-period moving average, I don't mind if you want to hold it a little bit more, but, you know, we were just down just a couple, this is a daily chart, right? This is just a week ago. You were down at 90 cents, 70 cents, and maybe even going lower. So you've almost doubled up to that, back up to 130. I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth, right? I think that's a good opportunity. We've only really broken through, I mean, unless you want to go all the way back, that's last year, right here when we were up to $6, $7. This was, here's the 50 period there, came right back in. And what I was getting at was we have had an opportunity for this thing to go back to the upside. But the 50 period moving average, you know, respected there, all of a sudden blasted through, and we spent 3 or 4 days above the 50 period moving average on the daily. And now you're just right back underneath it. Even if you spend a little bit above, I think it maybe gets to $2. That may be something like your high. So I think there's some sort of a benefit there to cut some losses and maybe use it as a taxable write-off against your gains. So your losses against your gains there could be something. So Tesla does not break that 344, 30, 50, which of course is where I can't make this stuff up. Like I'm sitting there and it goes to 45 and then drops $1. So you're gonna have to wait out for this. The market, I was looking at the TQs actually, which is what you guys caught me on before that. And thank you so much for that Beyond Meat. I actually asked the question if anybody in there is a Green, what's going on with your positions today? I hope you guys are all doing well, of course, as we watch out for these markets to continue to move around. But TQs was almost there, man, at that 200 period moving average. So that was another name that I wanted to bring some attention to anyways here on the TQQ front, that we just hit the 200 period and got a little distracted. But here goes Tesla. Let me take another piece out right here at 18 if we can do that. And then we'll wait to see if we get that 50 level there. So 430 50s. We're going to change it to 430 40s and see if we can get that. But right now, Tesla, there's another out for us. So far, so good here as we continue to run the same stocks and continue to do quite well. So it's 10:37. Again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. And we're back at 2, and the other boys are here from 11 to 1. So that should be a lot of fun, and we'll discuss what's for lunch momentarily.
Yeah, as we always do, but yeah, it's not going to be Palantir longs at this rate. It just can't seem to really catch any kind of a curl or a bid just yet. So Palantir continuing, it's still on a downward trend. What are you going to do? It hasn't gotten to 172 yet. I think if you lose that, you're waiting for 170 even. But I did see, at least when you were pulling up Beyond Meat, I was able, and you can eyeball this one, but you know, from the pre-market, Beyond Meat, bit of a double bottom or whatever you want to call that. Here it is $1.28, and even this is trying a bit of a trend break. I might, yeah, maybe Beyond Meat for a bit of a trend break. As Palantir not setting up yet, neither is Nvidia. So might look over to this for a quick little scalp trade. Like if you can get this back into VWAP or at least yesterday's highs, that'll be plenty good for BYND. And Abomar in the chat, what is up with Intel? You're not the only person that's asking this question. Intel absolutely on one. Remember, it's not a small deal for, like I know the news on Friday was gigantic, right? So with Apple and then potentially making some of Apple's chips, not all. That's a really big customer. And this is pretty much exactly what everybody's been waiting for Intel. So this is a big deal. It's a big deal for them. And maybe yesterday was just like a timeout of consolidation. And then now we're just resuming the rally on that. So Intel closing above 42.5. There's not, look, what's standing in between its way and like $50, which is going back to like last year's highs, I think right at the beginning of the year. So I don't see anything that's wrong with this on Intel, except it just kind of caught everyone off guard. And sometimes that can be the best long because it caught people off guard today. After yesterday, I would never have guessed this would be up 6.5%. Just didn't have the strength. And meanwhile, Nvidia is still pulling back. This can't break trend either. So from the high, we're able to get out. It's now holding the downtrend line. Don't want to be short, so I have to wait for this one to break this trend back to the upside. And then we're possibly taking this and or Palantir, which is trying to do the same thing. We're going to go to Adara for Sector Watch in just a little bit, and that's where we'll get to see how things other than the chips are doing, because it's been all tech so far this morning. No? Oh, okay, maybe we'll give it a second.
All right, here he goes. We'll go awesome on this one, man. Back to trading right now as Tesla starting to go. So we actually get that 40 fill, and here we go again. It's another dollar right there. Shout out to Ozan and everybody watching right now. There it goes. I'll get it out at 75. Why not? As we continue to get a little bit higher. I was waiting at 31s, but I'll just cancel that. We'll take it anyways. Huge move now. Apple $2, Tesla another $1. We'll put $3.50 right now in the account on these two trades, and just continue to go, man. That's 433, 430. What is that? 430. we should get something out in here. 431.50. Okay, if we can get back up into there, we'll take it out. Let's go to 20s first, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit higher on all of this. But there it goes again, man. Big time movement for Tesla, big time movement for Apple as we enjoy. Look what Apple's doing right now. I mean, go follow me, and hopefully you'll be able to see some of these trades over on X as we just continue to pump forward here, man. $3, $2.50, in the money on Apple, $1.40 in the money on Tesla. Neil and Tilray, Neil and Nvidia, Adara back over at the desk.
As Neil and Sean have alluded to here, the strength is in tech and really not anywhere else. I mean, Intel really strong here as well, in addition to, of course, ongoing excitement with the reported Apple processor involvement. We also have the Malaysian Prime Minister saying that Intel's going to invest another 200 million USD into the country. So nice look there. Boeing also up quite significantly, up nearly 10% for BA. 10% in count, or 9% in counting here, as BA CFO does appear at a conference and talks a lot about year-over-year growth in terms of their 737 and 787 deliveries. Let's talk here about tech services, also pretty strong with the exception of Netflix. But then we have to talk about everything else, which is quite weak. PG leading an altogether red consumer non-durable sector. Utilities right across the board. Energy minerals quite weak here. Consumer services, with the notable exception of Booking Holdings, is all to the downside. Same with industrial services, communications, and non-energy minerals. Health tech, still a little bit of a bright spot here. Eli Lilly up nearly 1% and still above that $1,000 level. Producer manufacturing, which again has some tech and AI connections, notably names like AMAT and LRCX, also strong today. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Well, Nvidia broke trend. So did Palantir, but only got one of them. Got Nvidia breaking the trend. They happened at exactly the same moment, so you only... If you're a robot, you get both of them. If you set a program, I guess you could probably like basket order in or something like that. But both of them breaking the downward trend. Look for a retracement back into the volume weighted average price as the NASDAQ is about to get highs. One more time here. So if we get to the top on the NASDAQ, which will be about 256.5, if we reject that high and reject VWAP, then I get out at VWAP. It's that simple. I'm going to respect the fact that the NASDAQ's at the high, and Nvidia, while leading early, is not leading a little bit later. So you kind of take what you can get on that mean reversion trade, and then you're not upset. At least that's the plan of action for sure. So again, just waiting for it patiently to give me an entry setup. That way I know where I'm in, I know where I'm out, I know where I'm targeting when the futures hit the high, and if the break out the highs, then I want to hold it into 185 there for Nvidia. Oh, and by the way, if you're looking at some other chips, they all did the same thing. Like AMD, boom, there's a trend break on AMD. It also made a power move. And, I mean, obviously, we're already really strong on Intel, but go back over to Broadcom as well. Like Broadcom caught a bid. This was one of the weakest chip names, so that also catching a bit of a bid, heading higher. So the chips dipped and are now looking rather strong as the market gets back into the high of the day. And for everyone out there, Martin in the chat and some of the small cap traders, that SMX stock that just halted. The tap is down. Halting at the highs, it's actually indicating an open lower initially. So if you're in this one, up 52%, 59.5 is a halt, but it's indicating, now it's indicating flat. So it was indicating 58, now 59.5. As small cappers going, you got the market going, but we're at those highs. Got to see us bust through because Nvidia is at VWAP, and we're kind of rejecting this top for now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a different market for different stocks. Like, I just cannot believe what Apple's doing right now. It's an absolute monster. Like, I've probably sold Apple a couple times in my life, but I don't know if we'll be doing it again. This name just absolute rocking. You know, the reason why these big tech names continue to work out is you're going to have an earnings season. We just had a great earnings season. You're going to have another one probably. And then they just keep on buying these big names up because we're in this interest rate cut environment right now. 87% chance right there that we get that interest rate cut in just 6 trading days or whatever it is, December the 10th. So, you know, we're getting closer and less than that. We're getting closer and closer to, again, another rate cut, a Fed that has our back, a new Fed chair that's going to be appointed by the stock market president. So that's great. You have earnings, like I said, that beat or met expectations on the S&P 500. And there we go, man. Trump's making visits to Beijing. Trump's back and forth, making deals. We get some big-time stocks making big-time moves. And then now, today, you get the biggest and the baddest just carrying it as well, up 2.5%. Two of the biggest names involved in all the hedge funds are just an absolute monster today in all the ETFs. It's Apple, it's Nvidia leading the way higher. You want to be short those names? I think not. All right, what's up, Crons, right there? That blip a little while ago was Jordan Belfort shorting the market. Yeah, I'm sure as his forehead hit the keyboard. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Shout out to you guys there. Thanks for that comment. Great little $5. And yeah,
got quite the forehead.
That was a good little blip there for sure in the market. But you know, all we did was take advantage of that. And I think that what you want to do is go over to stocks. And you know, this has come back, but look where it went up to, right up to VWAP. Go back over to stocks that you think have this opportunity to do this. So when you catch them, boom goes a dynamite right there. So I would just say play momentum. And I think I've showed the worth today. Like this was a great trade early on a small cap, then a monster trade on Tesla to start the day on the sticky note, and then found a name that was so strong today in Apple, and then really nuked that one to the upside right there. So Tesla's still going to be my P&L number one, but it's now a battle between Apple and Tesla, of course, as we continue to watch that. And I just went into my account and I forgot to do it because it came back over here, but I will be selling some Intel today. And it's just, let's raise some more cash. If, you know, just at these levels, Intel right now breaking out, I'm going to do it. We're hella long down there, sub 20 bucks. And I think that was an easy trade to get long down there, but it also looks like an easy trade to get out. So I'm going to just make the easy trades, man. That's what I do here on the show, and it's been working out. So Intel for me is a good out. Hey, man, we're 450 in the money now on these two trades. So so far, so good. The only one that we weren't able to get into was Open Door there today, and it's kind of a relatively flat trade. You traded Open Door today, so but
it went out
yeah,
a couple times.
Not much going on.
It really didn't move much. I mean, it gave you like 10 cents, like originally for $7 stock's not that bad, but it's still in the same range. So I think waiting for it to do something a little more distinct matters. But so Nvidia, right when the market came to the highs, it rejected VWAPs. They said, look, I'm going to get out of it. If we're long into the same price area and it shows me resistance, then we'll just jump out of it. You know, like have a reason to get in, but look for a place to get a re-entry point. Now might be above the volume weighted average price. So it's broken the trend. Now I want to see if there's buyers back above 184, and then I can start to work into a long, a third time here on Nvidia. Like so far, so good, right? Like we're able to get into it sort of cleanly. Doesn't really ever go against us. So I want to make sure, and at this time of day, I don't want to be getting into something where I'm forcing it. They never want to be fighting the market in the middle of the day. I find that can get you into a world of hurt. Palantir, by the way, is already, whoops. I don't know where the S came in there for Palantir. Palantir, at the moment that Nvidia broke trend, Palantir also broke trend. And this is looking to hold the volume weighted average price as well. So Palantir would be the other name we're looking long for sure. And if I can see it start to do another trend line, like right now you've got, there's your bounce, there's a second bounce. If I can see it start to hold this, then I might go long off of the trend line like we did earlier. So earlier on Palantir, I was like, oh, once I see a trend line forming a little bit late, join the trend line, add on the break, trail out when it breaks trend. I think the same thing for another potential entry on Palantir, just sort of stick to what is working. And speaking of what is working for people, well, okay, fine, it's not working. If you were short, this would be working. Still kind of like, look, Beyond Meat, this was working for people yesterday, I should say. But Beyond Meat did not break this downward trend. So I said this one into VWAP, if it can break the trend line. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm not in it, but unfortunately, if you are in it, it is trending to breaking this bottom. So I'm not touching this unless it busts the trend line for another entry. Try to keep it clean, everybody. And let's go, we got to do money talks with Adara.
Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar, which is at a very interesting level on the chart. There's certainly some support forming around that area just above 99. This served to support going back to mid-November, around November 13th, 14th. Now we're seeing it again as of yesterday, a little bit of a bottoming tail candle on Monday, December 1st to start the month. Today, trading relatively flat, but again, that support on 99 is certainly key, and it's going to be interesting heading into the end of the year. Let's talk about the CME FedWatch tool because we don't really have any economic data to speak of, at least that came out today. This FedWatch tool is still showing overwhelming majority of participants expecting a 25 basis point rate cut coming through on December 10th. That's a week from tomorrow, guys. 87% of participants pricing in that cut, roughly 13% pricing in a hold. And I do want to talk again here about the Fed for just a moment. We have Kevin Hassett, current director of the National Economic Council. He is heavily favored right now to be the new Fed chair. Now, this infographic is also significant because one of these runner-ups here is worth mentioning, Fed's Bowman. She is currently testifying in front of the House Finance Committee. I will be covering that for you guys live here on this show. Then at 11:30 a.m., we actually have President Trump's cabinet meeting. I'll be covering any market-moving events from that as well. So lots of action on watch. And again, Kevin Hassett, a name and a face you should get to know because he could be the new chair of the Federal Reserve. Back to Sean and Neil.
Yo, no, it's all good there, Sharif. I like it.
You could still bet on Hassett and get 18%.
Right there. Or you can just bet on us and get a bunch of winners over up in here. As there goes Apple up 2.7, right now $2.70 we're in the money now on Apple. And there's Tesla, another $2 reload right there. Again, I have no idea why our thing doesn't work there, but I'm sure we'll get that figured out. There it goes. Now the positions are, I think it's every time you take a fill on something, it changes. I don't know why. But today we'll do it. We're going to go what's for lunch now. All right. Today is Tuesday, and yesterday was chicken. I mean, we've had some good chicken dinner winners today, but today's not chicken. Today's actually something that's been pretty good. Yeah, it's close to tacos, but not really. Today it is... Oh, we have a Russian flag here. It is beef stroganoff. So for my guy Joe over there getting really excited with some buttered noodles, grilled vegetables, and chef's choice salad, it's beef strogie, and it's what's for lunch. But guys, I'm introducing something new right here. And I took this from my guy over there. So Joe, shout out to you, I really like it. This is the time when I sit at home and I watch the show, it's often very difficult to figure out. We're in so many positions all the time, you know? So this is something where we could talk about the positions we've been in so far here this morning, review some of the trades. So I don't actually have a button for this called trade review or anything like that. But right now I have this, and I take this from the recap show. Neil, let's go, man, me and you. It is the stock blitz right here. All right. So I think for me, it'll be pretty easy today. I only have 3 names. All right, I'll do mine, then I'll pass it over to Neil. So 3 names for me today. We've got Apple right there. And Apple was pretty good. I mean, what we noticed with Apple, and I think this is good because it's also good for a trade review, I think. Like, let you guys sort of know what we were thinking at the time or how these all worked out. We don't have to go into too much detail because otherwise we'll be here into 11 o'clock. All right, so there's the dip buy. We waited for VWAP to come through there on Apple. Once it broke, we got out. So we actually went 0 for 1 there early on Apple. Why we focused on Apple was because it had relative strength early. It came back. We know we got stopped out there. We waited for it to try to find a little bit of a bottom, use the 200 period, bang that to the upside. We really, really like Apple right there today. The next trade we had on was Tesla, and this was a marked trade that we had on the sticky note today. We really liked this 429 to 430 level. So it came in early. I don't like to take trades too early, but I did a little bit less volume, less size on that one, and there it goes right back up to the upside. That was a winner before eventually getting out of our last 20% when we broke below 428. All right, and then there's the move here, 429. It came right back in. We banged that there to the upside. That's Tesla. And then I'll throw it to Neil because I'm done. And then this was this, VCIG. They're at 120. Nice move there to the upside into 160. So we'll go 3 for 3 here. And it was a pretty good day. And again, like if I'm 0 for 3, man, I'll tell you. But today, those are the only 3 trades, only 3 names. And I'm going to hold. And we're just going to wait to see where this goes. We're pretty light on all of these, man, especially the Apple trade, as that just kept on going up 1%. So yeah, that's that. So a good day there so far, and we'll look to put some more on. You're getting ready to, Neil's going to update, then you have the midday show here with Sharif and Joe, and I did steal it from them, so I do like that a lot. So there it is. What's up, Majid and everybody else? All right, 50% of stock blitz now done.
Yeah, and look, everyone's going to have a different style. And I told you the other day when I think I was like 4 or 5 or some nonsense. And my best trade was a fail trade because of an opportunity that I missed. So I grade myself a little bit differently. If you're a consistently profitable trader, then the one thing you should always consider is, did you follow your plan? We always talk about the plan of action. So I took my shot on silver, and this will be the red one today. We went long into this prior resistance point, looking for a play into the high. When it broke that support, I got out. I did not re-enter. It's trending down. You can see it trending down. I could try to force it long, but it's just not. This is not a long today. Nvidia, I wanted long. Ideally, we would have got a chance to go long off the prior day high. That never happened. It just immediately broke out. So I take the first available dip into VWAP. I took the trend break. It's now failing VWAP. So even if I wanted to jump back in on trend, it's failing trend. So just a couple of entries. We like the long on Nvidia, but it had to set up. And of course, Palantir would be another one. We like Palantir, PLTR. There we go, just telling myself, because sometimes I'll just type over these silly things. Palantir was just like Nvidia.
That was a good one.
There was no dip into the prior day high, right? So like resistance and support was no good for you. But the first available dip I missed. We were able to catch it on Nvidia, but not on Palantir. I saw the trend line form. Once it did, 1, 2, 3 bounces, and then I go long. I also added on the break of 75. I got out when it broke the trend line. And I missed this trend long because I was trading Nvidia at the particular time. And then the last one I'll give you, Opendoor hasn't done much, and I might get back into this. My play was simple on Opendoor, short in front of 730. So it kind of worked, but it's not really following through. So if you were scalp mode, I'm not like super scalp mode in here. I'm never getting it all out into the bottom. So I'm still gonna have half the trade when it stops out there. So ultimately I'll be slightly down on Opendoor. If I scalped it all out inside range, then I'd be up on it. But that was never the plan. I was playing this into $7. So when it goes halfway, I'm half out, not all out. And it still might be a good short, but what I will now do for Opendoor is it's forming a trend into that same resistance. Well, let it just do this for a while. And if it breaks a trend, I can jump back into the short trade on our good friend. The only thing I want to, just jumping into, it's up 8%, and I just saw someone type Intel. Intel was not on anybody's trade list that I'm aware of this morning because there wasn't any kind of a story, but it is now. Like this is, like when this buying eventually averts, I do want to take some kind of a shot at it. And when I pull it up on the 15, like this is gangbusters on the 15 minute, but it has a pretty clean trend on the 15. You close underneath this trend line, and I'd probably look for a short reversion on Intel. But I think this is one you got to be like stupid patient for. Oh, and Raphael says Intel was on your list.
There you go.
Great. I just, you know what? Sometimes the stock, when it has a bullish move like this, a consolidative day is not a bad day. Like it just goes sideways off of $40. That's not a bad thing. That's just because it didn't fill the gap, just holds, and it could just be gearing up for the next move. So there's your Apple news, there's your consolidative day. I wasn't really seeing this on Intel, and another monster day for IMPC, but I will look for a trend break on the 15, because this is very different from on Friday. Like on Friday, there were pullbacks on a 15-minute. It was consolidating a bit, and then it would reform. This is all parabolic. And if it's all parabolic, the second that buying stops, I want to take a shot at the short.
No, I know. I wasn't on. Neil was on Tilray earlier. I wasn't on there, but that's another one that should be on people's lists, I think, today.
Also, yeah, Tilray was another one.
Just because of the movement.
Here, I'll show you Tilray.
Up 13%.
I'll show you Tilray. Yeah, thanks. I forgot that one. No, Tilray was there's the trend break, and there's it breaking trend. And this is what you'll see from me, right? Like I have my entry point, and it breaks the prior bar, I'm out. Like if I'm risking, I think about 15 pennies in here, the move to the low, like you're capturing 40 into that range. So and the way you got to think about it is that's not a 3-for-1. It's 11 o'clock, but I'll just explain from risk to you guys. Because if it goes from 760 down to 720, that 40 cents, that doesn't make it a 3-to-1 trade. Because unless you're holding every single share for down there, if I'm averaging out into here, then I'm essentially getting about halfway. So really you're getting about an average of 20 cents if it goes all the way through and you don't hold any for the big flush. And that way it's like a 1.5 trade. And try to think of that when you're doing your risk reward.
With Apple?
Like understand how much are you actually holding to the next level, because that skews your risk reward. If you get everything out in the first, like small part of the move, then you're not really getting as much of a win relative to how much you would have lost. So we're going to eat some beef stroganoff.
Yeah,
back at 2 o'clock.
just quickly here, Apple, man. Apple right now, $4, and it's still going. Like, I have no idea what's going on with Apple. But, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Neil. We're off now.
I was just going to say, we're going to get some beef stroganoff.
Yeah, it should be good.
And head you on over to the Midday. It's Sharif, it's Joe. I know they'll be excited to trade.
Right.
Joe won't be excited for the food, that's for sure.
Since April. More. Times 2. Times 2. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Joey's getting lit up. I like it. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey freaking Options. Look at that front double bicep. Oh, my goodness. And I'm Sharif, guys. And we got Hangry Wife. We got... Why not Gorev? We got Jody Mills, Joey. We got Henzi. We got Jeremy Crypto. Who else, man? Other Zinc, the OG. Idea Dinner. I'm hungry already. I just sesh, so I'm hungry. Rivian Millionaire. We got Jacques. We got Aura Alpha, Ebb and Flow Trader. And shout out to Roadrunner as well. Rex Banner joining us. And we got Yvonne. We got Victory Mindset. Love the name. Nygaard. Like that name as well. We got Bill's Camp. Shout out to Neil. Big Sky 69. You're getting a round of applause for me. We got Mr. Love Shack as well as others, but we got to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Here's Amazon, which is the subject of the news. Massive push to the upside here. I'm seeing that Amazon Nvidia and AWS are expanding their full stack partnership, providing the secure high performance compute platform for future innovation. I'm also seeing reports suggesting that Amazon is rushing out its latest AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google, saying that their new chips are more cost effective than Nvidia. So we've got Nvidia and AWS expansion of a partnership on one hand, and then the other hand, Amazon rushing out their new AI chip to compete with Nvidia. We also have Sentinel-1 on watch. They're apparently at this AWS event. They are unveiling new innovations and integrations with AWS. So S and AMZN on watch here. Back to you.
Amazon absolutely ripping up, guys, clearing 2% now and about to take out 239. Fantastic look. Good tie up there with Sony, Joey. I mean, Sony's not the monster it used to be, but, it's still got PlayStation and stuff like that.
Christoph Ocean, I'm going to give you a shout out, brother, because I know you're looking for one there. All right, guys, let's get right into this.
Let's get right into it.
Yeah, we know that. We know that you're just playing around, but still, regardless, I know you're in the chat every day, and it deserves a shout out. But nonetheless, you already guys know what we have going on. Aside from this trade that we're currently in right now, 51.20s on IBIT, not too bad of a look whatsoever. But I was telling Sharif, man, I'm like, yo, guess how many shares I traded on the day? And he's like, oh, all right, you're really on one today. But again, it didn't work out necessarily how I wanted it to. So I'm going full size right here. I take some off, and then I'm just looking for that breath within the stock and then the break through the pre-market high. We didn't get that on my ad. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's going to phase out a little bit and then get that secondary move. Try again. So I add some more size, and then sure enough, it comes against me, and I have to get out break even. So I'm like, all right, we'll be patient. No worries about that whatsoever. Try it one more time. Stopped out. Look how tight these stops are, guys. We're talking about 5-6 cents at a time. Same thing again. Boom, 5-6 cents stopped out. No worries. Let this price action play out, and then we'll take another attempt. And then sure enough, I finally get the move that I'm looking for. And what did I do?
What'd you do, Joey?
Freddy Fat Fingers right there, my friend. Yeah, and I honestly didn't mean to. So anyways, aside from that, that's in the past. Try it one more time, looking for that breath, get stopped out, and then this was a complete accident, that short that worked out for us momentarily. But other than that, we're in the IBIT, Sharif, and that's starting to really cook up. Grinding bid on today. Let's go.
Where's the coin at, man? 91. We're 6.5. Joey, I go to the gym, I come back, we're up 5 points. I mean, that's crazy. And ETH back above 3,000. Solana, no wonder I've got a small cap gapper like stock based upon Solana. We're looking at SOLT here on the screen, obviously. Not a small cap gapper, but trading like one today. So we're certainly going to keep an eye out on this one. I like the technical level here at 8. It's going to be really me looking at 8.10, where the 10 EMA is. $6 or $8, where the consolidation area of the initial, or the second bull flag, I should say, took place. Also, obviously, the whole dollar. This one's up nicely on the day, I want to say, to the tune of SOLT, 22.87%. It's obviously a leveraged product, as Solana is not up that much. We have a lot of small cap gappers to look at today. The pickings are a little slim. There's some dropping back, but we're going to go to Adara. She's got news.
Keep an eye here on ADBE. This is one that is moving higher here as we get an Amazon-related announcement with the company. So again, AMZN having this event. We're also seeing that they're rushing out their AI chip to take on Nvidia and Google. But now Adobe also entering the fold. Amazon and Adobe deepening their collaboration here across product innovation and new business models with AWS. AMD also moving lower. I'm not seeing any news on this one. It could also be antipathy with Amazon's new chip, but I'm still looking into it and I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Hey, let's look at these small cap gappers. Let's start with the one that we all know about. This one was moving, I think, before I left, Joey. SMX. I just want to look out real quick. Nah, man, this was moving when I was away. 26, 28. Okay, so that's where I caught this. I caught this on Friday. I didn't actually trade it, but it was rocketing up. Anyway, looking great today. Very, very strong. I like $55. I perceive us to be forming bull flag number 2, Joey. Feels like the 930 pop there was bull flag number 1. We pop off from 35. We consolidate in and around 41, 42. That's the consolidation component, right, of the bull flag. And then all hell breaks loose right at 1035. All the buying stepped in. In fact, actually before that, more like 1030. And then we got a monster second bull flag overshadowing by a great distance that initial bull flag. Look at this, man, from 43 into 66. Now we're putting a bit of a compression pattern, higher lows, but also lower highs. Watch out trading this. I don't care how annoying I sound. This thing can move dollars at a time and it can turn your lights out super quick. So if you're not trading it with the requisite size, given your experience, as well as using hard stops, well, all the power to you. But, you know, you're not going to catch me doing that. In any event, Joey, this one does look like it's compressing, so I'm going to be looking at weasel in some way, somehow. I don't like the look of BQ's jib right now. It's dropped below the volume-weighted average price, which is at 290, showing me 260 something or another. It's going to have to get back above 290 to $3 for me to get involved. Nuke just nuked itself to the downside. It just lost the volume-weighted average price. It had a nice-looking bull flag there, but it lost 660, and look at it drop through 650. This one could drop off the side chart momentarily here. MNDR, Joey, this one's got 26% under its wings today. Kind of a nice little rounded bottom. Where's Big Spile when you need him, man? We know all his affinity for those rounded bottoms, Big Spile. But in any event, this one is finding resistance at about 250, which makes absolute sense. Take a look at that consolidation area from the pre-market yesterday. 250 was the area support. Then all hell broke loose, and we dropped all the way down to $2. So we're having trouble clearing that pre-market high from yesterday at around 250. I'm interested in trading it, but I need to see the right setup. I'm going to send it to Joey in a second here, but I've just got more to cover. VERI. This is like the best looking of the bull flags at the moment. It's putting in higher lows. It's substantially above that volume-weighted average price. So I need to finagle my way into this at the right price, and maybe we can get a breakthrough 5. Last but not least, Joey, I promise, PLRZ. This one had a nice breakout right at 7:55, 8 a.m. Rockets up. We do a little bit of a consolidation here. The problem with this one is we got a consolidation component of the bull flag. That's check mark, right? The problem is it's using VWAP as a line of best fit. It's fitting through the median price, the consolidation median price, rather than acting as a key area of support or resistance. That ain't my move, right? I need to use VWAP as support or resistance. Otherwise, I have trouble trading them. PLRZ, Joey, we're going to keep an eye out on that one.
Absolutely. All right. So, yeah, Bills Camp for sure. We can take a look at that. I mean, this is a big-time move right here, and I've been talking about this for quite some time after I've seen the print. Full disclosure, I actually cut my contracts in half because I'm like, you know what, it's just tying up a little bit too much right now, and I don't want to hold on to them, so I'm still holding on to half of the position, but I let some go. I was writing calls, so it wasn't as bad as sometimes it can be. But aside from that, guys, here it is, 90,000 up to 91,000 here on Bitcoin. For me, I was like, oh no, liquidations we were talking about yesterday, but you recover the majority of that move here today, and I think that this move can be sustained. We're just going to go back in the history of what we got going on with Bitcoin. And from a volume standpoint, Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. And what was this? I think this would be a Wednesday again, Sharif, to be honest with you.
What is that?
I'm trying to get the exact. Oh, it's a Friday, November 21st of 2025. So a year and 1 day apart, you have two of the largest volume prints in Bitcoin within a year span. Now we're starting to recover. These signals are extremely powerful, especially when you have multiple things correlating together. Now, am I calling this a bottom? No. But maybe we get a sustained bounce and a continued move back in towards 100,000+. I could be totally wrong, but listening to what the technicals are telling me, I think there might be a solid chance that that might happen, considering we literally built an algo based off of this system. Now let's get this this off of here. Why did I put in ETHA? We don't want that garbage.
You don't want that, Joey.
No, we don't. So as for Ethereum, guys, same thing, recovery. A nice move to the downside, just absorbing more trapped longs and then now making that move. So we have more institutional adoption, etc. You're getting the movement in Bitcoin in which a lot of crypto traders were looking for. Now, do they want to pay the premium? Absolutely not. So can that justify some of the selling? I think so. This is just what I'm thinking in the back of my head. So now maybe we can see a nice steady grind higher, considering Ethereum at one point was down 39% off of that $5,000 high, roughly. So you're at like 4,980 something. If you go from peak to that pivot trough, 50% haircut, just like that. That is not fun whatsoever. So a lot of individuals trapped, but now I think we can have the opportunity to grind. But now I'm looking at Amazon as well too. Why? Because we had that news that Adair just brought to us, but we had the volume, but no continuation just yet. I'm gonna be looking for price to turn around, and then I'm gonna get involved in that. Other than that, I'm sitting in this Bitcoin trade, looking for this to be an all-day grinder, and that's what my positions are currently laying at.
Grinding. I like it, Joey. I like it a lot. All right. We just worked into a new position, SOLT. This is the Solana ETF. I'm going to tell you exactly what the leverage is. It's 2 times. So it's obviously... it's a bullish ETF. So where do we get in? We got in 28s, Joey. Show me 29s, high at day 34. I'm looking at riding the trend. If Solana wants to keep running, I'm just going to take some off the top. Now, I'm looking at getting more into the pullbacks. If there are pullbacks, I'm going to plan a DCA in the mid-teens. Currently, the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me 13s or 14s. Can't quite tell. So you know how I do. I don't like to sit at the level. I'm going to front run it, so we're posting at 17. I'm also alive to the fact that SMX just broke the compression pattern that we were just speaking about moments ago, where it was putting in higher lows. That candle that closed at 11:05 on the 5-minute chart broke that. Most notably, though, about SMX, despite the fact that it moves crazy, it did find support almost exactly at the volume weighted average price, and then it popped off $5 from 52.50 into 57.50. You got to be careful. Look at that, Joey. It dropped into 52.50 as quick as you like, 57.50. Yeah, it can rip your face off. I mean, it looks fantastic, but it can definitely do some damage to the old account there. The point is, I'm going to look for a trend continuation. I want to see higher lows and higher highs. Current candle, we have a higher low relative to the prior candle. We'll see what we get here. Also, VERI, I want to weasel my way into this some way, somehow. VWAP is at 480. I'm going to pack my patience on that one. SOLT, I've already made my point about that. Now let's load up MNDR. MNDR is the one that's doing that rounding shape that we spoke about that has resistance at 250. Alas, I like where the price action is. We're getting a lot of selling into 240, right? But where's VWAP? 225. Okay, fantastic. So that I can realistically DCA into VWAP to get the best possible price. So let's go ahead and punch in near the highs. As I mentioned, there's a seller at 40. I'm punching in at 38. So by definition, I'm getting in basically at the high. We're going to go ahead and post here some in the mid 40s. If we get a price spike, fantastic. There's the 40 seller. Look, there's nothing on the gateway, Joey. Tell them what you're looking at.
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing because you're like, his price is slowly starting to curl over. I'm sick of missing some of these small cap moves. So I pull up MDR, whatever we got going on over here, and I'm like, hey, All right, sure enough, boom, there you go. You're punching through some key resistance zones. So a nice grab on that one thus far, Sharif. Nice move. Mega names starting to come back in, with the exception of Apple. Meta was heading lower. We had Tesla. I took that off of my screen because I did strike out at the plate, but that's okay. I want to pull this name back up. I'm looking for an ad here in Bitcoin, up 6 1/4 in today's session. Yesterday we were down that much, guys, but now we're starting to get a big time recovery in the space. And if we're just going to continue this movement all day, I have no issues with continuously reloading the boat here and looking for that continuation in strength. A pullback is nice. One thing to note, guys, you can see that the Qs in the SPY are selling off, and the downward momentum in Bitcoin and Ethereum is relatively weaker. So I like this for when buyers step back into the NASDAQ, maybe that will get them to step back in here into the crypto space. But Meta heading towards a neckline. Keep an eye out on this one, guys. I was talking with Gorev earlier this morning just on the fact you know exactly what we're looking for, and that was a big time print. We punched up to a high of around 645, and that's going to be correlating with the pre-market highs as well, too. So keep that in mind. But it's been a steady move higher and higher here in Meta. Do we add a little bit more? Maybe. I'm going to wait for a pullback into 630 if we are fortunate enough to get that, and then I'm going to load the boat because I mentioned that I'm sitting on some cash, so I want to deploy it relatively soon. Now, as for the overall market, guys, Apple, we know, putting in a new intraday all-time high. I think this is an all-time high altogether. 287.34 is that level. But as for the SPY, not too bad, guys. You're like 2% off of those highs. 1%, brother. 1%.
Joey, I got to let them know about something over here.
Let them know.
There's a stock that is all sorts of halted. FBYD up 52.69%. This is not a small cap gapper. That's the thing. It's a 3.2-ish billion market cap. I'm just trying to look at what the headline is on this. 1031 joins Russell. Say less, say less. Okay. So this one is joining the rest, 2000. Obviously, I don't want to say the elite small cap index. There's the S&P 600 as well. I think those companies actually have to be profitable, though, to get in the S&P 600, whereas I don't think you actually have to be profitable to get in the rest. Fact check me, chat, because I could be wrong about that. I don't want to spit incorrect facts. Sidon's quick with it, bro. I like it. I like it. KC520 freaking 6. I happen to love this lady, man. Shout out to Casey. $10 in the super chat. Shout out to Keish. Sharif, hot. Not a small cap, but will you look at technicals on AMKR, please? Thinking of swing account. Absolutely, Casey. You ask, you get AMKR. Let's do a little bit of an analysis on this one, Joey. Okay, so right off the bat, it's up 5.5% today, and she's absolutely right. It's not a small capper because it's about almost a little bit shy of 10 billion. We're going to throw in the ticker real quick there so everybody can follow along, and then we're going to do some wider time frame. Let's just start with the daily first and foremost. This thing is a rocket ship as of late, Joey. What are these called? Tariff tantrum lows. We're up 191%. Fantastic look. AMKR. So this stock is outsourced semiconductor packaging and test services, engaged in outsourcing and packaging of test services, design, develops packaging and test technologies, focus on advanced packaging. There's a lot of packaging here with this company. Fantastic, fantastic. In any event, it's been really trending up since those April lows. Looks fantastic, Case. I mean, $38, you're a buyer there. If it does pull back in, that's an old area high. That should be a technical area of previous resistance that should act as support if it's tested again. Otherwise, I'd just be looking to get something off the moving averages. We had that sell-off in early November. It held the 50 period quite well. I mean, it did wick below the 50 period, Case, but it generally held it for the most part. And then it starts rocketing back up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row in Greensville. I'm picking it up at 38, Case. I'm picking it up at 35. A reason I like that double top at 35, that's another technical area of support. Otherwise, you're just riding the trend on this one. I do like it. It looks really good. Let's go look from the 4 hour to see if we can get a little bit more nuance with our entries. Looks the same to me. That 38 breakout, 35 double top. Let's look the 1 hour super quick over here. See if there's any other. Nope, that 35 is glaring at me here as well. So 35, 38 case. Let me know how it goes. Good call out by you. I've never even heard of this company, quite frankly, but it's $10 billion, so it's nothing to sneeze at. Look at MNDR, Joey. We get a whole bunch of prints into 254. We've got 38s on. We wet the beak at 50, but because I was analyzing Case's chart, I didn't get to wet the beak a little bit above 50. So let's go ahead and put some orders now. But recall, MNDR has this tendency to find resistance at 50. We were above it earlier at 6 a.m. We got above it as well at 10:30. We have not had that continuation through the $0.50. That does concern me. But what am I going to do about it? Am I just going to hold and hope that it continues through the $0.50? No, it's got a great trend under its wings here. So I'll be looking to get more because it's putting in higher lows. So I like that 2 mid-30s area where the 10 EMA is. I also like that 230 area if it was to dip down. We're going to keep an eye here, Joey, on MNDR.
Absolutely. All right, good look there, man. That was a nice pop-up into 253s. There it is. Guys, I think this is going to be a solid reload opportunity here in Bitcoin. So we might post up at 51.31 just to see if we can get some more shares on this bad boy, but we don't want to chase it up here just yet because I do believe that this could be a potential fake out. But if the bid remains strong, then we're not going to phase away whatsoever. So maybe we'll go 37s just to play a little safe, and then we're going to go back to our original sizing here. So let's add a little bit, post it up there, catch that fill. I have no worries about this because you can see from before we had prior resistance. You get that fake down, move, climb above it. So now we want to look for that level to come into play, and then sure enough, we'll be able to put on that trade. So that's what we got going on with IBIT. And as for INTC, guys, I was talking with, I forget who it was in the chat. I'm like, yeah, this is the move that I was looking for on Intel yesterday, but it put in this, which is horrible, horrible, horrible price action. Totally fine, but sure enough, you open up around $40, trade to a high of $43 in Intel, and then bang, it's off to the races in this name, breaking through that pivot high, some big time moves. This gap filled. Beautiful stuff. So, I mean, this name is going to continue to climb. I wouldn't be surprised if 51 is in the works. Apple can be a big-time customer for you. So, our dip buy here on IBIT not working out necessarily how we want it to, but we'll be a little bit more patient. I'm not going to give myself, I'm not going to get out of this trade until we break that $51 level. And if we do, then I have no issues with getting out. Thesis incorrect, no continuation on the trend. And I mean, you have to take into consideration the amount of legs that it's already put up. So leg 1, relatively strong. Leg 2, relatively strong. Leg 3 is when you start to get into that iffy territory and you're really pushing it. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. So big consolidation, move higher, you get that pullback, we enter in right there, we piece it out, and then now we're looking to rinse and repeat essentially. So there goes the, oh man, I was looking at the market, but I'm like, you know what? Because as you know, put the buzz thing in my mouse here, so I can't take the Q short anymore. So I don't know what to do about that. 619 neckline broken. I can't take it, man. I can't take it. I can't take it. But other than that, guys, that's what I have going on right now. We're going to see if we can get a turnaround here in Bitcoin. All right, Joey, SOLT's coming down into that 8 area, so we're going to get a little bit more here. My line in the sand is a loss of 8, okay? I like this $8 area. There's a couple of reasons. One, it's a 20 EMA, which I don't use obviously nearly as much, but it's also the consolidation area where we formed the, I want to say the second bull flag. I see another first bull flag. We're in the third. We'll see if we get another one over here, but SOLT coming back into 8. I'm going to defend this one into 8. But look at SMX. SMX is back at the volume weighted average price. The problem though with SMX, it has a very clear downward channel, and this one is just unable to make any higher highs. Let me bring in the side chart over here so we can kind of make the point. There's the downward channel. There's the bounce off that 52. I want to say 52, 51 and a half where VWAP is. I don't trade SMX until and if we can get above the prior candle high and close that way. And even more ideal would be for it to be preceded by a higher low. Case in point, let's take this green candle here as the example. Look what this candle did. A higher low, not necessarily a higher high. It ended up closing red. But if this candle at 11:15 was to close green,
with a previous green candle as well and a higher low, that would be more interesting to me. But the fact of the matter is it still feels like the sellers are in control. Let's take a quick look now at the trades that we've got on here. We've got SOLT at that 810 area. How is MNDR doing? It's rejecting 50 pennies as sort of expected, coming back into the volume weighted average price. We just picked up some there at 30s. I'm looking for a volume weighted average price defend. We've got 35s on now, so let's post some profit takers for another bump back up should one come, and we'll keep an eye out on that. Separately, I want to let you know VERI, where's that one, is at VWAP. And ideally, I'd be looking to get in here because it formed a bull flag and now it's pulled into VWAP. The problem is it's giving me like that shades of a rounded top, right? Where it slowly starts dropping into VWAP. And that lures a lot of people in because they don't see it for the rounded top reversal pattern that it is. They think it's just a sort of a weird shaped bull flag coming back into the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to jump into this one too quickly. I need to see a little bit more to kind of get me interested. VERI, definitely on my watch list, but we're not going to jump into that one quite yet. Let's see how we're doing over here. Nice add on MNDR right back into 39. Now we've got some posted at 42s. We should probably layer the orders a little bit over here as we did get a little bit more on that DCA. We'll layer some as well into the high 40s. There we go. On that. Nothing doing, sadly, though, on SOLT. We got the ad. We've got 21s on. It's showing me 13, so I'm 8 pennies out of the money. That's a no good, but we're going to defend this one into 8. That is the plan. Joey, there's not a whole lot going on right now. Nuke is losing it. BQ is losing it. CRWG is losing it. PLRZ is losing it. And SMX certainly about to lose it here as it weasels its way down into VWAP.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the big names. I mean, I was looking for the continuation on Amazon, and it just wasn't having it. Running into some key support levels though, which isn't horrible.
I'm losing it.
What happens? Who's losing it?
I don't text. Says I'm losing it.
Oh, I don't text. Yeah,
Sorry.
I feel you, man. Been there.
It's been those days, man. I don't mean to laugh, obviously, but you're funny.
The thing is though, in the present, sometimes it sucks. But then
100%.
You look back in a couple months from now or whatever, and you're having conversation with buddies, and you kind of tend to just laugh it off. So keep that mentality. We've all been there. Aside from that, guys, look at this downward momentum here in AMZ, and no continuation in strength. That's bogus, if you ask me. A nice volume pop, but it's like, yeah, no, see you later. We're not going to continue that move to the top side. Let's take a look at Amazon from a daily and see what we got going on. I like this name. I was long at like 213s or something like that before the pop, but then I sold way too early, Sharif, but that's okay. As for Amazon, big time consolidation. I'm going to classify this, obviously after the earnings report, as a whipsaw move, and then you just come right back into the middle of the range. So I'm not worried about this stock whatsoever. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. AWS continuing to grow at a substantial rate. And for the foreseeable future, I'm going to continuously look at this name strictly because, and then who knows with China, right? Things start to ease, Sharif. What I got to do here is I'm going to add a little bit.
Joey.
Yeah, I'm going to add, bang, there it is. I'm going to add just a little bit here. I told you this neckline break on IBIT. I'm at a dodge. We'll find something else to trade. But I'm putting just probability in my favor, in my opinion, continuing with a strong name, and that's going to be Bitcoin.
All right. Weeping leader, Sharif, Joe. Thoughts on Marvell? Well, my first thing is the report. So you're going to have to make sure you are watching that report after 4 o'clock. Let's take a look at the technicals. I believe, though, Marvell is one of the few on my semiconductor microchip watch list, which is still negatory on the year. That's with negative, of course. On semiconductor, negative. Who else? Texas Instruments, negative. And then Marvell is still down almost 17% year to date, despite the fact, that it's been looking real good lately. Let's have a look at MRVL on a wider time frame over here. The daily. So we've been kind of caught in this consolidative range, a little at $80, a little at $95. You'd like to see this breakout. Sure, we have had days where we, breached 100 and certainly into the mid 90s, but they weren't sustained and they were almost immediately reversed. That's not the move, obviously. So I do like the fact that it's finding support at the 200. This is the daily. It does find support there, which is good. That means people are interested at that level. But look, I mean, the clearing of the $100 is going to be the clear technical area. And the reason I say that, look what we did in the early parts of this year, right after the election, December, January, December of last year, and then early January this year. We were using the 100 as support. We were substantially above it, 125, 128. When we came down to that hundo, we were finding some support. Now, ironically enough, probably not really that ironic, but we're finding resistance at that 100. So you'd like a decisive clearing post-earnings about the $100 area. Now, with respect to fundamentals, not a company I know a great deal about. Of course, I know that they're involved in the AI chip game, but not a company that I follow too closely. We're going to send it to Adara for crypto in a second, but there goes SOLT, Joey. So we got that ad, and it's looking real good right now. We're going to look for the highs, which are at 34s. We're showing 27s, looking for continuation on SOLT. Tell them what you got, Adara.
Before we get to crypto, I do want to mention Walmart for a second here. The CFO of Walmart, likely appearing at a conference, is saying that the peak impact from tariff costs is likely going to hit the company in Q1 2026. So Walmart basically warning, hey, the highest tariff impact hasn't hit us quite yet. Let's talk here about BTC Bitcoin. As you can see, this is quite the day for Bitcoin. Impressive one-day performance as of right now, up nearly 5%, about 4.75%, and actually undoing pretty much all of a pretty nasty candle yesterday to the downside. Now, what are the reasons for this move to the upside? I mean, obviously a bit of a rebound, but it is worth noting, as of today, Vanguard Group, according to a report from Bloomberg, is now allowing ETFs and mutual funds that primarily hold cryptocurrency to be traded on its platform. Now, Vanguard has for a long time been against crypto, but now again, they are allowing ETFs and mutual funds primarily holding crypto to be traded on their platform. That decision came into effect today. So this is the first day of this trading. Interesting look here, again, being reported by Bloomberg. So yeah, Vanguard now allowing ETFs and mutual funds holding things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, and Solana to be allowed to be traded. Bit of a compromise here for the firm, but apparently there are some, I guess, contingencies to this. You can read a little bit more about it on our morning watch list because it is there. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH, much like what we see with Bitcoin, completely reversing a red candle from the day prior. Back to Joe and Sharif.
There goes. Come on, Joe.
There goes
SOLT.
There goes the dynamite, baby. There goes Bitcoin.
There it is, baby. They're moving together, Joey. This is Solana, man.
Yeah, Solana. Yeah. That's a nice pickup there. I mean, I added a little bit more, so we kind of just get that triangle formation add here, looking for that break of 5140. I like our chances if Solana is continuing to climb higher. Bitcoin might be doing the exact same thing, and any form of a rebound in the NASDAQ and the SPY, Sharif, I think we're off to the races and probably going to possibly go and test this previous pivot high in Bitcoin. If not, neckline, we're still out of it. We're going to stick to our stops today, guys.
I like it, Joey Options. I like it. All right, guys, we're taking some out here. 833 high, current candle high on the 5-minute for SOLT, but that is 1 penny below day high. 34 is the high, so we're certainly having trouble in and around that area. And that's not the first time we've actually rejected 30, what was that? 31.30. Okay, so we actually did make another area high there. All right, not too bad, not too bad. SOLT, what do we got on here? We got 18s on SOLT. We just wet the beak at 30s. Let's see if we can get some more out. There goes MNDR again, holding VWAP. So I'm pleased with this add right into the volume weighted average price. But you know, I'm not a range trader. That's the thing. And MNDR right now, despite the fact that it's up 30%, is trading within a range. It's 2.25 where VWAP is as support, and then 2.5, the $0.50, yesterday's pre-market top as resistance. And we're really unable to break that $0.50. That displeases me greatly. So I'm going to build my position into that 2.25. If that 2.25 fails, that ends the trade. I'm looking for continuation here on MNDR. I'm still not pleased with anything else. And I want to mention, you know, whoever's got the compunction to take SMX off VWAP, all the power to you. Because if you've taken it, you've made a bunch so far. What did we talk about here? We talked about this one dropping to 52, then rocketing up back to 60. VWAP drop. It did it again over here, 1120. Dropped into 52.25, popped popped up back into 57. So if you're trading it as a scalp like that, you're printing up several storms. The problem is, though, if you're looking for a trend trade, you're still getting that downward trend. It is still an unbroken and uninterrupted downward channel, despite the fact that, this could be a bull flag, right? We know the bull flags are not created equal. Some have upward channels, some have entirely horizontal channels, some have downward channels, and some even compressed, Joey. We call those the bull pennants. In any event, it's not breaking out. I'm not getting involved. You got your hand on the stream deck. Something's going on your side. I want to find out.
Yeah. We're going to find out here momentarily. There goes Bitcoin, man. Just getting aggressive with the ads, going with the flow, sticking to strong names, and a nice little pop streak. We're going to take a little bit off here, my friend. Bang, and there it is. Is Solana breaking out? Not yet, but hey, I think it can catch up. There's some good chances that you might get that continued move. But as for some of the other strong names, guys, we loaded up on IBIT, now getting that move that we were looking for, adding when price action was telling us to. If only it worked like that every day. Unfortunately, it's not the case, but we just got to try and put probability in our favor.
Put it probability, Joey.
And there it goes. Is Solana breaking out? What do you got going on there? No, not quite yet. All right, I was getting super hyped. Man, I'll tell you one thing.
He doesn't even drink caffeine, guys.
I have a tea going here.
Oh, okay, I bet. Yeah, usually you're not drinking caffeine.
No, you know what I think it is? It's the double dose of creatine I've been taking as of late. Yeah, this is insane.
You doubling up?
Yeah, doubling up,
You're doubling up,
Yeah, and I got the ISO XP going as well.
You got the ISO.
You know ISO XP.
Of course, those are super expensive proteins.
Yeah,
Why do you even spend? It's like $120.
Yeah,
it's like super expensive.
Yeah, it's good, man. Drinking those bad boys. Hey, we got someone.
Look at this guy. Hold on, Joey. Where are you going again? Let the people know.
We can't tell the people just yet.
Hold on, you can't tell the people?
We can't tell the people just yet, but it's warm. It rhymes with... I don't even know what it rhymes with.
It rhymes with, are you going to the Coon, or are you going to the Carmen, or are you going to the
I'm going to the Loom.
He's going to Tulum. We know where he's going.
That's where we're going. That's where
we know where he's going, bro.
All right, baby, let's go, man. Yeah, but we're going to piece a little bit more on Bitcoin. Nice indecision print right above the volume weighted average price on INTC.
Okay.
And then across the board as well, too. Look at the SPY and look at the NASDAQ.
Look at it.
Watch out for a bounce back into VWAP. It may or may not happen. We don't know. Time will tell.
Yeah, I like it, Joey. I like it. You're going to have a great time. And I already knew because I saw you looking at flights. And then I asked you, why are you flying direct? And you explained the whole thing.
You weren't here when I was going through the whole spiel with the airlines, like trying to cancel flights.
Happened?
And,
you mean airlines upset you?
Oh, yeah. Right?
I won't hear of it.
So essentially what happened is I booked a flight, and then I'm like, I found a cheaper. Well, it didn't register my first one, so I got a refund on that. And then I booked another one, but it wasn't the time that I wanted to land, because everybody was like, you got to get there earlier, you got to get there earlier.
Of course, you need the entire day, otherwise you got
exactly. So within 24 hours, I canceled it, and then this third party didn't give me the refund for half of the ticket. So I was like on the phone with them, like, hey, I was on the phone with
the airline?
Yeah.
And they tried to blame the third party.
Yeah, right? And they're like, no. The third party tried to blame the airline, saying that there's no refund after 24 hours, and I sent them the policy. 24 hours, you get that full refund, and they're like, So I'm like, all right, no problem. We sort all problems out. It doesn't even matter at the end of the day. You throw it at me, we're gonna solve it. There it goes. IBIT 6.25 there, guys. Continuing to piece it out. Triple add on this one. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you.
I thought you were gonna do Ice Baby there.
Maybe we'll get that one going. Oh, there goes Bitcoin.
You see what Brendan just sent me right now? I gotta show this after. I gotta show you this after. It's hilarious, guys. SOLT is doing well, Joey. We're right back into the day high. We're at 835 right now. I'm posted at 35, but it's gonna cross for me to get the print. And we added into this position, and I'm quite pleased with the fact that we added, because I have way more shares than I typically do. So we're gonna wet the beak there at 34, just for you know what and giggles. And then we're gonna wait for that 35 print. But I've got nothing posted above 35, which is crazy talk, right? Because these ones spend very little time in any one area. Well, you know, SOLT may be a little bit less small cap gapper-ish today. It seems to be a bit more steady state recovery from the shellacking that crypto's been taking as of late. But anyway, SOLT at day's high. It just touched 835, and you know your boy wet the beak around that area. Of course he did. So we're going to keep an eye on there. There goes MNDR back into the 40s area, and we're going to wet the beak here as well. Looking for continuation. I've layered the orders above 50 because This one doesn't spend too much time on top of 50 or above 50, I should say. So we're gonna layer the order so that we can take any price spikes up and take some beak wetters there. SMX continuing probably to lure in people as it dips into VWAP, but continues to make lower highs. I'm keeping a close eye on this one. I've seen this one trade before, and this can make your day, but it can also really ruin your day. So don't take B, C setups on a trade like or on a stock like SMX. Even if you don't end up taking or making money on your A setup, the likelihood is you'll more likely make money on that A setup with an SMX trade than you would with a B and C. Obviously, I think that that's just quite self-evident. But in any event, I think you could get hurt a lot more taking B and C trades on an SMX than you could, for example, on a nuke or a PLRZ, because this one moves dollars at a time. So I'm going to wait for that A+ setup on SMX before I participate, if at all, because we may not get that A+ setup. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. VERI, much slower of a mover, but it did weasel into the volume weighted average price, found a bit of a balance. I'm talking all 4 pennies. It's still below the 10 EMA on the 5, and as a result, I'm not really interested. I'll weasel into something else. Guys, if there are any small cap gappers that I don't have an eye on, I'd love for you guys to tag myself or Joe. Yeah, please. Let us know. Typically what I ask for, though, in terms of small cap gappers is they've done over 1 million shares and they're trading above the volume weighted average price as well as the pre-market high. Those are really my only rules. I like to see some shareage there so that I don't get caught in an illiquid stock. I want it above VWAP because that way it tells me buyers are in control as opposed to sellers, and that pre-market high rule is just so the bag holders who have been holding since the pre don't put, a damper on the long party for us regular trading hour traders. So people are saying ONDS. I'm gonna take a quick look over here on ONDS. Great call out. Great call out. It's a $3 billion market cap, so it's not strictly a small cap gapper, but I'll get to it in a second. Assassino says that there is a super, and it is. Thank you, Assassino, of course. OK Bad Boats. Love the name. He's dropping 10 in the chat, Joey. I bought 18,000 in silver in January. I'm nearly 2x my money. Sell or hold. Why is it black or white? Why can't he wet the beak?
Why can't you take a little bit of profit?
As Neil, I'm not saying Neil would say this, but Neil often uses trailing stops in his trades. Why not throw in a trailing stop? Ride the trend. If the trend breaks, your trailing stop triggers. And, sometimes you're left, a little annoyed because it'll trigger your stop and move back up, but sometimes it doesn't. So I would say, take some profits. But I also have another side of me that knows something quite specific about commodities that we don't see all that often in equities, is when they trend, they really continue to trend. Anybody look at nat gas and the multi-year sell-off we had there. Look at gold. Look at silver. Commodities typically trend for longer periods, but when they turn, they turn. So do you have a suggestion for OK Bad Boats?
Yeah, I mean,
I gave him mine.
I think you nailed it on the head there, man. You want to lock a little bit in. If you've 2x'd it, obviously, you just have to sit with the realization that the position can continue to climb higher. But there's nothing wrong with taking 20, 30% off and putting that in your back pocket, right? And then now you're sitting on a little bit of cash. If you do get any form of a pullback or you see something else that you really like, now you have that. Now you have the liquidity and you can just go in and buy it. So for me personally, I know a lot of my friends, including myself at times, is that, okay, yeah, you 2x'd it, take out your investment, and then ride on the house money. We like riding house money for sure. So at the end of the day, that's what the free rolled method essentially is. I have no issues with taking a little bit of profit. Now, as for Bitcoin, guys, we're starting to get a pullback, but a nice indecision print on the lows on Amazon. Let's see if this move can be continued and sustained. Punch through VWAP. A lot of volume stepping in right here, but it was met by just consecutive red bars. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30 minutes after that news comes out of consistent selling, so maybe it's time for a rebound here. Solana actually did, Sharif, put in a new high of the day, roughly, and then rejected it, coming back into $8.25. But hey, I'm not going to call the end of this party because we have still a little bit of breathing room. Not much, but we'll sit on this, right? Regardless, this is where my initial entry was. I get in some more add, so it's first in, first out. My average will be roughly sitting in between these two prices. And sure enough, there it is. Now let's see if we can get that move sustained in Bitcoin. As for the top performing sectors, guys, let's take a look at that before we send it back over to Sharif, see what he's got going on. And who is leading the way?
Who's leading?
I don't know. Take a guess, Sharif.
Who are we talking about? Are we talking about the sectors?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say crypto's leading today. I didn't look at anything, bro.
It's not, but we don't get that option over here.
Okay.
Technology over here.
Technology.
Up about 0.8%, guys. Industrials, 0.5%. Financials, you got 1/5%. The rest, all red. So not too good of a look. Healthcare sitting in that 4th place, guys. The bottom 3 consumer staples, you're down 1.15%. Materials, you're down about 1 1/5. And then energy sector, down 1 1/4, my friend.
All right, guys, taking some profits here on SOLT as it's back into the 10 EMA. Now, I don't want to be quick to be like, hey, it's time to add in the 10 EMA. We'll take a look at what it did on the 5. When I got in here, it actually lost the 10 EMA on the red candle, quickly reclaimed it on that subsequent green candle. So let's see if it wants to do the same thing. Number 1, I'm going to wait for a hold above the 10 EMA. If I don't get that hold at the 10 EMA, I'll wait for the breach, and then I'll keep my eye on the subsequent candles, whether they make higher lows and higher highs, at which time I can get in and continue to ride trend. I don't have to be super quick with this one. SOLT is up 23%. This is a 2 times leveraged Solana ETF SOLT on the NQ, guys. And it's done a decent amount of shares. It's a 1 penny spread. I don't have a lot to complain about this one. 7.18 million shares traded on the day. Okay, I want to bring in another small cap gapper-like stock that's moving, and this one was halted last time we looked at it, Joey. FBYD, it's still up nicely, 37.5%, but it looks like it might be, or the best part of this trade might be behind it. Let's have a look right now. This is, as I mentioned earlier, a $2.87 million stock, and the reason that they're up so much is that they're getting added to the Russell 2000. So that's typically bullish, and if you don't know why, because these ETFs that track this, the Russell 2000, as well as other people who, you don't even have to have an ETF to track the Russ. A lot of people will just put what, certain components of the Russ. They have to buy FBYD. So typically when there's an addition, there's a net, there's a net buy. And then when there's a deletion, usually there's a net sell. It's a trade we had here on the floor for many years. And that's kind of what FBYD is. It didn't really do a whole lot, though, until about 10:25, and then it caught a bit of a bid. I should also mention to you that it is light on volume, okay? We haven't even hit 400,000 shares yet. We're at 394, so I don't even know what it looks like on the spread. Maybe I should have a look, Joey, let everybody know what we're talking about here in terms of the spread. FBYD, is this on the NQ? The answer is yes, and it's an ugly spread. It's quite ugly. There isn't uglier. No, of course there is. 24.05 on the bid, 23.10 on the ask, and 23.10 on the bid. That's $1 or 95 cents. That is quite displeasing to me, and I'll be staying away from this one. It's tightened up a little bit now, as it dropped in the 30 and then 05, but still too wide and not really for my liking. So I'll cover it for you guys if it continues to run up and halt and stuff like that. Otherwise, probably not really looking to execute on it. MNDR though, still putting in higher lows. The higher lows are still intact, but the 50 breach still eludes us. In fact, we're now getting we're getting rejections at 45 pennies, that is. But that's the bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation, the buyers are stepping in at higher and higher levels every single time. Every single drop, the low is a little bit higher. So I don't want to be quick to take anything out. Yannick saying Vera, V-E-R-A. I have V-E-R-I up. Let me look at V-E-R-A. Not a bad look, Yannick, at all. 18% and change. Let's look at V-E-R-A for everyone over here and see if it can work its way onto the coveted side chart. Oops. V-E-R-A. Show yourself, V-E-R-A. There we go. Let's flip to the 5. Oh, Yannick with the clutch ad. Who are we going to remove here, Joe? We're going to take off BQ. VERA has weaseled its way into the coveted side chart. It's up 18.5%. It's done a fair amount of volume. I mean, 1.58 million. It's a bit more expensive, $39, $38, but it's quite respectful of technical levels. Take a look at that pullback into the 10 EMA. Beautiful hold and a move right back up for continuation. Whether or not we get a 40 touch today, we'll have to wait and see. What I'm noticing, though, now on VERA is you're getting a lot of topping tails, at least in the last 15 minutes or so. So these last 3 5-minute candles have more aggressive topping tails than what we saw on the move up. So the shorts are alive to this, or the profit takers are looking at taking more out at these levels. But I'm going to certainly keep an eye out on this. I'm a buyer here at around 38. I want to say 38.5 to 38. That's the breakout area from the bull flag, and it is also the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on. Thank you, Yannick, for pointing out VERA. Not a bad look at all, Joey.
Absolutely, guys. All right, so again, just sticking to the game plan. So what happened as we came in towards this key support level, I removed half of my position. We were piecing it out there. I had about 50% off, so we're sitting on about, I think, a quarter roughly of what our initial size was. So there it is, 51.40, looking for the continuation and strength. And I mean, if we do continuously grind higher, then I will add more to the position. I have no issue with just continuously churning shares here and looking for bigger moves. You're up 6% on Bitcoin at the high, 6 1/3. So some big time movement. And I'm just looking for it to be continued. Now, as for everything else, it's funny how this name just continuously drawing me in all the time, looking for potential signals, but it just lives in its own world at times, guys. A nice inverted hammer candle right here, and it looks like it's going to want to squeeze above it. There's a key support level. We were talking about this neckline earlier in the session, and then if we come back, retest this, any turnaround prints, then we're going to look for that continuation a little bit lower. But if Apple continues on the path that it currently is on, Amazon decides that it wants to grind higher, heading right back into the range in which it broke out from, then who knows what's going to happen. So Bitcoin, stick to the guns, stick to things that are continuously working. It was tougher for me to get Tesla working this morning, so I just removed it. I took it off of my charts. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care too much on what you're doing, considering I've taken multiple attempts. Nothing wrong with the stock or anything. It's just that my thesis was not in correlation with Tesla. But there it goes. We did remove some, but we're headed right back towards that high, 51.40. You're getting that sustained bounce, guys. Let's continue to rock and roll. 51.60 is going to be that next out. I feel no ways about taking out half of the position because we're still sitting on around 25%. My brother, and there goes. Are you still in SOLT?
I just added, man. I added into the 10 as I said I would.
You know what that deserves, my boy?
What?
Oh, boom, 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 boom. Nice work, brother. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's going to put in a new high of the day. I think if it can, look what it's doing.
Hopefully,
you see
bro.
the bull flag that is kind of forming.
Yeah, man,
right
but that 35 seller is a staunchy little,
so, I mean, watch
Joey?
out. If it punches through that, you could probably get a 10 cent, 5 10 cent, Jesus, 5 to 10 cent pop just like that. It's not that complicated, is it? But other than that, nice work. We're going to piece them off here on IBIT as we now put in a new pivot high there, guys. Let's go.
Bro, Intel is up 6.5%, and it's off the freaking high. What a buy, man. Oh, Joey. Oh. So this is the new layout, boys, and girls, obviously. That's Joey and I on the left. That's your boy Neil on the right. Katina Man is gymming right now. And yeah, there it is. So that way, as if you guys look forward where I'm pointing, that's the entire production team, and we have an entire space there. I think you can see Fabian's arms moving in the distance there. But yeah, that is the entire setup. And then behind us, what you can't see, there it is. There is the monster screen. There's Adara's desk, and there's like the new digital desk that we have there, and that's a new digital wall. Mark's playing around with all that. We want to have like interactive stuff on that digital wall. Obviously, it looks great. Joey, with the Toronto background, nobody's going to complain about that. But
no, sir.
We're loving this new layout here, Joey.
Yeah,
Hangry wife, you got a question for me? Fire away. Always looking to answer questions, but it's a fantastic look on Intel, man. I digressed a little bit because they started showing the background. But Joey, man, this Intel buy, if you bought when President Trump got the U.S. government to take an interest, how much would we be up right now?
We're up over 100%. I've been looking at this.
I know somebody's happy about that. He's got his headphones on, so he doesn't really hear me right now, but he's probably happy.
He's dialed
He's dialed in on the salad, he's dialed in on the beats, and he's dialed in on his Intel gains. I have beats. Yeah, I have blue beats, obviously. Can you guess?
No, like beets, bro. I thought I thought you were talking about the food beets, like he's eating beets.
Oh, no. He's got his headphones on, he's got the beats.
No. Yeah,
I heard they're really good for you.
The beets. I got
Beets, like the actual vegetable beets, are quite good.
And do you like them or?
I don't like them. No. No. I don't like the taste. But watch list, as in stocks watch list, the large one. What? Okay. Hangry wife, Sharif. Is there a place I can get your watch list? I was hoping to see what I'm missing that I should be able to look at. And my group headers on TWS, I think I want to make them more specific. Your group headers, I see. Okay, you're talking about my proprietary watch list on the side. You know what, Hangry Wife? Shoot me a message on the gram, and I'll send it to you screenshot-wise. So what I'll do is I'll just copy and paste. I think I actually already have them on my phone. I'll just screenshot them to you so you can see everything there, but I don't think I can export it. I'm not 100% sure, but shoot me a message on the gram. Assassino, letting me know there's a super, and it's for 10 smackaroos, Joey. Lizberto. Yeah, Lizberto. Hi, guys. Much love. I'm not having the best time with options lately. Do you think it would just be safer to put some leap options on the strongest sectors? Looking for some advice. I'm struggling. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. But
yeah,
it's always tough when someone, they're looking to kind of compensate. They want to chase something. Joey, options are your world.
Yeah.
Give them the goods.
I mean, hey, man, full disclosure, I've realized my largest options loss of all time yesterday, just because I was just tying up capital. I told you guys how much, I didn't tell you the amount. It's essentially irrelevant. There's so many factors that come into play when you're trading options, right? You got to think of it. I use it as a hypercar, essentially. Yeah, the steering wheel and everything is relatively the same, but you have all these additional features. And when you're not correlating the additional features with what the overall market is doing, you can run into trouble. Someone was mentioning to me earlier in the session, hey, Joe, what do you think about Apple 6 months out? And I just flat out said to them, I will not be buying very many options that expire in less than a year. So if you want to talk about leaps, yeah, man.
I like that.
Yeah, less than a year, right? It's just so you don't have to worry about the time. You can write calls left, right, and center against them, but again, it's a little bit more tougher. Bitcoin's really climbing right now, by the way. Aside from that, yeah, leaps are the way to go. Keep an eye on your implied volatility. That's going to be one of the key metrics. That's your accelerator right there. And if it's really, really hot, you want to keep your foot off the gas for sure. So leaps. Sorry, would you say? Oh, yeah. A couple more super chats. So yeah, leaps at least a year, right? Here, screen as well too, Assassino. We did take some off, but then it's just like boom, off to the races. Once again, heading right back towards that high of the day in Bitcoin. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. But good morning, Nikki. What's up, Nikki? Good morning. I'm new to trading. What advice can you give me? What is the best at trading platform? I don't want to be broke.
Yeah, neither do we.
Well, the first thing that I'm going to give you one piece of advice, and then I'll send it over to Sharif, and it's going to start with read as much as you can. That's it. Read as much as you can, and I'm going to honestly leave it at that.
Yeah. Look. It really depends on what kind of trading you want to do. Nikki, are you looking to swing trade? Or you want to buy, and hold overnight, hold for a couple of days, and kind of ride a little bit of momentum? Or are you looking to day trade, Nikki? Are you looking at what we're doing on the screen right now, which is, get in and out of positions within the same day? Don't super chat again. You don't have to, Nikki. Just tag myself or Joe exactly what you want to do. But I got to echo Joe's sentiment. You got to get familiar with the fundamentals, the A, B's, and C's of trading, so that you know what you're referencing to. One book I personally would suggest, and obviously we're not affiliated at all, is John J. Murphy's book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. It kind of gives you, I want to say it's more than the ABCs, but it does does obviously cover the ABCs. He gets a bit more nuanced as the chapters go on. That would be my first suggestion. Obviously, the other one is the psychological aspect of, trading, buying and holding, holding when you're holding a winner. A lot of people want to ring the profit bell, and so they end up cutting winners early, and they hold their losers for too long. So the psychological aspect. What's that one called? Trading in the Zone by what's his dude?
Mark Douglas.
Mark Douglas. I always forget the dude's name.
Yeah.
Mark Douglas at Trading in the Zone. I would suggest those two books. They're both kind of light reads. They're not thick, huge books. Those would be my first starting points there. Then, get more nuanced.
Yeah.
Find out, you want to be an intraday trader, you want to be a swing trader. Even all swing traders are not the same, right? Some people will hold for a few days, and then you've got myself and Joey. We hold sometimes for a few months. So they're not all the same thing. We're just going to go over some of these super chats as well. Mike PD Ryder dropping 2 in the chat. Thank you, Mike. Always, I love the input and I love the energy from Mike PD Ryder, man. Keep your eye out on his levels, and he's a great guy in general. TTV, number 1 fact check. Appreciate you guys. And one more here. Sorry, Papacito, he's dropping 17.9 shekels. I don't know what the sub shekel is. Hey, I see you guys chase a lot IB, IT, long short. I don't personally trade that. Why don't you go long 2 times Mara, 2 times Riot or MSTR, and vice versa? I'm not going to speak for anybody, but I can just tell you right now, sometimes the miners and the actual coin itself not really jiving. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Sometimes you'll see the miners. I think this was the case on Friday. The miners were running quite aggressively, higher than the coin. I believe today, if we can just take a quick look, Mara's up 4%, but Bitcoin is up 6%. ETH's up 8.7%. CleanSpark's flat. Riot is flat. Hut 8 is down 11 3/4. What is the other one? CIFR down 2.11%. So I see your point, but I don't think they're always directly correlated, and they don't always trade together. Sorry, I just got to mention this. SOLT just took out highs again. We're into 840 now, Joey, and this one's really going. It's up 25%. Keep your eye on this one. It's a Solana 2 times ETF. And then one quick thing before we send it to Adair for happening now and Neil's lesson of the day. SMX has now broken trend. This could be interesting. I'm not going to go long quite yet, but it has broken that downtrend, Joey, so be on the lookout.
Are we going there? No.
We're going happening now.
No, but at the end of the day, Mara and Riot are not Bitcoin. So, yeah, that's why.
Let's talk about what's happening so far today. We had a lot of really nice early strength, and then, of course, around 11:30, we get some volatility in tech, which was leading the market, and then we start to crumble a little bit here. So again, this tech right now recovering, but certainly not as strong as we were in the morning, and a lot of that volatility has to do with a stock called Amazon, AMZN, having this AWS reInvent event that's been happening from December 1st to 5th, and quite a few announcements being made at that event today. Basically, the biggest here with Amazon announcing that AWS is going to be adopting some Nvidia technology in future generations of their AI computing chips. AMD dropped on this news. As you can see, Amazon also dropped on this news after the initial positive reaction, though it's trying to recover. AMZN is also reportedly rolling out its Trainium3 AI chip, speeding that rollout to compete with the likes of Google and Nvidia. I want to talk about some earnings tonight as well. MRVL, of course, had a catalyst in its own right this morning, reportedly set to acquire this AI startup called Celestial. That's going to be a good look here for MRVL, but they also report earnings after the bell. And then, of course, American Eagle here with pictured is Sydney Sweeney. You can find this infographic, like all our infographics, on X at TTV Research. But AEO, probably the most exciting earnings tonight from a trading standpoint. You can catch this infographic on X at TTV Research, and also check out a poll about AEO on that post as well. Just be aware, Trump is speaking right now. He is holding his cabinet meeting. Nothing really of note has been said, except for the fact that Trump said he's going to be announcing his pick for Fed chair in early 2026. So we're going to have to wait and see who that is, but the prediction markets are heavily favoring Kevin Hassett. Before we send you to Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug It's time for Rapid Rate Access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today, and if you want to learn more, you don't have to schedule anything because Neil's right there, and he's going to give you guys his lesson of the day. Neil, give the people that education.
Thank you very much, Dara. Hopefully this addresses, I might be able to put this on, if I can find it, I might be able to put a recent comment. Dang it, I can't find the comment or the question, so I'm just going to do it this way because I was about to talk about something which might relate to this. Daniel B, 900. The words 100% of traders say is lose small, win big. However, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Andre. However, easier said than done. This is why 90% of day traders will be gone next year and won't survive. Well, I think that kind of thing, it gets mixed up because I've seen traders who are consistently positive for long periods of time who don't always work in that fashion. There are trading strategies, most of which are probably only on prop floors, where I can tell you traders will win like 90% of their days, but the days that they lose will be large, right? So you could have strategies which are highly profitable sometimes on like with smaller moving stocks. When I traded penny stocks and I started out, I literally would maybe have one negative day a month. But that negative day would usually be like 2 to 3x my biggest winning day because of the nature of the style I was doing. I was doing a lot of volume. So what you really have to factor in is the overall risk reward of your strategy or the trade you are making. It is not as simple as win big, lose small. You cannot look at it that way. Because what can end up happening is you'll find yourself trying to apply one risk strategy to a bunch of different styles of trade, which might not work out. So anyways, hopefully having an actual trade plan of action for entry and exit and what it is that you're trying to accomplish so you can really judge your trade is where it all starts from. I'm going to give some examples today of what that actually means. And I'm going to show you Tesla. I think we can all agree this is this is chopping you up in Tesla today. If you look at from the open, like we open here at about 432. So prior day highs, we open up, immediately drop. Where do we bounce? Do we bounce off support? Nope. We don't come anywhere near yesterday's support. Kind of bounce randomly off 429, which ends up being here. You get all the way to the top again, break through the prior day high, get to the pre-market and dump again. Where do we bounce? Do we bounce at 4, bounces support? Nope. Doesn't hold support level. Then it goes absolutely gangbusters, doesn't find resistance there again, and then bounces higher. So at this point, I'm going to walk you through my trade plan of action, which was, all right, you've got a stock which is trying to break out. It false broke, but then broke out. I want to look long for continuation because my overall thesis was if you could close above 433 on a 15-minute, I'd like the long. That was something we talked about a couple of days. We closed above 15 closed above 433 on that 15-minute. So I'm looking for longs. Now we're bouncing off of VWAP. Well, what's my plan of action for bouncing off VWAP? Hold it to the low of the day. Well, that got remade and is well above the support level. So no, that's going to be out. Hold it to VWAP. That's a potential plan of action to hold it to VWAP, and I'll get to why I didn't do that in a second. Or it's hold it to this prior bar on the 3-minute, which is what I elected to go with. Again, just catch the bid and go into the prior bar. Now, easily, that ends up being the right decision. So hold it to the prior bar, first out there, look for the out at the top. Now, why didn't I want to give it the wider berth and take a bigger scale trade? Here's why. And this is where separating and understanding the trade you're trying to make in full. And if you can't explain your trade, then you have a gamble, not a trade. As far as I'm concerned, like if you can't explain the rationale behind where you're getting in, where you're holding it to, where you're getting out, then to me, it's like you're just way too random, and it's hard to improve if all of your decisions are random. So here's what actually happened, even though we had that 15-minute breakout that I was looking for. Well, the other thing I've got going on is a false break. Let me zoom out a little bit further. A false break of a monster resistance level. That's a 433. See that break? Yeah, it closed the candle above, but as I'm getting in, is that looking incredibly bullish? Not really. So at this point, if I'm taking that trade, I'm presuming that we're going to be breaking back toward the high. I'm not getting it as its confirmation. I'm getting it in early. And I don't have that extra confirmation of the buyers winning out above 433. So I don't actually have that. So because I don't have that, I go from give it a wider stop, $1.50, and play it directly to the high without scalping out when it gives me a buck, to give it the tighter stop. That's the entirety of the rationale. Now, what does that end up getting me in this particular case? It ends up with a flat trade instead of fighting into what could have been a bigger loser. You can see what ends up happening, but that just happens to be right. But it's the process that I can then grade. Was it the right decision? Why? And I can also go back and say, okay, well, after that failed, the same reasons I didn't like that for the wider stop could have had me going into a short. But the other aspect of it too, and I'm going to go to Palantir for a second, is someone else also said, Neil, you have a lot of setups that you don't take that you end up missing trades. So here's an example of one that I missed and why I think it didn't make sense. Palantir I took on trend. It was a good long that I was a little bit late to. There's your first dip that holds. There's your second dip that holds. Talking about green candles. There's your third dip that holds. I get in on trend line. I probably could have got in here if I'm a little more aggressive. I don't get in till the next bar. I add on the break. I trail out. Boom. Okay, fine. We rode it as long as we could. Ideally, if it broke 176, instead of a good trade, we'd have a great one. Why didn't I go short when it broke trend? Because Palantir in particular has not worked at a high enough rate for myself recently when it has this type of a trend line break. And again, you have to understand what it is that you're trying to capture. Now, part of this also goes back to looking at the higher time frame. Now, do I like that trend break if it occurs here in the middle? I thought we had room to get up to this 177. So we didn't get there. If we got there, then I'd have some resistance to go along with it, and I probably would like to take a bit of a trend break. But here's the thing. Just because I didn't like it in Palantir, you know that's a setup I like. So am I going to take it if it presents itself somewhere more cleanly? Yes, of course. Here's Intel. Remember I left you guys with the 15-minute trend break on Intel? Now I said to myself, none like Palantir, this one is a trend break that I'm going to be all over. So when it broke that trend line, I'll just transfer it right over. I know what my entry strategy is. There's the trend line break. There's the confirmation. There's the short. There's the out. There's the first take. Now, ultimately, I think I got a little sloppy here, not getting the 42.5. I end up getting a bit of a trail out there instead of getting this wick. That's only about 10 cents difference. Now, here's where it becomes a little bit discretionary. I was looking for 42 in the volume weighted average price. Now, if you note something about this trend line, when it breaks the last high to eventually get me in, there were buyers at 42.25. So I'm sitting here watching it try to work its way back down into 42. And in the moment that it starts catching a bit at 42.2, the only discretionary trade gets made. That's instead of holding for an extra 25 cents, something weird just happened on the bid everywhere. And I'm counter trend to Intel. Punch out. Now, in this particular case, I don't end up holding for the extra 25 cents. It's a small change, but it's one that I don't mind because, again, I'm holding on for the last little bit. And it had to do with the fact that, hey, it's a counter trend trade. If the bid comes in, it can come in heavy. But it's more about what is the story of the trade. For better or for worse, there's my entry, there's my stop. I know where I want to take profits in a general sense, like somewhere in here, and then obviously the volume weighted average price. And I can measure my risk to reward properly in that particular case. And then I can go over and look at one that doesn't work and sort of judge them against each other, right? So here's Tilray, there's a trend break. I'm short there, looking to get out into this about the $7, $7.25 to $7 area, right? So I can measure one that doesn't work versus one that does work. And these are kind of apples to apples trades where I know what my risk to reward was. Now, ideally, everybody has trades that you can easily quantify. This is where I want to enter. This is where and why I want to exit. But you know what? I've been trading for a long time. It's not that simple. You have to build yourself into having that kind of a concept for your trading. Like, where am I getting in and why? And being able to tell the story. Am I looking for something in the tape? Am I using an indicator? Am I using a trend line? And in terms of getting exits, that's not easy either, because I grapple with that all the time. Like, You know, I didn't even get this one. Should have been sitting on the bid at 42.5. I pulled it to have it travel a little bit further and end up missing out on an extra 10 pennies here. So that was a bit of a mistake, but it's all a work in progress. At least I know I'm trying to take some profit in that range. I know I'm trying to, and I know I'm trying to cover before VWAP. So I'm just coming up with a plan of action for that eventuality. But all of that goes into pre-trade preparation. It's why we start a little bit earlier. It's why John has a sticky note, I have my iPad, and I have my note in the morning. Sharif has his note, and everybody does this because you're trying to develop an actual strategy for your trades. Because win, lose, or draw, if you don't have a strategy, most of the time when traders make their biggest losses, it's because they just like a concept. X stock long, X stock short, right? So you end up making a bunch of trades in that direction so that you can be right instead of actually having trades with a defined strategy where you have an entry and exit plan, where you can actually compare them to other trades that you've made and any strategies that you develop, because you'll never get consistent unless you weed out the bad ideas from the good. Like, I couldn't be able to tell you, trust me, bro, Palantir, when I take that trend break trade that you see me do a million times a week, it doesn't work for me as well when I do it on Palantir, so I don't take it on Palantir. And I look like a fool when I didn't do it today, but there was a reason behind it because I've actually bothered to go back and see how it works out for me when I trade Palantir that way. So ultimately, you have to be able to develop a strategy. And breaking news, MicroStrategy would consider lending Bitcoin in the future. Good for them. And I can tell you this, and the reason why I want to read that to you is crypto in general, strategy, this was a mean reversion trade that I know bank got made on at Real Trade. Straight bank. Now, ultimately, this was a huge disappointment not to have taken this trade for a trend break to the upside and look at the distinct trend, look at it when it breaks it out. Obviously, you got to be the other thing that you also have to do when you have a strategy that works for you is you can't just sit on your laurels and say, oh my goodness, I'm up today. I caught Intel, I caught Nvidia, I caught Palantir. Hey, look at me. Nobody gives a damn. Whatever. Sorry, guys. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like, yesterday, was it a good day? Did you catch some mean reversions? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But if you're a mean reversion trader and you didn't have something like MSTR, then why would you be happy with yourself? I know I'm not, because that was probably the best trade out there for you if you like a trend reversal. So why be celebrating a good day if you missed an A+ setup? Me personally, I don't, because that's what I'm focused on. I'm focused on what are the things that make money for me. Did I do enough of them? Could I have done more of them? What are the things that don't make money for me? Did I do any of them? Could I have reduced the amount that I did? That's how you should be judging yourself. Because if you get wrapped up in, oh, well, this random trade I put on which didn't have a strategy, it happened to win today. Great, yay me. Well, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna do more of something that doesn't actually have a plan. And the market will eventually punish you. That's why 90% of day traders lose. Not because they couldn't make winning trades, but because they couldn't actually figure out why it is that they were winning on those trades and how they should treat them in the future or those setups. What was it about that actually worked, and how can I do more of that? That's your lesson of the day today, and thank you for the user who pointed that out, that it's not so simple as win big and lose small. That's nonsense. I've been trading a very long time. Nothing is that simple. And if everything I said sounds a little convoluted, I apologize for that, because trading's not easy. And anybody that tells you it is trying to sell you something, or they're lying to you. That's your lesson of the day. And the beef stroganoff actually wasn't that bad, Joe. I don't know if you want to give it a shot. I've already finished it. It was pretty solid, brother. So, enjoy your lunch, back to midday. And look, the future's back above VWAP too. Go market.
Thank you very much, Neil. Awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around noon, he is dropping said lesson of the day. And I don't know, I don't want to put words in Neil's mouth, but have you heard the expression, eat like a bird and shit like an elephant?
No, I've never.
No?
No.
That's just like taking small profits and then taking monster losses because you're holding them against you, right?
There you go.
And someone in the chat reminded me I used to say that. Yeah, and it's not actually mine. It's Greg, the former floor manager on here. Yeah, you've heard of all about it.
I've met
That's
Greg
his
one
line
time,
there.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's all good stuff. But Hangry Wife says, I just want Joseph to hug me and hold me. Bro.
You're going to have to pay for that.
Yeah,
you got to start paying for that.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Listen.
Get him, Joey.
Siren, I haven't hit this in a while, man. I feel like there it goes. I was going to add on this bad boy, too. Oh, no, there goes Bitcoin breaking out to $51. Look at this volume and momentum.
What happened,
really
Joey?
kick in. Yeah, I know. I'm going to set that up there, Itra.
Okay.
I'll send it to you guys and post it up in the chat momentarily. Yeah, let's go Bitcoin. A big time move there and a solid breakout on that bull flag. I was looking at this price action, just consistently forming these higher lows. And sure enough, you pop that top off and you're now climbing up to almost $52 in IBIT, up 7% this morning, or this afternoon today on the session. So some big time moves, but we need some more shares, guys. Going to wait for a pullback.
All right, Joey, I got to let them know. And now for some very exciting news out of Canada. For the sophisticated traders on the stream, Beta Pro by Global X Canada. That's Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull, as well as 3 times bear exposure to things like the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and as well on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, and they're dropping the management fees to just 65 basis points, all until New Year's Eve, guys, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So if you're a tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the great folks at Beta Pro. And shout out to Solana, man. You know what, Joey? We were asking, remember back in the day, I was asking what kind of coins, altcoins I should be weaseling into.
Yeah.
I didn't end up weaseling into any, but Solana looking real good today, 843 high. I'm quite pleased with how this trade has gone so far. I'm even more pleased that we added at around 28 pennies, because here we go. We're at the day high, 43. It's struggling a little bit, though, to kind of get above that area, but we're going to give this one a little bit more time to weasel on up. Joey, before you jump in here, I just gotta let everybody know that while Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, SMX halted down and it broke trend before. Not before, though, bamboozling everybody by breaking the downward channel, heading back up to 60, only to drop below 50, Joey. It's up only 29% now, and it's on Uncle Sheriff's you-know-what list.
Yeah, absolutely. What isn't, though, guys? I just found something crazy.
Tell him, Joey.
I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC.
That's crazy.
Top 30 globally. But that's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked.
Okay.
While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC. If you're in the US, Canada, or Europe, through Trader TV, you get 100 USD coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus, thing that covers losses up to 15K USD. Seriously, what am I missing here?
What are you
Scan
missing?
the QR code for more information. There it is, BTCC, guys.
All right, Joey, I got to cover a couple of things. I just want to make sure this is accurate here. PLRZ, what the hell? How come this is not updating? I don't want to just say dumb things. PLRZ, just one second. Yes, this is actually halted now. PLRZ, which is up 132.25%, but was dilly-dallying below VWAP since we started the show, is now halted up $7.34. The halt, we're gonna have to pull this up on a trading screen. High a day, 836. I'll submit to you guys, though, that the real resistance level likely to be 7.5. Look at all the topping tail candles that all breach but end up failing to hold 7.5. Only this area over here spent about 15 minutes above that level, and then all hell broke loose down below 6. So PLRZ breaking out in a halt. And look at IRBT rocketing up into $1.90. This is not even updating because we don't even have it on the side watch list over here, Joey. IRBT, oops. IRBT. There we go. This is up 13.5%. It's still below yesterday's high. This thing was all sorts of insane yesterday. What the hell is this? It rockets up into 255, drops all the way down, loses $1, and now it's about to take $2 again. This is all sorts of volatile. Not looking as volatile today, though, as yesterday. In any event, it's on its way to $2, or so it seems. Flat top break, I want to say, through high 80s, 190, because you kept getting rejections, plenty, all in the high 80s, low 90s. Now we're showing 92. We're at the high of the day. IRBT is going to be on watch for me here going into the afternoon. And last but not least, VERA, way too spready for my liking and more expensive. $39, drops down into 38, rockets right back up, and then, you know, we'll see if it ends up making higher highs. But that one's on watch for me too, Joey.
Absolutely. All right, for too long, guys, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With this limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. Wow, look at Bitcoin go.
Go Bitcoin.
Insane. When you hit the goal profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Yeah, I mean,
Evaluation.
No, but yeah, there it is, guys. I only have one out left really here in IBIT. It's unfortunate that I didn't add some more shares to it. I did take some off. We would have some more for a runner, but that's not the case. So yeah, that's what I got, Sharif. I have one more out. We're up to 52.04 in IBIT, so a nice move to the top side there.
All right, brother. I'm keeping an eye here on IRBT, up 14, 15. This is going, guys. Here we go. It keeps printing at high days every time I look, and it looks like we're on our way to $2 now. 196 high, 15.33% under this one's wings. Looking real good, man. We're about to clear 16. Let's keep an eye here on IRBT. But I have to tell you about PLRZ, right? Because that's the one that's halted at $7.34. It's up 132.25%. Here's what we're talking about now. We're talking about a 747, and I'm not talking about the airplane. I'm talking about the TAP, the theoretical auction price, the imbalance sort of pair between buyers and sellers during the halt. It halted at 12:22.16. Current time is 12:26.02. So the earliest this one will be open is 12:27.16. So we still have about a minute and 10 seconds until that takes place. I'd like to see what the tap looks like as we get a lot closer to opening right now. So PLRZ certainly in focus for me. It looking a lot better than SMX anyway. If you're looking at halters, I think PLRZ looking a lot better in terms of a pattern than SMX, which is now trading below the volume weighted average price. How I execute, if I execute at all on IRBT, is likely going to come down to whether this 190, one mid 80 area holds. I'm talking about this kind of flat top that ended up getting broken. If it comes back in and tests, you know, that 185 to 188 level, I could be interested there. Below that level really is going to be the volume weighted average price, which is at $1.77 right now. In addition to that one mid 80s level being that price action breakout, it also happens to be the current 10 EMA on the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And that interests me because I often trade there off that level. So I'd like to go ahead and put in a dip trade here. And we're gonna look to front run the level a little bit. And I'm gonna put it at 89s. So that's clearly ahead here of the price action resistance. And it's also currently ahead of the 10 EMA. So I'm looking for a trade here on IRBT, but I don't want to punch in at, you know, the highs when this thing's on the precipice of touching 2. And you know how this works. You know, people take profits in and around psychological support as well as short sellers looking at working their way in there as well. PLRZ is open and it rocketed up, Joey, into a new high a day, 836, but all hell is breaking loose. It just lost 8. It's in the 7 mid 80s right now, in the 770s, looking going 760s here. So the sell is on right now on PLRZ. This is way too volatile for me. It has to be off technical levels for me to get in. The technical levels for me, quite frankly, are going to be the halt price, 735, and then 7. 7 is psychological Now support, formerly resistance, also the whole dollar, as well as the breakout level. So let's see what that 7 1/3 does. If it comes back into 7 1/3, it already did, right? Because it dropped down into 740. So essentially 7 pennies higher than the halt level. So PLRZ on that good stuff right now, but it's gonna have to ride trend for me to get involved. Otherwise, it's just way too risky. But there goes SOLT again, Joey. Solana rocketing up today. It's up the ETF here, the 2 times leverage ETF, up 26 1/3. It's 3 pennies away from the high, or sorry, from the $0.50. It is at the high as we speak at 47s. A little bit of a sell there into 46. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. PLRZ as well as IRBT. I'm certainly interested in working into IRBT. Oh, wow, PLRZ just dropped into that 720 area, and it got bought up. It lost the halt level, though. It lost that 7 1/3 momentarily. It's below it again. Does it hold up at 7? It's going to halt down. It's going to halt down at 714. Let's see if this is going to be a false halt. It is a false halt. It gets bought right back up into 7 1/4. So a lot of bamboozle and a lot of volatility happening right now in the world of small cap gappers. We're going to have to trade these ones carefully. Otherwise, PLRZ, rip your face off type price action, baby.
Rip your face off for sure. There it is. We'll hit the stone cold right there on this one, guys. Let's get this last out here on Bitcoin as we ride all the way up to $52 and change. So there it is, our last out on IBIT. And who knows what can happen with this, guys? It can continue to climb higher. I mean, when it decides to put in multi-K days, this is the type of price. This is the type of price action that we see typically. So yeah, a big time move. Multiple adds within to the position as well too. Again, we did take a lot of it off up here. We did leave some for the dream, and I guess that's that's my last out. Yeah, that's exactly it, guys. I wish I could do that on here, but unfortunately I cannot. Well, what Stone Cold typically does before he cracks the beers and. He flips the bird, essentially.
We've had beers on the show before. I don't think we
well, no, you can't flip the bird. You can't flip the bird either, unfortunately. Well, I don't know about unfortunately, but...
He doesn't actually flip the bird. He does it a different way. He goes like this. He goes with his hands like this instead of like this.
Okay.
I don't know why he does that. I don't know if they told him to do that or...
Yeah. I mean, hey, we're rocking and rolling, man. Solana continuing to climb higher. What's Ethereum up to? Crypto space back in play for today's session. Anything can change, obviously, we know. Hopefully people don't get over leveraged once again, and the next thing you know, come tomorrow, you go through essentially another mass liquidation, which I find completely bizarre and insane. How do you, like, this is the thing I don't get, Sharif.
What's wrong, Joey?
It's like, okay, I understand you get caught in some specific areas in maybe a liquidation in which we experienced in early October, but what are we doing over here? I don't get it. Like, how is everybody getting liquidated here? I just don't get it. This is understandable. You're pushing for a new high. You're over leveraged, looking for that move into 100 plus. But then here it's just like, what are we doing? What are we thinking here, guys? But no, in all seriousness, back to this key pivot high volume signature coming into play. And then sure enough, who knows? Maybe those leverage plays went to the short side and they're starting to get squeezed out because you're up 7.5% on today's intraday session and continuing to climb higher. Intel forming a base near the top, a flat top up here, which isn't horrible whatsoever. Other than that, guys, I don't have much going on. I would love to have added a little bit more, but that's what if history, and we did not. So we're gonna have to go through our scanner and look for some primetime opportunities. I'm waiting for Sharif to name some more banger small caps, but what we will do is look at some of the top volume names here in a higher market capitalization. We're gonna start that off with Nvidia, 112 million, INTC, 94 million, Tesla, TSLA, relatively light, guys. And I mentioned this, Drop Trades was asking me, and multiple people, Hangry Wife as well too, was like, hey Joe, why are you not trading TSLL? I was earlier in the day, but you can see it's usually at the top of the list from a volume standpoint. Relatively cool, only 54 million shares traded. We got Bitcoin sitting in that sixth slot, 44 million flat, Sharif. Tesla, 42 million shares. What's BM&R up to? Okay, see you later.
Don't ask about that.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
is a rinsing, an absolute rinsing in my swing account on that.
Yeah, and people were asking like, hey, when is this thing recover? Yeah, I mean, like, you got to take into consideration you're at the third of this price. You're still down 75% from this high, which is absolutely disastrous, Sharif. 80%. It's going to take some time for it to, it's going to take some time for it to recover. And it's the exact same with MicroStrategy. And I mean, okay, I like this. That's some good bottoming prints. When I seen MST, so it's funny, near the close yesterday, Bitcoin was relatively flat and MicroStrategy was kind of just moving opposite of Bitcoin. I'm like, that's a little odd. But sure enough, look what we got. A nice volume print. So I'm going to classify this as stopping volume. December 1st, 2025. That's going to be our largest print since November of 2024. When was the largest print on Bitcoin?
When?
Other than November 21st of 25? November 20th of 2024. So a lot of things are starting to correlate. I mean, the dates may not have anything to do with it, obviously, but just keep an eye out on the volume profile because it can tell you worlds. And sure enough, look what we're experiencing here in Bitcoin off of those lows. I'm not going to say that's necessarily the same thing that is going to happen in MSTR, but I'm going to put probability in my favor, and it's falling in that realm of we might see a bounce in MicroStrategy.
I like it, man. I like it a lot. Let's keep an eye here. I just worked into PLRZ. I'm looking for current bar low. Current bar low is a higher than the prior bar low. 713 prior bar low. Current bar low, I think, is like 17s. Here's the half dollar. It's been above the half dollar in the current candle, but there's clearly a short seller or a profit taker defending that half dollar because every time we wick at it or above it, we're definitely getting aggressive selling. So I'm looking for the current bar low to hold. Otherwise, we just stop out. We already went the beak there for a nice little winner. We got some in the high 40s. We're in at 33s, but I'm looking for continuation. Otherwise, I'll have no dealings with this one. If it doesn't hold trend, I'm not gonna DCA into an oblivion on PLRZ. We got 33s. It showed me 33s at the moment. Let's see what comes of this. I didn't get anything, sadly, though, on my dip trade here on IRBT. It's not coming down, at least not yet. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. 190 is now the 10 EMA on the 5, but as I see it, I just got to go back quickly here to PLRZ because it just opened up a new candle, and I'm trying to keep an eye on whether this current candle is going to have a higher low. It currently has one, but the candle prior to it on the 5-minute chart actually closed yellow, meaning that it opened and closed at the same price, and it's a doji candle, a candle of indecision, preceded by a topping tail candle. That's at the end of the trade. We're gonna take that one out as it did lose a little bit there. So this will be my first loser on the day, and hopefully we'll look to do a little bit better here on PLRZ. Yeah, that is my first loser on the day. Sucks, but we'll look to do a little bit better on that one. But it broke trend, and it looks like they were stop hunting some people because it just rocketed up back into 7 1/3. It still hasn't made a new candle to form a new 5-minute high. That will go above the prior candle high, which is in the mid-50s. Looks like 55, 56. So sucks to be me. Looks like I got stop hunted there, especially if this one closes above 50. But doesn't mean it's the end of the trade, Joey. If this one gets above 50 and holds above 50, I'm going to jump into this one. Again, we'll wait and see. I hate getting stopped out at the bottom of the candle, especially if it moves back up. That's just a pet peeve. Walt Winchell, 5922. Sharif, millions will be made with TXXD Lambo season. Say less, my man. Let's have a look at TXXD.
Lambo season.
Lambo season. Where's Max at, bro?
Not here. It's not Lambo season here, is it?
Oh, well, okay. So you're not talking about an intraday trade because there's no volume on this. It's done 4,700 shares. But let's take a look at. Oh, this is the IPO from a little. Oh, this is what is this? This is performance of Doge. What? This is it's an ETF 2x Doge. I didn't even know this was around, man. This is cool. And they didn't launch it that long ago. It looks like it started trading on the 20th of November. So I've got nothing bad to say about this. I'm not going to speak about Doge because I don't really know anything about what it's been doing lately. I don't follow it. But all I see is lower highs and lower lows at the moment. It's up big on the day, clearly, because it's up 19.61%. It's at that $22 area. Hey, man, would you buy Doge?
Probably
Which
not.
coin?
No.
Yeah. No?
No.
Why not?
Well, our good friend of the show, Mr. O'Leary, said, what are you going to buy all those ish coins for? Right?
It's the ish coins are over. Even Vanguard today, like they started allowing crypto trading on their network, but they're removing all what they call
ish coins.
The crap coins. Yeah, exactly.
Rightfully so, man. Like, are you kidding me with some of that stuff? I mean,
Bro, you don't have to offer leverage, but why would you block it from? Why would you block people from trading it on your net? If it's my dang money.
I
want to punch
You don't
in.
need to be babied.
No, I don't need to be babysat. The government already does enough babysitting for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? No, seriously though. If the leverage I have a problem with, and we've talked ad nauseum about that, but why don't you let me punch into the actual coin itself? Like, what's so objectionable about
I mean, it's comical at the end of the day, Sharif, in my opinion. It's insane, some of the things that go on around here. Did you see what they did to
What'd they do, Joey?
Dufferin and Bathurst Street?
I never go that far west.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Well, so essentially it's one lane, one
Oh,
lane
yes,
now.
I did see that. It's a TTC lane. Yeah. Bathurst, because they're doing that now for the World Cup.
Is that why they're doing it?
Yeah, because they want because Bathurst is the closest main road to BMO, right? Because you go down on Bathurst, hit Lakeshore, go west, make a right, and then there's the funnel into BMO. If you're coming from the eastern side, if you're coming from the western side, it's a little bit different.
It's Dufferin.
Bathurst.
Well, if coming from west.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm getting at?
They did it to Bathurst as well.
They did it
But
to
people are
both.
driving on the lanes, bro.
I'm driving on the lane, bro.
they're painted red and everyone's driving
on the lane. Listen.
Wait until they hand out tickets.
Yeah, I know. That's the
lane
thing,
anymore,
right?
bro.
And honestly, but no, it's insane because at the end of the day, you're gonna have that major route down to one lane. All right. As for the queues,
finish the thought.
No, it's okay, man. Because you know what? How I was raised, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't say anything at all.
You're gonna hurt the feelings of the TTC?
No.
Mayor Chow?
Yeah, exactly. So
she's a very capable person.
Of course she is.
She's very capable.
How is the old property tax increase?
Just 25% in 3 years, nothing
cool,
big.
Man. How many parking tickets have you got since then?
A parking ticket?
Oh yeah, you don't even have it. You don't.
No, I never got a parking ticket. I would say in the last 10 years.
You're lying.
No, bro. Wow. Yeah, I'll just pay for that.
Okay.
Because, dude, I mean, think about it.
Oh, you'll just pay.
It's way more expensive for the ticket.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's $100 now, which is absolutely insane. But aside from that, guys, look at the TQs. Might take out a potential move to the downside here. A nice inverted hammer candle. So right now, how I'm looking at this is a potential failed new high of the day. You punched through the volume weighted average price. You had your solid rebound, and then now there's some indecision prints at some key support levels that are acting as resistance. So here it is, right at that break of that candle open. Then I'm going to look to take a potential move to the south side. I want to keep an eye on what Apple has been up to, so you can see that's been grinding at multiple bounces off VWAP, and then sure enough, a failed high. For now, we can continue this grind. I haven't even looked at NVDA today, to be honest with you. So yeah, let's take a look at AMD and what NVDA are up to. Okay. Is that it? Yeah, 182. Yeah, it's not doing too much. Wow, that was some aggressive selling. So this is what I'm going to say justified that selling in the NASDAQ and the SPY. That was extremely aggressive from 185 down all the way to 180. That's a 5-point move. Volatility most definitely in NVDA and AMD.
All right, guys, IRBT didn't give me the in. I had my dip trade. It didn't come in. Now it touched $2. It's rejecting 2 now, down into 198, at least momentarily. The trend is still intact here on IRBT. And I really don't know how to work in, quite frankly. I'm not going to punch in willy-nilly at a random area. I'm still kind of biased to this 190, mid-80s retracement for an entry, but we're not really getting it. So I'm just going to pack the patience over here. I don't have a whole lot to talk about, sadly, but we'll start the news shortly as it's almost a quarter to the hour. VERI, though, catching a bit of a bid. It did drop below VWAP several times, but the buying has been in place since 10 after the hour, so almost half an hour now of higher highs and higher lows as this one wants to work up. It's only 5 pennies off the day high, 497. It's showing me 92s right now. You know, this one feels like it might squeeze into 5. I don't know if I'm going to work into this one quite yet. I've still got a dip trade on IRBT, or sorry, I want to put in a dip trade on IRBT. I had removed it prior because it touched 2, and I was like, okay, well, this is not valid anymore. I'm going to go ahead and front run the 190 level now. I'm going to put it at 91s, and I'm also going to put some in the mid-80s. I want to say at 87 because that's the actual breakout level. So I'm going to front run it as well by putting it at 88. So we'll see what we get there, and we're definitely not getting upset. VERA as well. Where is that one? VERA, did I take that one off? Yeah, I did. Give me a second over here. That's IRBT, SOLT, PLRZ. Wow, PLRZ is halted down. That was the best out there that I could have had. What hot garbage is this? Okay, let's load up over here. What's it called? VERA, excuse me. There it is. No, VERA, not VERA. VERA. Yes, so there's VERI and VERA, and they're both up nicely. VERA, though, is much more spready. 27 on the ask, 09 on the bid. It's got a seller here at 39.50 or 39, you know, it's hard to tell, 39 and a third, 39.81 high, but it's holding the 10 EMA quite well. And the best part about this is you can see that this one's respecting technicals because it comes back into 38, which was the breakout level, and holds it to a T. And then you're $1 and change in the money right now if you had the compunction to punch in there. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. Separately, my SOLT trade coming in a little bit here. So we did add into that 29 penny area over here, and that's the amount of shares that we have left. It's coming back down into 35. It's still at the 10 EMA, so I don't really want to take anything out at the moment. So we'll pack our patience. We'll see what we get on that one. And again, as always, if there are any new small cap gappers making a move midday that I haven't mentioned or don't have eyes on, please let me know, or Joseph, and then we'll touch up on that. But for the moment, Joey, I've got nothing, but it's a 1:45. Thinking maybe a few more minutes here before we start the news. Anything you're looking at specific, brother?
Yeah, it's 1:15.
And I need you now.
Shout out but no, in all seriousness, guys, $54 level on IBIT, 53.9% at the money IV, 26,300 contracts at that specific zone. So I'm going to be looking at this as a supply area. I mean, we've already surpassed a couple of the strikes, so that's not bad whatsoever. We'll take that. And I think this can be in the works by the end of the week, right? This is only Tuesday. 3 full trading sessions, or 3.5, I guess. So, I mean, still plenty of time to run up into those areas. And with a session like today, I love seeing the strong, just a steady grind up, because come the post market, it typically does an additional leg higher heading into some of the Asian activities. So, yeah, it's not bad. I think we can continue to climb. As for Ethereum, we'll look for supply zones as well, too. That's going to be sitting around that $24.50 strike price, 15,000 contracts right there. But you can see how much substantially higher the at-the-money IV is, 75.9%. So just keep that in mind. If you guys want to pull up the strategy builder and see what we got going on, this cycle, it does have some activity. So look, here it is, right? So 23,300 right there at 25. We'll head that back over to IBIT to see what the December 19th cycle is telling us. And yeah, 54 most definitely in play. Oh, that's not it. 54, yeah, 55 evens, guys. So keep an eye out for a nice steady move higher. But $52, right where we essentially topped out, 29,800 contracts still currently open. So there's a little bit of supply there. And with that being said, I think that if you have the demand, you can punch through and then you can get a squeeze up to that next level. And that's going to be $54. I'm going to be keeping an eye out on it in the blue ocean to see what we got going on. Yeah, blue ocean tonight to see what we got going on. Freed up some of, so I have some breathing room now at least. So yeah, I mean, there it is. We're going to keep our eyes on it. I know a couple other names are going to be in play without any form of question.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Are you paying big boy fees on...
No, they're not bad at all,
They're
man.
not bad,
Well, it's relatively the same, man. It's like a $50 a ticket.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Because I kept getting messages. Like sometimes I'll punch. Like if there's
in BL.
Yeah.
And it tells you the.
It's like it pops up that message. So
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
No,
Exactly.
exactly. Because like when I look at my P&L, it's not even affected essentially from regardless of whatever it is. So yeah, it's literally $50, a fraction of a dollar, I guess. So yeah, it's not bad, man. It's pretty good too. If you run into a Tesla in the evening time and the volume's there, you can have a lot of fun with it. The price action is significantly more cleaner in my opinion. If you see that the stock is turning around, just go with the flow. If it's climbing higher, go with the flow. And I guess that's the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, it is, man. All right, guys, make sure to get into the chat, guys, and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Tesla is leading the way. You got to throw in that $, though, guys, in order for it to trigger. Toby33 just voted for Mara, and he also voted for BBAI. Get into the chat right now. Whatever ticker your heart so desires. It's not just the ones that are up on the board there, but Tesla is leading the way with BYND. Well, in third place, Intel was second, and Intel deserves that spot very much so, up big on the day. The largest move for semiconductor names on my watch list anyway. Nvidia with 57 votes there, a perennial appearer on the rundown over here. AMD, SoFi, PLRZ, the one we were just speaking about, MDB, of course, MongoDB, having a fantastic day, 23.25%. We got Direction, TSLL, we got SoFi, BBAI, and even the dead one, Apple, is on there. It's 12th in last place, or second last place, but that's all right. Make sure you're voting every day, guys, and then we'll get a more comprehensive look at what you guys want to speak about when we do the afternoon rundown. Shout out to everybody who votes every day. I always appreciate that from you guys. Did we get the fill yet, man, on IRBT? What the hell is going on? It won't let me in, Joey. The 10 EMA obviously is a dynamic level. It's moving with the price action, so my orders are static, of course. So we're going to punch in here. My plan doesn't change. I'm going to add at 90. I'm going to add in the mid-80s for a hold of a technical level. IRBT is trending, and I want to ride the trend. But, it's hard always, not always, but to catch these bottoms. So I'm going to have some planned dollar cost averages going here, and that's why you're seeing a whole bunch of orders coming on the screen now. So we just punched in at 94. We're seeing 96. Let's see if we can get a breach of that $2 area. $2 is the high of the day to the T. But how about SOLT, the Solana 2x leverage ETF? It is now breaking down below the 10. I want to say on a 2-candle basis. The out is going to be 1 penny below my entry, which is at 29. So we're going to go ahead and put 828ers are out there. Let's go, bro. 828 as the out. Oops, I didn't type that right. Let me just see how many shares I have left. So 828, not 888. Sharif, take it easy. 828, and then we're going to go 825. We'll see what we have there. So we're going to pause for a second, guys. We're going to send you to Wadera, who has breaking news.
Wall Street Journal related to EA. EA did get a little bit of a spike on this story. So Wall Street Journal reported that after its takeover here, after EA's takeover, the Saudi fund PIF is going to be owning 93% of EA, and then their partner Silver Lake will be owning 5.5% of EA. So again, filing showing here what the ownership of EA is going to look like after it goes private here, as per Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Do you ever play any EA games? Do you have a console?
I used to, yeah. I used to be heavy, man. NHL.
NHL? Well, yeah.
Mad. And do you remember Fight Night?
Of course.
Yeah.
I have the one with Roy Jones on it.
Yeah. I used to play that.
It's called Knockout, wasn't it?
No, it's Fight Night round.
Fight Night?
I think it was like Fight Night round 1, round 2, round 3.
I have the one from PS2.
And I used to, same. I used to just pummel all my buddies in Fight Night.
You're so good.
Yeah.
I was more of a FIFA guy, though.
FIFA
and Madden.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Madden too.
Yeah.
I had all the Maddens. I think leading up into something, and then I stopped playing them because
Need for Speed was also EA.
Was Need for
but
Speed
it wasn't
too?
EA Sports. It was just EA.
Yeah. I mean, I had Underground, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2.
Ooh.
My favorite car was the Lotus Alice. That's what I used to rock.
Remember that one?
Yeah. So
I had the old one, the old Need for Speed on PC, and that's the one that had the McLaren F1.
Oh, really?
Remember that McLaren
No,
F1?
no, man, no. I wasn't honestly just recently kind of started to like the McLaren car. I think if I had the opportunity, I would buy a McLaren over like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini.
I'm all about the English cars, bro.
Yeah.
I have an affinity for English
I
cars.
like the McLaren a lot.
I like the Aston Martin. I know it's not the same thing as a McLaren.
I love
it's
the
a little
Aston.
bit of a different take.
It looks like a bullet, man. I love it. Especially the one in the James Bond movies.
So good.
Yeah,
dude, you gotta see the dude in my building. He's a dinosaur, obviously.
Yeah.
But he's got the McLaren Vantage, and he's got the F. It's like saying AMG or M, right?
Yeah.
It's the F whatever line or F series. It is ridiculous. It's black on black, but the interior has lime green on it,
What
and
year
it's a
is it?
convertible. Hard to tell. Probably late model.
Oh,
I haven't
okay,
talked
okay.
to him about it. Like
Okay.
he doesn't show up that much, but it's such a great car. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I like the
about
good
that
old.
life.
I love the good old McLaren, man.
All right, man. Let's start the news, guys. Let's bring it in. It's about 8:02. Lots to talk about today. A lot of headlines, so let's get right down to business, baby. Just gonna have to keep an eye on some of these positions over here, and then we're gonna be getting right to work. So let's talk about Apple getting a bit of a shakeup in their AI leadership there. Apple having a good day, a little bit below 1% now, but they announced, Assassino, that that longtime AI chief, John Giandria, is stepping down after leading the division since 2018 and is their most significant reorganization in the Apple Intelligence division since they launched it in 24. He's going to remain as an advisor until retiring next spring, while Amar Subramania, formerly at Microsoft and Google's DeepMind, will take over as VP of AI. Now, this Amar guy, he barely spent any time at Softy. He was, in fact, with Google, I think, earlier this year or late last year, spent very little time with Microsoft, less than a year from my understanding, and now he's making the move to Apple. Kind of an eyebrow raiser a little bit there. He will now report directly to software chief Craig Federici. So he's not going to have a direct line of communication with Tim Cook as he did in his Microsoft role. So some people making the argument it's a bit of a step down rather than a lateral move. Teams previously under Giandria will be redistributed across the organization, moving under COO Sabine Khan as well as the services chief Eddie Q. So, Joey, we know that Apple hasn't been spending the same amount of money as some of their competitors like Softy, Google, Amazon, Tesla, of course, on AI, but they say they're significantly increasing their AI spend. However, because they're focusing more on on-device AI as opposed to cloud or neo-cloud AI, I think we're calling it now, their CapEx is significantly less. So that could hurt them and help them. As I was making the point with Brendo this morning, it hurts them obviously if on device AI ends up being, well inferior or unable to kind of launch Apple Intelligence, and they'll be very good for them if it actually does well and they haven't had to spend the umpteen amount of CapEx dollars that their competitors have had to spend, Joey. So in any event, a shakeup for Apple in Apple Intelligence AI division. What do you make of this?
No, it's good that they're starting to bring in a little bit of talent because we know multiple analysts said that there's a very low probability that Apple was going to get this correct in-house. So you're starting to acquire some talent. But Sean said this for quite some time, and I totally agree because I was thinking the exact same thing. They may not have to spend all this money on the AI boom because they have Google already cutting them a $20 billion check. And the next thing you know, you have Anthropic and all these other startups knocking on the door saying, hey, yeah, we want to be your primary search as well too, cutting them checks. So I think there's ways that they can monetize it and make a boatload of money without having to spend that much capital, obviously, and we're seeing, I think that's being reflected in the stock, man, because it's continuously grinding higher and higher.
All right, let's go on to the next one here, Joey. Costco. Look, this is interesting. It's more of a strategic move by Costco. You'll know what I mean in a second. For them to preserve their legal rights rather than them actually trying to front run this whole thing. Let's talk about it. They filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration on Friday seeking a full refund of tariffs paid this year and to stop the government from collecting additional duties until the Supreme Court decides the case. Of course, we heard oral arguments earlier last month or this month, but we're not likely to get a decision from the highest court until next year. The company argues, Costco that is, that it could lose refund eligibility even if the Supreme Court ultimately rules that the tariffs were unlawful. So again, they're trying to preserve the legal right rather than have it foregone because they didn't file the requisite lawsuit or legal documents. A critical December 15th liquidation deadline could block Costco from reclaiming already paid tariffs, but the CBP, which is the Customs and Border Patrol agency, denied Costco's request to extend the liquidation date ahead of the 15th, increasing the risk that prior payments cannot be legally challenged or recovered. Again, they're just trying to preserve their right. Dozens of companies, Joey, have already filed similar suits over the Trump-era reciprocal tariffs, as well as the fentanyl-related import duties. Costco, for their part, they say, look, guys, the lawsuit is necessary to preserve our rights for refunds, noting that once import duties are liquidated, companies may lose their legal standing to recover the duties, even if those duties are ruled unlawful. A White House spokesperson responded, and they said, look, the lawsuit highlights the enormous economic consequences of overturning the tariffs, so they're taking a bit of a different take there. Joey, what do you make of Costco, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is actually, COST, where is actually up 0.01% year to date. It is literally on the dot, flat year to date.
That's not good. I mean, we know from previous earnings reports they were actually going to absorb a little bit of these costs, but what they weren't willing to do is more or less in the higher end consumer goods, whether it be from a plan standpoint and more or less the discretionary kind of products within the store. But as for Costco, I don't know how successful suing the government's going to go. I mean, if you got that type of money, by all means, continue to do so. But you are forming a downwards channel in this name, Sharif. I don't know if you've seen this. Look at this channel that it's just forming here right now.
What was the start of that, bro?
I guess
that peak there on the left.
This peak right here, this one here. From, yeah, February of 25.
So this is a yearly thing.
So, but I mean, like, let's not beat around the bush in this name, in the fact of how successful it's been. I know they've lifted, they've raised membership fees a couple of times as well too. That's just straight margin in the back of the pocket. But from January of 23, boom, you go on this big time run, Sharif, like you over 100% in the span of a couple of years right there. So you're not going to complain. I think it's only a matter of time until Costco just rebounds. As soon as this channel snaps, watch out for it to put in a new all-time high.
Well, I'd like to know. We're gonna send it to Adara for her comment at the moment. But I'd like to know, relative to Walmart, who we know now sources less than half of their products are made outside the U.S. I'd like to know what Costco's percentage is.
Yeah, exactly.
Clearly,
we found that in the likes of Home Depot as well too. And I remember with the Walmart reports, it was like it was some weird wording. It's like assembled in America. Remember what it was saying? Remember what it was saying? It's like a majority of its products were assembled in America. But where do all the widgets and everything come from, right?
Let's cut the crap.
We know. You see what I'm getting at there, guys? Look at the TQs go. I mean. This is down, brother. Down.
This guy's printed.
It's bleeding its own blood right now. So we're gonna take a little bit more off here on the TQs. I was just super patient on this trade. I mentioned in the chat, I'm like, it just doesn't seem like it wants to go, but there it is. A nice squeeze to the top side, some indecision prints, and there it is, continuing to bleed. So this was a pretty good trade right here, guys, on the TQs. Thanks.
All right, Adara, give us your take on Costco.
So with Costco, I think to kind of echo what you said, Sharif, I think it makes sense for them to, at least I understand their propensity here, or their want to kind of cover themselves just in case the suit doesn't go their way. But again, to talk about like the legal elements of this here again, I think it's going to be kind of tough for them to make the AAPL argument because, again, what we've talked about here, is this an economic emergency? Well, as we discussed, there's actually certain situations where tariffs are being imposed for countries like Brazil, where there's actually a trade surplus here that benefits the U.S., right? So the point I'm trying to make is it's going to be a little bit difficult to make these arguments. Now, of course, you can, and people have said that there's non-trade related barriers that are at stake or non-tariff related barriers. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see how the argument goes. I did listen to the entire first round of talks here for the Supreme Court for this case. The Supreme Court seemed pretty open. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But either way, regardless of how the decision goes, makes sense that Costco might want to front run it a bit, so to speak.
And I want to mention, so I just checked with Gemini, and we always, we have to be careful with the information that we get from these LLMs, especially if they're not based on a sourced article. But it says here that only 33%, Joey, of Costco USA, not Costco Canada or Costco in any country, just Costco USA, 33% of the sales are from imported products. That would put it in a better position than Walmart, who's less... more around that 50% mark, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's interesting. So it's funny, like Costco takes that initiative, not Walmart, even though Walmart, stands to lose a little bit more because more of their products are imported.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, take that information. I don't want to say with a grain of salt, but double check it because it could be completely inaccurate. And you. Just double checking with LLMs now is sort of a required thing, right?
Absolutely. No, it is, because you know what? When I'm at home or even here, sometimes when I'm plugging stuff in for the options activity and I hit the nano banana on slides, it'll hallucinate the numbers, and I'm like, what? Like the information is right there. Why are you changing it?
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started on that. Every morning. Great question from Ichiro. How about Sam's Club? Because obviously that is a bit of a different look for Walmart. So that's a great follow-up question. Sam's Club is owned by Walmart. Unlike Costco, Sam's Club and Walmart doesn't publicly disclose specific. However, I'm just trying to look here. Domestic merchandise. It doesn't know. It says, actually, Walmart suggests that about 2/3, approximately 67%, of merchandise sold in their U.S. stores is made, grown, or assembled domestically. So it's not separating Walmart's proper stores, Ichiro, from Sam's Club. But great question by you on that. Martinez, trust me, bro. Hey, look, bro, I mean, I told you, like, you got to double check the facts from these LLMs. They just hallucinate way too much. Walmart is better than those long lines. I'm going to have to filter your message there, no drip network, because we can't use the F on the stream. But long lines and employees at Costco. Hey, man, last time I was at Costco, they have those walk-around cashiers now. They bring that iPad, they cash you out, so when you get to the checkout, you're good to go and everything's super quick. So nice to see that they're making efforts in that regard. Joey, we're taking prints here on IRBT as this one's weaseling up back into $2. This is a $2 high a day. I'm packing my patience here on IRBT. We only got one entry, though. We didn't get any of that 90s or any of the mid-80s, so we're going to pack our patience on those ones and see what we get. Let's go on to the next story. Tesla, battery concerns. I know there was several headlines today on Tesla. Obviously, there's a good headline in the sense that they are up 9.9% in the month of November for Chinese sales. However, this is the bad side. This is the one that I reviewed. A European service provider reported that Tesla Model Y and Tesla Model 3 vehicles equipped with a certain specific LG battery pack is experiencing what they're calling catastrophic failures linked to high internal resistance. An EV repair clinic in China said for their part that 90% of the cases that they got at their clinic they received involved the LG battery packs, which can't be replaced at the cell level, unlike their competitor Panasonic cells, which allow for targeted repairs. Now we know that the Fairmont Gigafactory actually has an adjoining plant where Panasonic actually makes the batteries there and then weasels them into the Tesla Gigafactory, part of the Gigafactory. We're going to pause for a second on this story. We've got to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Yeah, just keep an eye here in Nvidia and Mistral AI announcing a new partnership to accelerate their new family of open models. So again, Nvidia and Mistral partnership. We know we heard a lot of partnership as well with AWS earlier. So AI announcements are flowing freely today, guys. Back to you.
Look there for Nvidia as they look to get their hat into the ring in Europe. Not too many European AI companies. Mistral, of course, out of France. We wish them the best. Estimates, though, Joey, suggest the Panasonic packs last about 400,000 kilometers, where the LG packs, they start capping out at around 250, which is obviously a major reliability gap between the two types of batteries. The industry is watching closely, specifically on the story, because LG packs are widely installed in Chinese-built Model 3 and Model Y units and then shipped globally, specifically more to the European Union. Tesla, they filed a new battery pack patent via the USPTO, U.S. Patent Office, outlining a chemistry design that improves performance, thermal efficiency, cycle life, claiming 80% capacity retention over 3,500 cycles. Joey, is this a nothing burger, or is there something to be worried here about some of these battery packs?
I mean, as for the longevity, no, I don't think so. It can be fixed. The real question is obviously the expense after 250K. I mean, are the EVs going to even last that long? Obviously, the battery's saying you're topped out at around 250K. I've never personally owned a car that had 250,000 miles on it, personally, kilometers. So are you going to hold on to it? What is the depreciation of the actual asset itself? But it can run into a major issue, Sharif, especially because we know when diesel vehicles tend to last a little bit longer than actually gas-powered ones.
Oh, yeah.
So this can be, if the longevity within these vehicles is there and you're topping out at 250K and you have another battery that lasts almost double that amount of time, then you're going to be running into some issues. For sure.
And think about that, like the bifurcation of the used cars. All of a sudden you want to buy a used Tesla EV or a Tesla car that has a Panasonic batteries rather than
exactly. You have to look. That's a very valid point, right? You have to do. How would you even determine that though?
You could probably determine it somehow, probably by the VIN, I'm assuming.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you'd have to trace where it was manufactured. But yeah, that can be a major factor. It's like, why would I want to buy this LG battery that's installed, and I want to go with the Panasonic or the Panasonic and essentially have more longevity in my vehicle. Which
that is a really good point that you brought up there. The longer life cycle for an EV as opposed to an ICE engine or an ICE car, because there's just way less moving parts, bro.
Way less components, right?
Way less.
Way less components.
So that's
it's just the replacement of the battery. It's pretty.
Big.
It's big time expensive.
Yeah, but you're seeing 400K there. I mean, like, well, I'm not vouching for that. That
400K is a pretty good
insane,
lifespan for a vehicle,
Dude, my driving is not typical, obviously, but I put like 7,500 kilometers a year on a car.
Same, brother.
Yeah,
nothing.
I can live with an entire, probably a decade.
And like I said, I've never had. I don't even remember what my old car went up to, but just under 200K. It's just like, boom, all right, see you later. Time to get a new one. So
good. William Randolph, Sharif, Joe, with electric cars. There's not 1,000 parts. Yeah, like Joey and I were saying, no maintenance. It can be your forever car, and there is one Tesla that has driven over 1 million miles. I believe that, man. I believe that. That is just part and parcel of having EVs. And a lot of people would say, that's really hurting a lot of the legacy automakers who don't make that much money on new cars, but end up making money from their dealer networks because they sell all these replacement parts at prohibitively high margins. And that's not the case, of course, for these EV vehicles that they're putting out because they're not really requiring as much service. So yeah, a bad business model, but good for consumers, obviously.
And it's funny to think, Sharif, just like now that we're talking about it, is why aren't they, I mean, they're extremely popular, but you would think people would move towards the electric vehicle a little bit more than what we're experiencing just due to the fact that there's less components, right? Like, anything can go wrong. If you own a Break My Wallet, then next thing you know, the thermostat's gone, you got to replace the water pump and all of these things. You don't run into those problems.
But if you're buying a new, Joey, you're not worrying for 4 or 5 years,
no,
80,000, whatever,
exactly.
right?
But even down the road, right? Why would you want to, like, it's your vehicle. Why do you want to have to worry about all these little factors that can...
No, but I agree with you 100%. Like, if I'm buying used, it's probably a better move to buy an EV, assuming that fits within your lifestyle and you don't need like long range and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Because of the fact that you're going to need to service it a lot less.
I guess it is the range anxiety that people are still...
It is. Because a lot of people are, they're against it from just a principled perspective.
Yeah, exactly. And the infrastructure, like you go north of here, it's not like you would see in the city, right? So,
dude, can I just tell you, if I open the window, I charge my Apple Watch by the Romeo and Juliet in my what's it called? My bedroom.
Yeah.
If I open the window, if I open the sliding door and I charge this, it'll take like 1.5 times longer to charge.
Really?
Because the cold air is blowing in. Yeah, man.
Wow,
these things
crazy.
take forever to charge if in cold weather. And sometimes it's just, and they drain way quicker too. So there are logistical issues. Okay, I think we beat that one to death. Let's go on to the next topic over here. Shopify hit by a huge cyber outage on Monday. Of course, Cyber Monday and no good, especially if you're an e-commerce company like they are. They experienced a significant outage, preventing many merchants from logging in or accessing point-of-sale systems. The disruption impacted both online storefront management as well as in-person transaction tools. Nobody was spared. Down Detector showed a spike of about 4,000 reported problems at the outage peak, which was about 11 a.m. Eastern yesterday, with reports spanning that you had POS failures, admin lockouts, delayed order processing, the works. Shopify, just to give you an idea how proliferating this company is, they have now more than 10% of all U.S. e-commerce sites use Shopify. You're talking about your Reeboks, Mattel, Barnes & Noble, Nestle. 2 of those are not even American, bro. The outage struck during a massive online spending surge, with Adobe estimating that yesterday, Cyber Monday took in $14.2 billion in spending, up 6.3% year over year. Black Friday, although the quantum was less, it was a bigger bump year over year. $11.8 billion spent on Friday, up 9.1% year over year. Just to give you an idea, Joey, of how much money was spent on Shopify's network for Black Friday. We don't have the Cyber Monday data yet, but Shopify reported $6.2 billion in Black Friday GMV, gross merchandise volume, which is up 25% for the company year over year. That's how much money exchanged hands on Friday. And we know from the headline before, Cyber Monday, bigger than Black Friday.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, it's obviously not the best time to get that outage, but when we talk about the consumer being tapped out as well too, you're just hitting record numbers, which I find absolutely astonishing. It's unfortunate. I mean, we've experienced a couple outages not too long ago by Fortinet. That wouldn't have been obviously any of the issue here. So, I mean, a lot going on. As for Shopify, one of my friends was actually an early investor in Shopify. Shout out to O Canada. I don't know why I put Shoppy in there. So we'll pull up some of the technicals on Shop and see what we got going on. I mean, that's a fantastic day. So it's brushing that one off, Sharif, without any questions, recovering whatever you experienced in yesterday's losses. Now, as for the daily, this is a steady grind in a solid e-commerce name, right? So you go to the weekly. I mean, you're right back towards. I mean, you're a little bit lower than that, but prices 4 years ago, which isn't horrible. But at the end of the day, from October of 22 weekly, you're still up 500%, a $24 name trading up to $152. So crazy. Yeah, I mean that's some big time.
Look at
I mean,
that sell-off.
Yeah, this is absolutely.
God.
I don't even. What happened here?
That was 22.
Was it to 22? You lose 90% of the value.
That was crazy, man.
Which is insane, right? That's crazy.
Let's go on. All right. Let's go on to the next story. Warner Brothers Discovery draws a second round of bids, and they've got a new one from Netflix that we're going to focus on here. They received a second round of binding bids, These are binding bids, including mostly cash offer from Netflix as the auction process enters its final stage. Bankers from Paramount, Skydance, Comcast, Netflix, they were all working overtime through the weekend to submit improved proposals, all targeting different pieces or the entirety of the company. These offers give, of course, Warner Brothers board the flexibility to move quickly and to choose between competing offers. They meaning Warner Brothers, recently rejected a Paramount Skydance offer at around $24 a share, which valued the company in and around $60 billion, signaling that the board here is holding out for stronger terms. A potential WBD deal would create another major shift in media consolidation, Joey, following that, of course, $8.5 billion tie-up between Skydance and Paramount, which closed last year. The studios coveted assets. I know Brendo mentioned a whole bunch of different shows taking place on HBO and as well as other networks, but it's HBO, CNN, Warner Brothers Pictures, so a lot of legacy movies, DC, of course, comics, Harry Potter, franchise rights. These are all key motivators behind the aggressive bidding here, Joey. What do you think?
I think rightfully so. And I think what we're starting to see here is someone just, like, these streamers continuously trying to grab as much possible market share that they can. HBO would be massive. CNN would be huge. The Harry Potter series would be absolutely astronomical in DC as well, too. So, I mean, if that goes through, Netflix would be a bigger giant than what it currently is. So keep an eye out for that deal to potentially
Sounds good.
Come in.
Let's go on to MongoDB. This thing is up big on the day. MDB, it's below VWAP right now, but it's up 23.8%, 419.50 high. We're trading above 400 at the moment at 406.75. They surged. Well, this was after hours yesterday, 15%, following a very clean top and bottom line beat plus a strong forward guide. We'll get to that in a second. Q3 revenue for the company came in 19.5% year-over-year increase with $628 million in revenue versus the $592 million that was expected. Really here, they're showing durable enterprise and developer demand for the company. Their adjusted EPS came in at $1.32, crushing the consensus estimate of 80 pennies, one of their strongest profitability beats to date. Their net loss, so they're still not even profitable here, narrowed substantially to about $2 million versus almost the $10 million they lost last year, showing meaningful operational leverage. CEO CJ Desai highlighted significant growth in large enterprise accounts. That's who you want spending, the people with the big pockets, baby. Now, self-service channels also delivered exceptional results, according to CJ, adding a high margin tailwind to the quarter. They're guiding well here, Joey, for Q4, 665 million to 670 ahead of the analyst expectations, and they're raising their full year 2026 revenue guidance now to 2.43 to 2.439 billion, well above their prior guide of 2.34 to 2.36. Joey, what do you make of MongoDB?
Yeah, there's a lot of great numbers across the board here in Mongo. I mean, you have the Atlas cloud database up 30% year over year. The fantastic subscriptions up 19%. You have service revenues up 12%. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with this. And I know this is a Dan Ives favorite as well, too. He really likes this name, MDB. We'll pull up some of the technicals. So when you have those types of reports, it's really good stuff, and you want to see that consistent growth within a company. You gap up 23% in the post market yesterday, but I mean, we're still not even around all-time highs right now. You're still 20% off of that previous level.
Okay.
And if we look at this name, it's not the cleanest price action whatsoever, but from those April lows, Shreve, how much up do you think we're up in MongoDB?
April lows. I'm going to say, just based on the fact that we're up 24% right now, I'm going to say 143%.
199.38%.
200%.
Yeah,
Okay.
200% return right there in MongoDB from those April lows.
The April lows. All right, Adara, give us your take on MongoDB.
MongoDB's new CEO, who is CJ Desai. So he was appointed as of, this was announced on November 3rd of this year. So he is very, very new at the company. In fact, as of tomorrow, it'll be a month since this was announced. But I know Sharif was talking about how the new Apple AI guy has a pretty spotty work history. CJ Desai is a lot spottier, so I would like to discuss it. So he's kind of a job hopper, let's be real. He served 7.5 years over at ServiceNow, all fine and good. But then in July of 2024, he gets from ServiceNow because he hired someone who was like a chief intelligence officer with the Army, which is a huge no-no. And I'm thinking, hopefully you would have the wherewithal to check that before you do that hiring. But either way, he doesn't. He resigns in disgrace. 2 months or 3 months later, he is hired by Cloudflare. So that's October 10th of 2024. His appointment is announced at Cloudflare. Well, wouldn't you believe it? About a year and a month after that, Cloudflare Files says, hey, CJ Desai is going to go bye-bye. He's going to go to, as of that point, unnamed tech company, of course, later announced to be MongoDB. I say all of this to say that I don't think job hopping is a great quality to have a new CEO. So heads up here, let's see how CJ Desai does. And I also find him to be an interesting choice because their prior CEO at MongoDB, David Achiria, who was highly liked as a CEO. He was with the company for 11 years. He took them through their IPO. Steady, reliable, not with this spotty work history. So we'll have to see how CJ fares. But, I will be putting it this way. I've got eyes on him. I want to see what he does next. But yeah, this work history, I'm putting him on notice.
List. Yeah, guys, I mean, here we are in the TQs. I put in an ad. I want us to focus on this price action candle right now and on the tape. So you can see we push back into 55.05 roughly, but as soon as we flush down, it's immediately bop right back up. So as soon as we break that 1550, yeah, right there. So boom, I'm out of this trade. It's not doing what I want. We got a nice move to the downside, and as frustrating as that is, there goes Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day. So I'm over. Again, so essentially looking for the continuation. Sorry, just trying to not get overly frustrated. But at the end of the day, there it is, looking for that move back in and the continuation. So we get that move on the initial pop, and then I add substantially more shares in the continuation of the trend. Okay. So one thing to note is look where I'm selling and adding into this position. It needs to be significantly higher up here so that your risk to reward is better, because I'm not proven wrong for an additional 30 cents. So if it is going to turn around, I think it's ideal to just take your moves in the TQs and then just try to find some individual names after, because there's a lot of tomfoolery going on right around here. And I want to avoid that. I said I wasn't going to trade it too much today, so that's going to be my only attempt on the TQs, looking for that add in the continuation to the downside, but a strong rebound in this market, guys.
All right, Joey. Let's talk about Meta getting the nod today from Evercore ISI. They're lifting their outlook. Let's talk about what they said. They reiterated their outperform rating with an $875 $5 price target. Their argument here is that WhatsApp is becoming a powerful long-term revenue engine rather than just a messaging app. I gotta tell you, I don't use WhatsApp all that much, and I just logged into the app today, and I'm like, there's all these features on it that I don't even know about, Joey.
Yeah.
Communities, updates, like people update their status on WhatsApp like BBM. Are you old enough for BBM? You
Yeah,
remember
I
Blackberry
remember I told you my story.
You did? Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Like, good. My bad. So like, there's all these WhatsApp features I have no idea about. Anyway, the firm estimates WhatsApp could be a $40 billion revenue segment by 2030, generating about $20 billion in operating income and adding about $7.15 EPS for that year alone. WhatsApp ultimately contributing, according to their theory here, Evercore's theory, about 10% of Meta's total revenue, which is basically leveraging their 189 billion TTM, which is a trailing, what is it, total trading?
Trailing 12 months?
Trailing 12 months, that's it. Trailing 12-month revenue base with 82% gross margins. That's insane, which makes sense, though, because it's not a physical product. It's all ads. They break up their WhatsApp monetization into 3 different regions. They say updates and channels, which is a high-margin broadcast content tool. They're talking about business messaging. That I kind of knew about. Increasing use across Latin America, India, and Southwest Asia, apparently. And the click-to-message ads. I don't get any ads on my WhatsApp, so I'm not really sure.
There's
you get ads?
Yeah, once in a while they'll send you a little message showing an ad. Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, maybe I don't use it that much.
Yeah.
In any event, Joey, Evercore giving Meta the nod. Meta is up 0.89 today, but still below 650.
Dude, if you look at everything from an international standpoint, I think that's how everybody communicates, right? Not everybody is through iMessage. It's strictly through WhatsApp. You go to some of the Caribbean countries, WhatsApp. So yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to grow, I think, in my opinion. And it's the encrypted factor of it as well, too. So you delete those messages, they're gone. So no, at the end of the day, yeah, people like that. For I wonder what mischievous activity those individuals are up to. But no, in all seriousness, I think it's going to continue to grow because it's popular in I don't want to say third world countries, but just across the globe, second world, third world, whatever.
Absolutely. They are, and even Egypt, bro. Like, do you have the what's?
Yeah. Do you have the?
They don't even say WhatsApp.
That's like, what's? It. You just have the what's. Yeah, I mean, it's
Joker.
Like that's how I communicate with all my family in Jamaica is WhatsApp, and when I travel abroad, it's just easier because all you need is, aside from obviously Wi-Fi, you can use that unlike basic SMS
need somebody's
texting,
number.
like
That's
SMS
it.
texting,
for sure.
right?
You don't get dinged with those international text messages.
Exactly.
Shout out to Rogers and Bell, the most loved companies in Canada, of course. Shout out as well to get it, Assassino. Outlawed Trader. I love the name, and I love the fact that you're trading IRBT with me. There goes IRBT through $2, guys. It is at the day high of 204. We just wet the beak there at 203. We're still holding a few shares, so let's go ahead and post that lucky number 7. We'll see if we get a nice spike and a clearing of 2. I mean, we're only about 4 pennies above that $2 level, but good look right now for IRBT. Let's see if this one continues to run. It's done about a little less than 10 million shares on the day, 9.5, but it's up a respectable 20%. I'm going to keep an eye out on that, Joey.
TQ, hold on, man. Yeah, we got back in here, guys, right at 55.20. I knew this was a little bit of a fake out. Now we go full size here, and then sure enough, we get that move right back into 55s.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Intel having one hell of a day. It is up 7.4% and by far, at least on my watch list, the strongest name, followed by NXPI, which is up 6%. I'm talking, of course, about my semiconductor microchip watch list. So the story here is they're going to invest about 860 million ringgit. I didn't even know that was a Malaysian currency. I'm sorry, I'm uncultured. $208 million to expand assembly and testing operation in Malaysia. The announcement came after CEO Lip-Bu Tan met with the Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. Malaysia says the decision signals Intel's long-term strategic confidence in their country. They already have a footprint there, though. They already operate major facilities in Malaysia, including a 12 billion ringgit advanced packaging plant in Penang, and now, which is now about 99% complete. They previously pledged about $7 billion back in 21 to build an additional site in the state. The new $860 million ringgit investment strengthens Malaysia's role as a core manufacturing hub for Intel, Joey. So good look from Intel. They're throwing some money around, though, here, huh?
Yeah, rightfully so. I think at the end of the day, Lip-Bu coming in, making some moves, and striking some good deals, and this is what we expected to see from him. He hasn't even been in office for a full year yet, so he hasn't been the CEO for that long, and the stock has performed significantly better than the majority of the previous Intel CEOs. And
he was almost out, too.
Yeah, well, because of our guy.
He displeased President Trump.
Yeah, exactly. So there's something going on there. You don't want to do that. So we're thinking, hey, conflict of interest with China. You're almost out of there, but striking a deal. Obviously, Donald Trump and company taking a 10% stake, striking some deals with Apple as well too. So they're going to continue to climb a little bit higher.
It is interesting though how quickly President Trump. You know, I don't want to say he was sour on the guy. I don't want to say he's sweet, but he hasn't certainly said anything.
No, that's good. Sometimes no news is good news.
Yeah, clearly. Here, otherwise, President Trump would be coming after you if he had a problem with you. All right, Adair, give us your take on Intel.
We have to shout out Lip-Bu Tan. We've talked about this before on the show, but the way Lip-Bu Tan is running Intel is almost kind of closer to how, you know, a new founder of a startup is going to try to run the business, get all the investments you can, get all the connections you can. He's reaching out to everybody. We've heard reports he's reaching out to Apple, and that actually seems to be coming to fruition. We know Nvidia has the deal. So yeah, I think you're reaching out to other countries. Great look here for Intel. You know, get those investments or get investing, expand your reach, and I think if they can really grow that foundry business, I think it's going to be another further step in the right direction for INTC. I want to mention another thing, though, that is kind of interesting, that is tangentially related, that came out early this morning. So Reuters is reporting that we know the U.S. government, of course, is investing in Intel, but we didn't know that apparently they're trying to invest in a startup chaired by former and pseudo-disgraced Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger. That's right, Pat Gelsinger. He's been out of the company for like a year, and now we have reports from Reuters, the U.S. government signing a non-binding letter of intent to invest up to $1 million in Xlite, a startup that is chaired by Pat Gelsinger. So it does show that Washington is really trying to continue that leadership in the chip space. However, it's kind of interesting because we know Lip-Bu Tan was not a fan of Pat Gelsinger. So if they're trying to get like Intel and Pat to kind of work together again in the chip space, not sure how that's going to work, but some interesting food for thought.
Thank you very much for that. I like Patty G.
You like Patty?
He posts a lot of Bible stuff on X. Yeah.
God-fearing man.
He doesn't post anything about tech, which is kind of why I followed him. But he posts a lot of Bible stuff.
Nothing about the business, all about the king himself.
Yes, sir. Let's go on, Joey. Let's talk about some Marvell. We talked about this one earlier being one of the only microchip semiconductor names still negatory on the year, but they have been doing quite well lately. So let's talk about what they're doing here. They're reportedly close to acquiring Celestial AI in a cash and stock deal exceeding $5 billion, including milestone earnouts. The announcement could come as early as Tuesday, so that should be today. We'll find out if they got it. Marvell has about a $78.5 billion market cap, is competing directly with Broadcom in the custom silicon space. And that custom silicon also happens to overlap, yes, with ASICs. We've been talking a lot more about this. They're not new, but they're coming back in vogue. ASICs, so application-specific integrated circuits, they perform better in certain tasks than NVIDIA's GPUs, and they cost a fraction of the price and consume a fraction of the energy. Whether or not they end up being proliferated as the go-to AI-type chip, or whether these GPUs remain mainstream, time will tell, but they are causing some sort of uncertainty in the tech space at the moment. Acquiring Celestial AI for Marvell would significantly expand, I should say, their position in high-performance computing pipelines, especially with those tied to AI. So what does this Celestial AI do? Well, they specialize, Joey, in photonics-based interconnects, using light instead of electrical signals to move data between AI accelerators and RAM memory, that is. The technology is seen as critical to solving AI bottlenecks bottlenecks and compute requirements. And the startups raised about $515 million to date, including a $250 million round back in March, which was backed by, yes, the Lisa Su-led AMD. They also have a high-profile board member there, Joey.
Uh-oh, who is it?
Lip Boo frickin' Tan. He's on the board of this Celestial AI. So why does this matter for Marvell? Because AI data centers are struggling with memory bandwidth limitations, and Celestial AI's photonics platform directly addresses this choke point. So it's a way around a technological hurdle.
No, that's pretty cool. I'm not familiar with this, but M&A seems to be fully in play. You can see a lot of deals being made, and then sure enough, Marvell, which hasn't been performing a horrible, I'm pretty sure, year to date, Sharif. I could eat my words relatively quick. No, not at all. But, I mean, we look at this from January of 25, the beginning of the year. You're drastically underpacing the market. You're not performing very well. You're down 27.5%. And this was just absolutely disastrous over here. Yeah, I mean, that's 62%. So in order to recover from this, it's going to take some time. And I know this is kind of comparing apples to oranges right here, but we go over to MSTR and we head over to the BMNRs. Like, at what point, this is a $540 name at its peak, you're down 66%. So, I mean, like, at $250, you still have 100% of the way to go. And that's $70 from where we're currently trading at. You still have 100% to just get back to where you were before in November of 24, which is insane. So I'm not a big fan of these styles. And those drastic drawdowns, in my opinion, Sharif, I understand that we've seen it in the likes of some of the Mag 7s, but the fundamentals recover them relatively quick.
Exactly.
When you don't recover this quickly, exactly. When you're not recovering this quick, there's something going on with the books, and you have to figure that out.
Well said.
Yeah.
Because usually there's a reason why people are no longer interested in buying the stock hand over fist. Good call there, Joey. Guys, PLRZ is halted to the upside again. Shout out to Case, man. I know Casey, 526, was looking at this one. It held the 50 clean. So I just want to bring this in for a second because there was a momentary area of bamboozlement. So take a look at that red line. It's been awfully respectful of that red line, which is the 50 exponential moving average on my 5-minute chart. And it did the same thing before. Holds the 50, rockets up, halts at about 836. It's doing the same thing now. Actually, it halted at, 733. It got up to 836. It is now halted at 794. It is up 151%. But before you start jumping into this one and sending market on open orders, take a look at what it's done multiple times today. When it gets into that 8-ish area, it has a tendency to mean revert right back down, albeit making higher lows in the interim. So that is, I think, probably the most operable part of this trade is to keep an eye on those higher lows and to try to pick it up. I debated with myself picking it up with a breach below 50 stopping me out. I decided against it because we started the news, but I was alive to it. Anyway, up 151%. And looking to do a little bit more damage here. PLRZ. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, the TQs are, and what's up to my boy Tony? I hope everything is going good. You're short NVDA, we're short the TQs, brother. So that's going to work out relatively well for both of us. I mean, we take this entry at the break of the neckline. Ooh, I wonder who's been talking about that for quite some time. I wouldn't know. But anyways, aside from that, guys, we piece it out. We look for the reload up here. We get stopped out at the pivot high. I just see the tape flip, and I'm like, 55.20, where is that correlating with, Sharif?
Where is it correlating?
The neckline, brother. So you take the other attempt on that one. Doesn't always work that way, but we're just trying to put things in our favor as we typically do. So, as Katniss Everdeen once said, may the odds forever be in your favor. Did she say that? I don't know if she said that, no. But anyways, you guys know what I'm getting at. May the odds forever be in your favor. But Bitcoin continuing to climb up to $52.34.
Bro, man, the Premier League is like in that time slot, Joey, where they play like every 3-4 days.
Yeah.
They just played on the weekend, and now they're playing again today. Fulham plays City.
Are typically games only on Saturdays?
Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, okay,
There's a Monday game sometimes and a Friday game, but there'll be singles, like one Monday game, one Friday game. But the bulk will be Saturday and Sunday.
So why can hockey bros play a game every other day, but you play only soccer once a week?
Because you guys shift.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, you were prepared for that one.
Yeah.
Hey, no, all right. No,
Well, there's
do your thing,
you're not
man.
telling me that the hockey guys are that much better shape than the soccer guys. You know, like it's just not.
Oh no. That's not what I'm
Yeah.
implying at all. It's just why isn't
yeah.
it more frequent considering?
I think these guys get beat up too in the Premier League.
Yeah,
like
it's
you
tough,
get
bro.
your shins
It's tough,
kicked,
eh?
you get stomped on. It's a physical league, bro. Yeah, I know. I don't like that. I don't like that part of soccer. I gotta agree with that. I could do without that. I could do without that, dude. All right, man. You saw that we won, eh? I was ready for that one.
Yeah, you're
All right,
ready,
Joey, let's
man.
talk about some coin here, man, because
Let's do it.
Bitcoin's having a day. So is all crypto. So Bitcoin is stabilizing Assassino at around $87,000. It was, obviously, it's much higher now, holding firm despite $486 million in liquidations over the past 24 hours, showing how aggressive the prior leverage buildup had become. We've talked ad nauseum, Joseph and I, about the leverage products both offered by onshore brokerages as well as the offshore ones. I showed you guys one with 200 times yesterday, MEXC, and then there was another one, Bitstamp or whatever, BitCrap, that was 1,000 times leverage. In any event, Joey, traders noted that, ETF flows were mixed though. So BTC for today saw about 8.5 million in inflows. I'm sure there's way more now. ETH though, at least to start off the day, had about $79 million in outflows. I'm sure that is different now because ETH is up big. Traders note though, BTC has confirmed support at 85,000, setting a higher low. And that's what Joseph and I were talking about when we did that daily chart. I said, Joey, as long as it holds above that higher low, I think we're still holding trend. We'll have to wait and see if that was accurate or not. The breakout level could be about 90,000. We're above that now. Still widely cited as a key trigger for renewed upside momentum. We also had, obviously, Solana moving up because I've been in SOLT all day. Solana flashed a weekly TD sequential buy signal. Ethereum remains stuck, though, after last week's failed breakout, and XRP continues compressing inside a falling wedge, according to some of these reports. Give us your take.
Yeah, I think it was Darth, Trader, and I talking in the chat. So when we were experiencing these liquidations over the past couple of months, he brought up a point that I was actually thinking the exact same thing.
Okay.
Is it an individual? I'm not going to say like a group of individuals who are just leveraging, but just waiting for that pop so they can get out immediately. So it's the same kind of parties just continuously getting liquidated.
I hate that.
And I think that's what the narrative is, right? So it's just like you're over leveraging whoever it may be on the other side of the screen, looking for that 2-3% pop, and sure enough, boom, you hit that target. But when it goes against you, it's like instantly. And then and we were joking. He's like, yeah, they just hit the ATM immediately after, waited for another opportunity, and did the exact same thing again. So I think that's what's going on behind the scenes. So
I agree, man. I mean, it just doesn't like jive. Can I say something?
Yeah.
When we started talking about institutions buying this and you were going to have institutional inflows, a lot of the theory was, look, that's going to bring a little bit of a calm into a very volatile asset.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
And so you can't make the argument we're still as volatile as we were before, but this leverage brings in a new variable, which is kind of outdoing or basically undoing the stability brought in by institutional money. So that's what I keep talking about, because it's not a U.S. domestic asset, right?
It's
a world.
Yeah, it's global.
So anybody offshore can offer whatever the hell they want in terms of a leveraged product.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you have no control over that. You have no control over that whatsoever. I just find it weird in a sense that, okay, I think it was October 10th or October 11th, you experienced one of the largest liquidations in the crypto space.
Right.
Huge, but then a month later, a little bit more, you experience another massive one. So what I'm getting at here essentially is how many different, I don't think that there's gonna be new waves coming in, participants that quick. I think it's a group of the same individuals who are taking, if that makes sense, right? Because like essentially those people aren't going to be able to recuperate whatever amount of money they lost in the span of a month. But someone who has a deep pocket will have the ability to do so.
For sure.
So what are they doing? They're just leveraging. I'm not saying it's one individual. I think it's obviously a bunch of different ones. But to have a new wave of people get liquidated that quick, I don't think is something that can happen in that short time of a span.
Fair enough. All right, guys, let's go on to the next topic. If I can find it over here. There we go. All right, Amazon, Cyber Monday demand surges. So Amazon has a different headline today with a tie-up, I believe, here. NetApp tie-up there with Nova Portfolio, AWS. There was, what else? There was a bunch of different ones over here that came in earlier. Just trying to look over here. Launches new AI chip for testing facilities. So there's a bunch of different headlines. The headline I'm going to give you here is basically Cyber Monday and Black Friday and what the numbers were. So Adobe, we know Adobe Analytics tracks this stuff for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't know why Adobe does this. It's not really their business, but they do it. Cyber Monday sales up 4.5% year over year, now 9.1 billion as of 6:30 p.m., pacing towards a record 13.9 to 14.2 billion for the full day. I'm sure I can get you the numbers, but now I didn't have them in the morning. Expected to become, Joey, the largest online shopping day of all time, with peak buying between 8 and 10 p.m. That was yesterday, of course. 55.2% of all purchases came from mobile devices, not PCs. Very interesting there. So the majority, now over the majority. Discounting remains quite aggressive. Electronics, you're seeing an average ticket price reduced by 30%. Apparel had an average reduction of 26, computers 24, TVs 23, toys were also marked down 27%, appliances 19. There's a whole lot of markdowns, really leading the way though, electronics with the biggest markdown, 30%. They also saw, that is electronics, the standout activity with Bluetooth headphones and speakers. Sales of that, Joey, up 1,900% year over year. People really want these Bluetooth headsets or speakers. Televisions, sales jumped 1,800% year over year versus the typical October daily volumes. Deep discounts and broad category coverage continue to draw customers a little earlier than the actual Monday week itself. Cyber Week expected to surpass $43 billion in total spending, with the Black Friday total hitting about $11.9 billion, which is a 9.1% year over year. So look, man, we always talk about the consumer being a little bit of a trouble here, Joey, but hey, man, they're spending more than they did last year.
Yeah, it's fun. It's crazy to think. Sharif, remember we were having this conversation, you, Adara, and I, about American Eagle and kind of just the movement going on with American Eagle. And we're like, hey, are you pulling it up right now? Yeah, that's fine. It's like around $22. But does it have to be at 26 by the end of the year?
It just has to smell 26, glance 26 its way. You're going to be getting a message.
No, it has to hold it.
It doesn't have to do nothing, my boy. We have the deal. We have the bet on camera. You can't go back.
It has to hold it.
It doesn't have to hold crap, bro.
I'll give it to you. But no, in all seriousness, what I was getting at is, I said it was significantly easier. It was significantly easier for people to just type a message saying how much they're displeased of something than it is to go on their phone and actually go out and purchase the pants and do all these things, man. Right? And so essentially what I'm getting at is, well, people are buying a lot more on their phone. Why? Because it's significantly easier. You don't need to go onto the internet. You don't need to log onto your desktop.
And you can pay with Apple Pay now.
You double-click your side. You double-click instead of having to repeat and put in your credit card all the time. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to grow. Is the consumer stretched? I think so. The world of credit is just continuously growing.
That's a good point, man.
And people are spending outside of their means, in my opinion, especially within a lot of people. This is what I've observed, anyways. Considering how the Canadian economy is it's not growing at all. So where is the money coming from? It's a credit-based system, and I think that's what we're falling into.
No, you're 100% accurate.
And it's addictive too. People have online shopping issues,
oh God, yeah.
and I think that you're just seeing. And you know what's funny? I think. When people are struggling, I think they're looking for that kind of that shot of dopamine and looking for something to make them feeling good.
That's interesting.
And then that's when you lead into that online shopping.
Before we go to Adara, I just want to mention one thing. Credit card late payments are up year over year.
Yeah.
Delinquencies, 30 days or longer, missed payments on cars, up year over year. So to build on your point, you were absolutely accurate when you say it's a credit-based system, and there's stress now showing in the credit markets. Let's see if it manifests some way somehow.
Don't get it wrong. The higher-end consumer is it is never really affected by a cooling consumer, right? They're usually typically okay. It's the lower end who are using these credit-based systems, and sure enough, I think it's displayed in there.
Very good point. Adair.
Let's take a look here at ABTC. We know this one dropped quite intensely. People were wondering why. We do have a response here from Eric Trump, who is, of course, one of the sons of the president of the U.S., and he's also the co-founder of American Bitcoin. He responded to someone on X who posted that they actually picked up more shares. Eric Trump said that the reason for this volatility is that their pre-merger private placement shares have unlocked, which allows early investors to cash in their profits for the first time. He said this volatility will kind of continue with that in mind, but he said that he is holding all of his ABTC shares and he is 100% committed to leading the industry. So keep an eye here in ABTC. Eric Trump addressing the volatility in this stock. It's worth noting here as well, his father, U.S. President Donald Trump, is currently taking questions at this cabinet meeting, actually right now involving when he'll announce the Fed chair pick. Back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. PLRZ is hanging out at 8 for much longer than it typically has. Every time we moved into 8 on the day, there was aggressive selling. Now we're hanging on a 1, 2, 3, 4 candles on the 5-minute chart, so almost 20 minutes now, in and around this 8 area. Watch it tank, as I mentioned this. It's got a lot of rejections at 8. It's not clearing 8 with any decisiveness. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say, typically, when it moved into 8, it was almost immediately reversing into the 7s, into the 6s. That's not happening here. It looks like it's building for a possible flat top break through 8. We'll have to wait and see. But PLRZ still very much in play and up a very respectable 142% as it dilly-dallies near highs. Keep your eye out on this one if you're small cap gapper inclined, because this one could be making a move. I want to point out one thing over here that I might be flattening out my trade here on IRBT, as this one did drop in below 2. So we're going to wet the beak over here at 97. How many shares do we have left? Let me just have a look. Okay, good. We're done because that one is breaking down. The one I'm still holding, though, is SOLT, as this one is working back into that 8.5. It is an 849 high of day on the Solana 2 times leveraged ETF, up almost 26%. I'm keeping a close eye on this one, and I don't mind adding a bit more if it breaks and holds above that 8.5. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Let's talk about.
Sorry,
go ahead, Joey.
One more thing here. Nicole B made a very good point, and I read an identical thing. She said, Joseph, in the U.S., it's the top 10% who are doing the majority of the spending.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, which is very true.
Yeah.
Right?
So you know what they say? They're saying this constantly, Joey. It's a K-shaped economy, right? One is going up and to the right, and the down.
You're
down to the right.
eliminating that whole middle class.
And that is a risk. That is a very bad risk, because we know part of the reason we have, that stability in the West is we have a huge middle class buffer. I mean, Aristotle, everybody talked about it. They used to call it the middling class, and the middling class was the buffer between the the lower class and the upper class. We'll have to, I'm not saying that that's over or anything like that, but it's something to keep an eye on. Joey, we saw a few weeks ago that Masayoshi Son and SoftBank got rid of all their Nvidia shares, but we hadn't had an explanation.
That's correct.
Now, Masayoshi Son gave us one. Let's talk about that. This is not the biggest Nvidia headline. Of course, there's an AI conference, but Adair will keep us apprised of anything coming from there. So Masayoshi Son said he was crying, his words, not me, crying to sell Nvidia shares, emphasizing the liquidation was driven by capital needs, as we theorized, rather than a shift in conviction. He disclosed that SoftBank in November 1st sold all its Nvidia position for about $5.83 billion, exiting one of the most profitable positions in the Vision Fund's history. Sun insisted, though, SoftBank would have held the shares if it was not for the aggressive AI investment roadmap that the company is trying to undertake. He redeployed all that money into OpenAI with the next-gen data centers, as well as their internal, AI projects. They're scaling, of course, they are part of the Stargate project data center initiative, and they're focused on these ultra-dense compute for frontier models. They also have a conglomerate here that they acquired in the US, a designer called Ampere Computing, which strengthens their exposure to the custom CPU architecture for these data centers, Joey. So interesting take here.
Yeah.
Nothing that I can't say we already knew. We knew that he was he needed the cash. He needed the cash, and we knew that because of the commitments he had already talked about.
Yeah, I mean, if you need the cash, we talk about this all the time, like sending good money after bad, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but could it be a big mistake by Masayoshi to sell his Nvidia shares? So essentially what I'm getting at is he better see a pretty big return on investment if he decided to release some of the strongest name in the overall market. So again, you're gonna wanna see that ROI, and I think investors are gonna wanna see it relatively quick. He had a stint with Alibaba Group that didn't go too well. I believe Shiva was in the 90s as well.
I didn't actually know that.
I didn't know that. Something along those lines. So yeah, I mean, he better hope that this works out, because dumping one of the best companies on the planet to invest in yourself is not a horrible idea, but it better work, because who knows what this name can continue.
Let's get some OpenAI, because we're done the news, but I want to focus, since we brought up the OpenAI topic.
Yeah.
Do you remember those 300 billion remaining performance obligations by Oracle that we heard from Larry Ellison in the last earnings report?
Yeah.
I think, or Safra Katz, I remember who it was.
Yeah. 300
billion, and then the stock, what did it do? It rocketed, Joey, but then what happened after that? It started selling off.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Theory is because the majority of that 300 billion RPO was one company. You want to guess which one it was? Freaking AI.
Yeah.
And what have people been saying about OpenAI as of late? Where are they going to get all the money to build all these $1 trillion commitments? So when the market heard that, they're like, oh, your 300 billion RPO is from OpenAI? Sell.
Dang. Listen, I don't know, Sam Altman, I heard Perplexity is on a more clear path to profitability than what OpenAI is.
Interesting.
Due to the fact that they haven't spent as much money.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So if you're Sam Altman and company, do you think that it's best that you go public now so you can start raising more funds, or what?
I wouldn't go public yet, but I remember with the comment he said on Gershner's podcast, it's like, I wish we were public so people could short our stock and they would get blown out.
Yeah, is that what so they can short your stock. Yeah, whatever. So you can
and he tanked the market after that.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't know. I think these guys are spending a lot of money outside of ChatGPT. Like, you're gonna monetize this stuff. I think it's only a matter of time until you start seeing more ads within the free tiers, right? It's just a matter of time.
So you heard the headline today that Altman wants an all-hands-on-deck meeting because of Gemini 3 and the risk.
Yeah.
They've had to put some projects on the side to focus on improving ChatGPT 5. And guess what one of those projects were?
What was it?
Ads, bro.
Oh, was it?
So we already know that was coming.
So like, where's that? Like, the paid tiers aren't going to pay for all of this spend.
No, if not, man, you don't care. You're charging $200 a month, and they have one that charges $200 a month.
I get it. Yeah. It's the fastest growing thing, essentially, that we've seen in the modern age, but I don't think it's going to justify or kind of supplement the amount of CapEx spending that he's been up to. He needs to come out with those ad tiers. Like, you need to monetize, like YouTube.
You know what the thing is, though, Joey? Now that Gemini is actually getting good, think about the advantage that Google has here in terms of ad placement. They have their entire history of the company. All they've been doing is doing search and ads.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that Google's not going to know how to monetize this thing to a T and better than their competitors, because that's what they do.
Absolutely. And we were talking about this for quite some time. Google had the most amount of data out of everybody. So it went quiet for quite some time. But look what happened. They just started leapfrogging every single other LLM. And whatever it goes, this Nano Banana and just all this AI stuff here.
Tell them how you feel about Nano Banana.
It's not horrible, but it really hallucinates sometimes, right? When the information is right there. But they had all of the data, the most out of every single AI startup. And sure enough, they're starting to leapfrog. So if I'm Sam Altman, I'm like, hey, I don't know.
If I'm Altman, I'm worried.
Because think about the digital ad,
especially with that kind of attitude too.
The giant that obviously that Meta is, and then YouTube as well too.
Of course, bro.
ChatGPT has that potential, and I think they need to unlock it to really to justify some of these valuations.
All right, let's look at some of these comments. Oh, thanks, Mickey. Do that again, baby. Moo, I wish it were. You're killing me, bro. Drop Systems. He wants to agree to disagree, Joey. He's not agreeing with what we've had to say here. And Ram wants everybody to know that she's only with 4 Ys used Gemini since October. Ram, you're one of the reasons I started even using Gemini again, because you won't shut the hell up about it, right? So, you know, thank you for not shutting up. I'm playing, right? Love you, Ram. Jacques, Sharif, Joe, I don't know if this comes from a change of regulation in the US, but ads are everywhere now. Pause the video on Prime, ad. Uber wait screen, ad.
Yeah.
Everywhere, ad. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Joey, I hadn't even opened Amazon Prime Video, like I don't even remember how long. And then I opened it up to watch a little Married with Children, you know, I wanted a little chuckle here and there. And you have to watch like 100 ads. There were no ads.
Yeah,
I'm paying $10.
And the thing is, though, it's like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of ads.
It was more, bro.
It's horrible,
more.
man. It's horrible. But I think that, listen, prompt, ad.
Everything.
Yeah,
ad.
like
absolutely.
ad. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to pay not to see that. So,
Sorry.
yeah.
All right, guys, we're having a great time here. Yeah. Look. All right, guys. I'm not even going to comment about that. All right, let's look over some trades over here as we about to hand it off to the big boys. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's about 3 to 2. I just bring in the side chart here and talk about some of these small cap gappers that are continuing to run in the afternoon over here. SOLT, certainly not a small cap gapper, but it is a Solana leveraged ETF. We did well on this one. It's hanging out near the high of the day. It's a 849 high. It's showing 36s, but still holding trend for the most part. VERA is a spready bugger, but it is holding trend as well. Below $39 now, 39.81 high. Look at that 38.5. This looks like it could be a flat bottom break candidate and destined to head back to the volume weighted average price, which is around 37 3/4. That's VERA. SMX, of course, the high flyer, the multi-day high flyer, uninterrupted downtrend here on SMX that the longs can't seem to catch a break on this one, so be careful with this. But PLRZ, man, we're still hanging out above the 10 EMA on the 5. This one has certainly a resistance level at $8, like we've been talking about essentially all afternoon. But what's operative here, in my opinion, are the higher lows, and now it is hanging out in the 7.5 to 8 area, whereas prior, once it got into 8, it was flushing all the way back down into the 6s. This one seems to have changed its tune a little bit. IRBT, I've been involved in this one almost all morning. I got out of it now, but this one is still hanging above $2 with a 2-way high. So keep your eye out on this one, up over 20%, Joey. And then there's obviously VERI as well as MNDR, but we're not going to really get into those.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, Notorious Dingleberg. I'm pretty sure there's a Black Mirror episode with that. I think Buddy works, he goes home and he sleeps or does something along those lines, and it's just ad. Oh, there was one. Where this guy's, I forget what, I don't know if it was Black Mirror, but this guy's wife was sick or something like that. Anyways, he rejuvenates her. She comes. Yeah, is it Black Mirror? So yeah, she comes back to like solid health, but she has to stay within a specific range, right?
Oh, is she on bail?
No. It's just because she has like a if she has
joking, like an ankle bracelet.
No, but she has like this Neuralink, right? Okay. And then sure enough, so she can't like leave a certain area. If she wants to go outside of it, she has to pay more.
What?
She'll just like randomly freeze, spit out an ad, and then go back. Yeah, it's an insane episode. So essentially, what it's going on about is just how ads are taking over everything, which is very. All right, guys, 2 o'clock, 30-second trade review. Katina, man, you ready for this? TQ, short, brother, down to the. We got this to the downside. Nice move on the TQs. We look for the reload, get stopped out, but we have that extended mag right there. We get right back in the inverse mag, where when you're empty, you just flip it around, you get back in, and then we get stopped out, break even eventually on the TQs. As for IBIT, guys, this was definitely the better trade of the session as it's continuing to climb higher. We enter reload back to the top side. But our big loser of the day, I watched that Biggest Loser documentary on
the people that
Netflix.
lose the weight?
Yeah. There's some crazy stuff going on there. As for TSLA, guys, we did get chopped up a little bit this morning, and that is going to be
I like how you ended that. There's some crazy stuff going on there. All right, we won't ask. It is 2 o'clock, guys. We'll see you guys same bat time, same bat channel, guys. I'll see everybody at the big desk shortly.
All right, back over here. Yo, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're not getting all connected up. It's 2 p.m. Welcome. back right there. I got to still get over
It was the
YouTube.
easiest gag that these guys could have pulled because I heard the conversations like there's ads everywhere.
Yeah.
They're going back and forth. Oh my goodness! Like Sharif just goes, oh, you turn on Amazon this and you get.
I heard that part.
Ad.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, whether we had one scripted or not, the second it came to me, I would have broken right into like one of the reads.
Yeah. Well, you're next level. You're next level.
Just do the ad read like right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to. No, but you're so true about that. Like I was watching Crave is bad. I was telling you this, like I have the basic for Crave.
Yeah,
I'm like, most of the other ones I'll pay a little extra, but not like for Crave, which is like a streaming. Is it in the States?
No.
Okay, so it's in Canada, right? So we get like HBO Max and a bunch of other stuff with Crave here in Canada. But like if you get the lowest thing, like not only will there be an ad when I'm watching The Wire, so like I'll turn it on and go in the middle of an episode, and let's just say there's an ad break, but also within the first minute of watching, there's an ad break.
I can't stand
So I'll
that,
watch an ad break, it'll come in, show me like 5 seconds of the show, and then jump to another ad break. I'm like, come on.
I'm not down. I just pay the $10 extra and get it. No ads.
Yeah,
I can't. We just froze, by the way, but we're back.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, that's okay. It might have been me. I was sort of doing some random things. Yeah, no, for me, it's like, honestly, I think I'm the same way with Amazon, but I don't really watch anything on Amazon, so it's all good. But that's the one that we have ad tiers, and we got rid of Disney. I think we talked about that, and but other than that, anyways. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm in position right now. I've got still some Apple long, and I've got some Micron short. So Apple long, Micron short. I was going to break out of Apple if we break through this 285 right there, but it doesn't look like that's happening right now. So sorry, that's Apple. Yeah, what am I talking about? Apple right there, 285. So watch out for that break a little bit lower on that name. We're going to get out. We are also into. See, I type in AAPL. That's the right symbol, right? Yeah, there it is. Just click on the blotter, it will show better. Yeah, so this is what we still have on there. It's funny because I missed basically all of these VWAPs. I just wasn't here. And even just now, I just got back to my desk right there and it bounced off VWAP again. So there it is. There's all my positions loading up right there. We're short Micron, we're long on Apple. And this Apple trade is still from the beginning, but we were able to, as we came back, you can see where we came back from our workout there. We got out right there around 286, 285, breaking back down into the 50 period, and then boom, goes the dynamite there. And we actually lost on Micron. We were short, and out. Then we tried to go short again there at 240.50, and that broke higher. Now I'm short again here on Micron. Just want to see about this market. I mean, Micron's red, market's quite nicely green, and just wait to see if this breaks lower. So I'm still in the short for Micron, short here, right now. Waiting for basically, I was going to give it to 241, but I was even just thinking 50s break. So just small little 35-cent worth of risk right there. A lot of earnings today. I see some people asking in the chat. Yeah, it's Marvell. It's so on and so forth. It's
CrowdStrike.
Yeah, it's quite a busy situation.
Asana and American Eagle.
Yeah, American Eagle, right.
He's gone already.
He's
a little excited about that. Little Sydney Sweeney action. Whatever. No, I don't mean anything by that. Look, the biggest moves, some of the biggest moves are going to end up being in the crypto space. Actually, the stock that I'm looking at right now, because not anything, I want to see the futures break this wedge they're in. And oddly enough, and this is going to sound weird, it's Beyond Meat. That's the one I'm watching right now. Like yesterday, it was a 150 short in the afternoon, and then it was a 150 short this morning had I traded it, but holds the bottom, breaks a bit of the trend, like I can show you. It broke a trend line just now, and trying to hold above the volume-weighted average price. So all I needed to do was kind of break this little consolidation above VWAP, and I'm taking a shot at Beyond Long for the first time in, I don't know, I can't remember the last time. Didn't look for a short in this. But I just want to see it hold that VWAP and break this little top. Yeah, so yesterday was the dollar break.
Right.
Today it bounces off a quarter, go figure. Yesterday's high 150, bounced off a quarter. Today bounces off a quarter. So if you hold VWAP, why not get back into the 150 level? So yeah, Beyond Meat's going to be on my mind. It's just breaking that consolidation now. I might try to slide in on the bid without having, or maybe even get a midpoint. If I can put a midpoint in or get these 38 halves in here, see if we can't get filled before this one breaks 40. Again, like the other thing that we're going to do, we'll go over the rundown as usual. I know a few people asked, are we going to do the aftermarket show? Like, what are the circumstances under which we do the aftermarket show? It's going to be for like the big earnings. And there's nothing against CrowdStrike or Asana or American Eagle or Marvell, but like we're not going to let Nvidia or like Meta, Apple, like those are the ones where it's a gigantic market moving type of event where there's lots of bigger consequences. So, and you never know what types of names can vault themselves into that kind of a category, and we're always willing to sort of listen to input. That's why we started early in the first place, everybody. So, yeah, buckle up. The market's headed back a little bit higher.
Yeah,
Bedrock
sure
painting,
is.
that's a good one. I did say, I just saw in the chat, I don't know if I want to read that one back out aloud, but yeah, Beyond Meat is going to be on my mind. But crypto has been the big story. 92,000 on Bitcoin. 92. And I'm kicking myself because something happened yesterday. The Fed ended quantitative easing. Duh. Oops. And that kind of matters. Officially ended quantitative easing. They did inject a bunch into the banking system last night. And the results have been pretty good for the crypto space, unless you are Hut 8. Still haven't figured out what.
There has to be a story there. I mean, I know we haven't figured it out yet, but there has to be. We'll ask.
Tell me, man.
We'll have to search out for some Hut 8.
Nope.
That is a strange one. That's for sure. Yeah, Marvell, the big one, MRVL. We're just going to wait for Sharif. He's just going to set that all up, and then we're going to go over some of the names that you guys are picking up right there. So there's Marvell. Yeah, nice move there today, up another 2.5% here as they report tonight. So get ready for that, man. The guts in the AI trade Marvell. So watch out there. I think there's a lot of use case scenario for MRVL, and we'll see if that can go. All right, here we go, man. We're starting to get a little bit of a downside push now, finally. I'll put another bid at 90 right there. We did just get filled at 90, and then it bounced off of us. I'm going to put another trade there as well. We got 06s, and then we got 90s. So little 20 cents, then 30 cent there on Micron. Remember, our stop is 240 50s. So I got to, if we do wipe down like that, I got to get some more out. I don't have to, but every time it wipes, that's basically 1-to-1, and 80s would be a little bit better. So the 90 was a good fill. The 90 was a good fill, getting us better than 1-to-1. So yeah, man, so far so good here in the day. I mean, it's 2:08 right here. You're gonna rock and roll with us until the close, and then we'll talk about some of those names that are reporting. We'll look at some charts. You can ask us our opinion, so on and so forth, and we'll get it going from there. But yeah, the Nasdaq, what a great day. This move, not so sure about. Happened at about 11 o'clock, just like immediately crashing back in right there. And right now we're going to figure it out as we bounce off VWAP and look to get just a little bit higher. And Apple just took off as well. So I'm still in those two positions, Apple and Micron. There's Apple. We get a little piece out, is it? So a piece out there at that top, and then a piece out as we take out the 200 period and see if we can just get just a little wee bit lower, and we would be happy. So let's go Micron, see if we can get below this 240. I may take a fill right here, right now, actually, at 240, and just cover that up a little bit, and then wait for a lower print. All right, looks like we are ready with Sharif right now, so let's go back over to the desk. I just put another bit in the 80s, and we'll see what Sharif is up to.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the board is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $ before you vote. Otherwise, it does not register. So throw in the $, followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look, guys, at all four major averages. And yes, all four major averages in positive territory, being led by tech, the NQ, up 0.82%, leading the way here with the ES up 0.5%, but above 6,800, trying to break through that 6,850 critical level. The Dow up 0.33%, trading above 47,500, and the Russell 2000 having a good day as well, up 1/3. But it really has been the crypto show today, boys, with Bitcoin up almost 8% on the day, 7.82, up to 92,200, and ETH back above 3,000 bucks, up 9.61% on the day. Good look for crypto. It has been a tough time of it as of late. Let's talk about Tesla, the #1 name as decided by you guys. So many different headlines to cover today for Tesla. Let's start with the Michael Burry one. He was apparently being pegged with a short position. He made it clear on Tuesday that while he recently published a sharp critique of Tesla in his Substack, he's not currently shorting the stock. Still, his fundamental view, the company is skeptical. Secondly, we had the China sales come out for Tesla, positive 9.9% year-over-year increase in the month of November, and the largest monthly increase the company's had in 14 months. There was also a bad headline for Tesla today, specifically with their battery packs out in China. The LG battery packs seem to have a problem, whereas the Panasonic ones don't, guys. So Tesla down here, 0.8%.
Yeah, it was.
Tesla, okay.
Like, Tesla has been one of those. It's so good, but it can be so bad and choppy. Like, that's the best way to think about it. Like, the market goes on its recovery. It looks so strong early on, and then it ends up in a downward trend for pretty much the most of the morning. Like, I tried my hand in it alongside. That's what I was mentioning to you guys. Like, when it finally showed the actual buyers above 33, they was trading Nvidia and Palantir in the morning, and might have missed out on Tesla on the way back to the upside for this break. But I took the long, trying to bounce off VWAP here. It just could not go, and thankfully got away from it with a relatively tight stop. It was disappointing. When this lost VWAP, heck, that was, if you're looking short, that's about as gorgeous as it gets for a VWAP short. And with the market breaking back out, like see the NASDAQ breaking this wedge? Like inside day, breaking the wedge to the upside and looking strong. Well, Tesla's lagging that move by not being at the volume weighted average price. It's trying to break out. This is one that could easily play some catch up here. It's down the amount that the NASDAQ is up. So you'd like to think that if we're gonna get going here this afternoon, and well, maybe we don't, I don't know. But if we do break those highs, I find it hard to believe Tesla's not gonna give us one of those patented VWAP breaks. It happened very late yesterday at about 3:30, but it rallied pretty good if you waited for this one to break above VWAP when it was in a similar, not as bad downward trend. And you were rewarded. So I think look for that this afternoon. Hopefully some catch up here by Tesla.
All right, we just got some more Micron. Nice move to the downside. We're really happy with that. We have half left on Micron as we start to get a little bit lower. Yeah, look, Tesla was on the sticky note today, so obviously we are sitting here trading it. And okay, hold on a second. There it is. So the first, we sort of covered this. We were long at 429, as we wrote down here, 429, 450, 430. Came back in, boom, to the upside. Nice little move there, up into 432, 433. Really got going, then faded back out, and then it was like, oh my gosh, what have we done? And it just ripped right back there again to the top side for Tesla, all the way up to 437. What a great high that was. You're now down off $10 there. Rebought it at 430 again. It worked until it didn't. So we were looking at basically this area right where we are right now. So I think it'd take a VWAP and we can get back into the long. I like all the stories surrounding Tesla. I mean, this is just a day where potentially it's a long and a short. Like if you just waited in the pre-market somewhere around here, I mean, that would have taken you out, but then this level was good. VWAP was good to the short side again. So it feels like the short was probably the easier trade, right where we were starting to get out there. Probably should have reversed it into that short, but yeah, right now, just kind of in the middle. So not super exciting, which is why it's not overly on my radar right now at all. That's Tesla, of course. And then right into here, that's that 428 area, right where we're at right now, 427 to 428, that I thought was going to be able to hold, but it didn't really hold at all. It's an area, and that's where we are right now. So we'll see if this is something that winds up eventually breaking or not, but I would much rather trade the long down here where there's some daily support, and then even the short up around 430 again is still fine. But yeah, caught in the middle, which is why we went over to Micron and Apple and all that. It's just Tesla was good until it wasn't. So yeah, unfortunately not, well, it's still a great stock today, but not doing much, man. I mean, we opened up right here, 432, so not great to be down to 427, but I still like it. It's funny people mentioning GameStop. GameStop was a name that we should have talked about yesterday because as Bitcoin's been getting hit, GameStop has been getting crushed, and then now it's had like 6 or 7 straight up days bouncing perfectly off that $20 mark. The real long was right in around here. Holding it against 20 is still great. I mean, that goes back to last September, but what a good hold that GameStop was. What a monster there. So that's the thing, like, all these stocks are left for dead, but there still is some good technical work that needs to be done. GameStop, wow, up 15% in just 5 days. So I like that stock. All right, well, that didn't make our list probably, but let's go over and see what number 2 is.
It is BYND, Sean, and from the pre-market yesterday to the pre-market this morning, We were up 67% on BYND. We're pulling back in now. In fact, we just went negative on the day, boys, to the tune of 0.5%. A bit of a head and shoulders pattern forming here on the multi-day look, but there's really no fundamental reason that this stock is running. It is still, guys, more social media speculation.
Yeah, and the irony being, I think I was just long at the exact place that we shorted yesterday. And it saves the trend line. That's the only reason I can tell you. It was exactly the same price, effectively, when it broke 140 in here to VWAP. And someone just asked me in the chat, they said, like, what, there's support down here. The 200 MA is at 130, you got 125. Yeah, for me, if I'm playing off of VWAP, I'd rather take, if I think it's going to support down here, I'd rather take it long down there a second time and take two separate trades. Like, have my out, play off VWAP to look to play into 150, or allow it to get down to 125. And some people, maybe you'd want to average in. If it was a morning, maybe you'd think there'd be a lot more room. But that 150 isn't random. We sold there yesterday. Remember yesterday we were trading in the afternoon. I only took one trade in Beyond Meat. It was just that short trade at the end of the day. And it's like, we said 150 was a big spot, and then today it failed 150. The good news is, I mean, obviously it has yet to really break away from the $1.50. But the good news would be, despite the fact that this breakout kind of play into 50 hasn't worked, you've still held the quarter, right? Like, you broke the one to hold the quarter to make the next run at the 150. So as long as this doesn't close beneath 125, I'm saying there's a real chance that this might just be, hey, some profit taking in, but this is going to be key at 125. And for myself, I'm not holding a 139 long into 25s, not my cup of tea. I think it's basically a penny stock. You can take multiple trades, 200 million in volume, but this is going to be a big test of 125. If you don't hold that, I shouldn't say weeks, I'm not in it, but if it doesn't hold that, then I think you run the risk of going back to $1. They're supposed to want to close this 10 days above $1. This would be day 2 right now. So again, a lot of work needs to be done for these guys to, what's the best way to think about it? To sustain what has been like a bit of a dead cat bounce. There.
Good word, disdain. I like that one. Sustain, right? Okay, yeah. So just sitting on the bid here of Micron, just small at 77, see if we can get some more. We did get a dip down into 239.50 or so. Maybe we can get another whoosh down on that one. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the similar stuff that Neil was talking about there on Beyond Meat. I mean, the fact that it's broken through $1, we did that sort of yesterday. Nice move up, and obviously holding those levels. Open door still at $7. This is still, I think, going to be a long. I was actually waiting at 7, even though I don't have the order there anymore. I told you earlier today that it was on the note at 7, and I was learning that at 7:05. That only gets down to 7:08, 7:07, but open door just barely, floating right now at 0. So I think that's a good level to watch out for. $7. I don't know. We can't scroll down to see any different levels, but I don't see. Probably not a huge level there at $7, but 45 million shares today for open door, not too bad. The brigade is still kicking. I mean, we're hovering around that 50 period moving average 200 period moving average on the daily. So looking to get a little lower for BBAI before we actually think about buying some of this name. The 200 should be right around here. Yeah, there it is right now. But see, now we're starting to slope down. So that's never good. So you're in the penalty box now, just waiting to break out. Right there, or maybe get some more shares of this one down near $5. But there's Micron right there, 60 cents, so bang on that one, and we'll wait to see if it gets a little bit lower. I'm bidding now 239 flat. We'll see if we get something down there for Micron, and then just a couple more outs on Apple, and we'll go back over to Sharif. So a couple more outs on Apple as we sort of drift higher there. Still targeting 285 to get out if we break lower. All right, maybe something about crypto, Sharif? I don't know, go.
Intel, Sean, another strong one, though, almost 8% in Greensville today. A couple of different headlines today on Intel. Obviously, we know that they have that Apple deal, possible Apple deal. We still don't have confirmation from Apple themselves, but widely being speculated that the lower-end M chips starting in 2027 will start being manufactured by Intel's foundry business, another major client for them after the deal with AMD earlier. We also found out that billionaire David Tepper dumped his Intel and Oracle stocks in the past quarter, and he piled them in to Nvidia and AMD. Interesting look there. Separately, we knew that Intel was looking at investing about $208 million in Malaysia to build on their already existing foundry business there, guys. So Intel, 43.15, 7.85% in Greensville.
Yeah, what a great run. Kind of like a just a pure secondary rally after Friday. Spectacular, right? Like you get the lazy, hey, Intel's not doing anything, hanging around the $40, going like 1% in either direction. And then today you get the continuation of that big move on Friday on the Apple news. So obviously this is, I think it exceeded a lot of expectations, but this is a secondary breakout here on the daily, which feels like it's got room to, I know it's crazy to say, but feels like it's got room to $50. Like you're going to close above 42, that prior resistance. And yeah, like there's really not much in the way. It's completely gap filled several times now. So there was the gap fill to the July 2024s and then going all the way back to like the big dump. Like the big dump was in April, obviously when it was at 42 before. So now you're going to close above 42 again. Just feels like it's on a runaway freight train. It couldn't even get to VWAP on a reversion. I talked about this in the lesson of the day. Like there was a mean revert on this, played it. And it might be at the same level that it was at before, but I don't necessarily see an obvious setup. Like if I was looking at any kind of upward trend, like it's like none of them have been any good. So I think maybe a failed break of the high would be the only way I'd think about shorting this. Just an absolute rocket ship, or let the futures come down and give you a setup for the short potentially in INTC. So yeah, I mean, I took a shot at it. It obviously worked. It just couldn't get all the way to the volume weighted average price. Great day for Intel. Close above 42 is going to be a big deal for them.
By the way, we're still $1 and change in the money here on Micron as we just broke lower. So good trade there. Hopefully you guys are on that one. But we want to mention to you BTCC right here. We've been digging into some exchanges and stumbled across, of course, BTCC. These guys are top 30 globally, and they have never, ever been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. There's also no KYC if you're in the United States, Canada, or Europe. And now through Trader TV Live, you get 100 USDT for registering plus a 15% bonus that covers your losses up to 15 grand. If there's nothing that we're missing, go find out what this is all about by scanning that QR code for some more information. So we want to thank BTCC, and a good way of trading in and out of crypto. Go do your own due diligence. But I'm just getting some more out on Micron. Hopefully this market will fall in. The only thing is that, you know, we sort of pegged that bottom, right? We talked about a 15-cent worth of stop to get $1, so a 10 to 1 or so if we can get $1.50. That's, to me, that's not it. It's just about trading the lines. We come back into VWAP, we come back into the 200 period. So now we're going to wait to see if Micron now that we only have about 30% left, about 30% left, we can wait to see now how much lower we go. All right, Sharif, that was Intel. Go get us with something else.
ABTC, Sean, American Bitcoin. It is a treasury, Bitcoin treasury company, basically mining Bitcoin, then holding it on their balance sheet. It's co-founded, of course, by President Trump's sons, Eric and Donald Trump. And the stock is down markedly, 37.5% here in less than 2 hours after the opening bell. 48 million shares had changed hands, 10 times the stock's daily average, guys. It's barely holding on to 2. ABTC down 37.5.
Yeah, of course we all bought it at $1.80 this morning, right? No, nobody. I'm sure somebody obviously did, because that's where it stopped for ABTC. And I know, like, there was, what were his exact words? Hold on a second. Let me just, because Adaris sent this to me. Yeah, today our pre-merger private, Eric Trump's words. I should get that out of the way. Don't want to bury the lead here. Today, our pre-merger private placement shares unlocked. These early investors are freely available to cash in on their profits for the first time, which is why we will see volatility. Our fundamentals are virtually unmatched, and our differentiator, mining BTC at approximately 50% of spot with 56% gross margin in Q3, and climbing the BTC ranks daily. I'm holding all my ABTC shares, and I'm 100% committed to leading the industry. Those are Eric Trump's words, not mine. Just reading that out loud to you guys. Here, so that can happen when people have the opportunity to unload. You can get a cascade down moment. For now, it's been bought up, but there hasn't been a full V shape. Like, what's oddly enough, like, it's been like steadily almost program buying without anything parabolic, and it's held the initial halt down price, which was $2.39. It looks like. I just eyeballing it here on the chart, so 39, I'm pretty sure, is that. I think if it can break out that halt price, you might have a shot for the afternoon. But yeah, it's just sort of a lesson in what happens when early adopters or early investors have an opportunity to get out. It can get pretty nasty, but it doesn't always happen this way. What's the best example I want to think of? Was it CoreWeave or was it Circle? It might have been both of them.
Oh, on the
when the lockup, you know what? ARM is the
ARM,
best
I think ARM, I think was a good one.
ARM's the best example. When the lockup happened for everyone's like, oh my goodness, if SoftBank, all these people get out of their ARM shares, and the day came and nothing happened. And anyone that was anticipating short that morning, it's kind of like a rip your face off rally because everyone was sort of, oh, let's be short in the pre-market. I think it was sliding down in the pre-market. And then when it didn't dip at the open, kind of like ABTC did, it was a bad day for the shorts. If you weren't like, wait a minute, this isn't falling, you had to get out quick. So sometimes this happens, and when you see it, just get out of the way because people are taking their early profits. I mean, not if you bought it at IPO, obviously. But if you were in from like the actual beginning, maybe you have profits.
We just got out right here a little bit more at 93. Well, we actually got 95s there, but nice move down on Micron. Yeah, I mean, we were actually looking for stories on Hut 8 as well today, as that was down quite nicely and battling back now, 37.40, which is a good little level there for Hut 8. But here's another name that just got cracked there today. You know, Mara is one of the original sort of Bitcoin miners, and you know, they're going to be celebrated on a day like today, but you know, $23 down to 11. And I still feel like this $10 mark might be something on Mara. Like we just bounced off there back in April. Like all of these sort of tariff tantrum lows continue to be looked at. And yeah, there's another example right here on Mara. I don't know what Riot blockchain wound up doing during this whole thing, but I mean, if that got back in, I wonder if that's bounced off a very, not low enough there. No, not even close. So this is what I mean. Like, you know, some of these names like that Marathon, I don't know if that's something broken with that or not. I mean, you got to look at the fundamentals there with that. But I think MARA, if anything, has a lot of room back up to the upside. Just really crushed right there. But something fundamentally must be different about Mara because they're back to these April lows. And if you look at where Bitcoin is, most of these names are holdings, right? I mean, they just, sure, they're Bitcoin miners, but they're just mining Bitcoin. So at the end of the day, their end product is going to be BTC. So this is where those April lows are in Bitcoin. We never get to 76,000. You know, we came close for sure, but Mara wasn't open when that was happening. So I'm really surprised by some of those lows in MARA. So for me, that might be one that we look to pick up at some point. We have Brian Shannon coming in 20 minutes. So we brought him over from our market rundown. He was with me every Tuesday, and now he's going to come here at 2:45. So get ready. We could talk some crypto with Brian at that time as well. But MU, Micron working, Apple working, and let's go find out one more name from Sharif.
I'm guessing Nvidia.
We do, guys. It is Nvidia. Have you heard of this one? Bless you, Neil. Up 0.5% on the day. NVDA, several headlines. Let's start with the Amazon headline here. So Amazon is going to expand, I should say, its partnership with Nvidia, integrating the NVLink fusion system with AWS chips, specifically, of course, the Trainium chip, but they're also going to offer NVIDIA's Blackwell GPUs in their data centers vis-a-vis AWS. Good look there. Another headline that we got was NVIDIA's partnering with Europe's major LLM, Mistral, of course, out of France. Good look for the European company. But this one here, boys, this is a very interesting headline. NVIDIA CFO, Colette Kress, saying the OpenAI deal is not finalized yet, and it does not include OpenAI's purchases in that $500 billion booking that was given to us in earnings. So what she said was, we still haven't completed a definitive agreement, but we're working on it with them. NVIDIA disclosed in its securities filing last month that its deal with ChatGPT had not yet closed. She also noted that the widely cited figure of $500 billion in orders for its Blackwell and Vera Rubin line of GPUs does not include the deal with the OpenAI. Jensen Huang had previously said that the $500 billion figure does not include recent deals with Anthropic either. So for you to include those two, if they even materialize, that $500 billion figure would be markedly higher.
Well, NVIDIA, you weren't actually, I always call this pattern the got away with the longs pattern, because NVIDIA is up 0.6, but it actually wasn't really a long outside of like 930 to about 936. So any long after that was kind of timing the bounce, which worked a couple times, and then it was distinctly different. Like right after we left you guys at 11 o'clock. I mean, it's a usual, right? Like, get up, probably usually go to the bathroom, like that kind of a thing. But things happened at 11 o'clock. It was like right after we threw you guys over. Like we had everything basically drop down heavily. And obviously there is some concern that people are talking about quite extensively with Nvidia and what are we going to call it, the circular funding and all of this. Ultimately, I think the addressable market long-term is going to be big enough here that the leader is going to be just fine. Competition is welcome. Nobody stays at 80 to 90% of a market with the margins as crazy as they are forever. That's just not how it works, people. So, today, while not being as strong of a day as I think many would have expected, I thought we'd end up somewhere closer to breaking the 50 period on the daily. We're going to get nowhere close to that, or unless we go like $4 or $5 from here. But ultimately, this is still found support off 175. Maybe just needs to take a little bit more sideways action before we get a secondary breakout. Who knows? And then maybe we'll learn something tonight with Marvell, right?
Oh, you're going to learn lots with Marvell. Marvell last time was down 20% on their earnings. I don't know what the midday guys were up to, but the easiest trade all day happened. And it happened right at 11:30. Nvidia bounces off of 180 clean. There's no... Whatever. I mean, I'm not here, so it's easy to say like something's easy when you're not involved with it. Obviously, I mean that's trader's dilemma, right? Everybody is profitable until you try to figure out what exactly they're doing. This is actually a typo. It's 175 long. I wrote down on here. Oh no, this is the wrong sticky note. Actually, this is November 26th. Oh my God, I went to the wrong one. Today I was like, what am I even doing? Oh, that's because someone. That was a retweet or something. Here it is right here, 179 to 180 long. I was like, what, 176? Okay, right there. So we looking for a dip, buy opportunity. I mean, and it just came in clean, man, right into there, 180. Like, so just an epic drop in there. It would have been tough to definitely try to catch the falling knife, but I think if you ever see a level like that comes in that you really like, you can actually wait for it to bounce off and then maybe play that kind of a break. So 180, 60 or something like that, and then give yourself 60 cents worth of room. And obviously that paid her up to $2. So there was definitely something available there on Nvidia today. So a missed opportunity. That 180 clean doesn't get much easier or better than that. So I hope some of you caught that. I hope the guys on the midday did. They're not here right now, but that was a really clean. And I honestly think that was the easiest trade of the day, just because it was a level that we had written down, clear, precise, even dollar level. And the same thing will be said at 190, when it gets up to there again. So I really like that 180 trade. Too bad that's not in the account, but it should be. If you're sitting watching stock all day and a trader, it's probably something that you guys have. So good look there on Nvidia. Maybe we get another opportunity later on. Hi, Ramin. Yeah, well, you're smarter than everybody else, Ramin. All right, what's up?
Before we move on, everybody, got to let you know that each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, they're changing all of that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. And with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule meetings today. Scan the QR code you see right out there in front of you. Shout out to Origenics. I have seen a lot of this in the chat. Logic, spelled interestingly in the chat, but I can tell you that's your name. And they're saying Intel will be $100 by the end of the year. This year?
I'll take it.
We talking this year?
Why not? Oh, this year?
This is this year. You didn't say 20. You didn't say end of 2026. I'm pretty sure you said end of year. You mean you're talking about this year? Now, would anybody who holds Intel shares be very, very happy if Intel got to $100? Sure, we would. But I'm going to put the odds of that happening at exactly 0.0007214, some nonsense like that. But like I'm going to float the monthly chart here. Just what is happening on Intel is pretty gorgeous. Like if you look at, here, let me draw this trend line for you. I just wanted to have the monthly chart because I was looking at this earlier. Why is this? Oh, it's already selected. Then why? Okay, come on, eSignal. All right, it doesn't want me there. Array selected.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. I was just trying to draw this. And maybe that's not even the tool I want. It doesn't really matter. But what's happening here on the monthly chart for Intel, if you go all the way back to this resistance to 65, so we're talking 2021 highs, right? And then draw your trend line, which is just formed in last month or 2 months ago. We wicked the trend line, and now we are breaking it out. That is a bullish break on the monthly chart for Intel. So yeah, $50 would be the kind of that next target to get to. And if you kind of maintain this break, why not 65? I'm not even thinking you get to that. I'm not even thinking end of the year for that. I mean, that's probably more like next year, early next year. I think that's an absolute possibility. Just looking at the technicals, 100, that's a bit of a different story. But yeah, Intel is absolutely on one. It's just behaving, whoops, what did I do there? Distinctly differently from prior. So yeah, great breakout on the daily for Intel. You put it up on the monthly, pretty much exactly the same thing happening for sure. What is going on over there?
Lots of stuff. There's a camera that's going like basically right above me. So when I stand up, I'll just hit my head a couple times. And thing is about workers' comp, it's fine.
Safe.
Like I get concussions, something like that. It's all good over there.
There will be an FDA approved.
It might be. Oh yeah, that's right. I can go to OGen for all of that.
I don't want to.
But no, we're just adjusting some cameras there. As that desk behind us, getting some new shots involved and things like that. So shout out to Rob, Mark, and Fabian over here doing the best. And Randy's supervising somewhere. So. That's good.
From home.
He's supervising remotely.
I haven't seen Randy.
Randy's here today, but he left. Yeah. 2 o'clock or so, he gone. Right there to he's there to shovel his feet of snow that he has up there.
We got 2 centimeters, bro.
But he has way more.
Oh, they got a lot of snow.
Yeah. He only lives about an hour and a half north. Like I don't know, driving in that far is pretty nuts to me. But
what's the story with Block today?
Guacamole?
Block.
Oh, I don't know. There was, this morning there was Shopify. I mean, I remember we talked about Block when we talked about Shopify was down yesterday, and nice move up there today as PayPal, Block, Square is Block, Klarna. I heard that there was a big increase in, oh, by the way, right there's back into the dollar club. Hey, Ozan. Klarna up 3% there on buy now, pay never. That was a really good move upside there on Klarna. And you could see also maybe Affirm also had a good morning. And then Affirm is not having a good afternoon. Yeah, so they both fell down. Okay, what time was that
Block,
at?
this is about 1 o'clock. So
okay.
What I'm seeing, because someone just asked about what happened to Block. So Block shares trading lower amid a presentation at the UBS Global Technology and AI Conference. Although, unfortunately, this headline does not tell me what was said at said conference. This is Block at about 1 o'clock on Block, maybe just after 1 o'clock.
Basically, any story on Block.
The best thing is as long as she hears it, which now Adara does know. And unfortunately, it was a big time drop down. These guys can't. Again, like PayPal kind of feels the same way. Like they just can't seem to get out of their own way. Like every time you think there's a bounce happening, like 2 days ago, this looked like it was potentially breaking back out, and you could take 68s, and then abject failure over and over and over again. I believe we're going to go with Derek because she's got more context.
I looked into it. So it sounds like at this UBS event, Owen B. Jennings, who is works for Square, he is their executive officer and head of business, he said the following. On the Square side, we expect GPV or gross purchasing volume growth in the low double-digit range, so a slight deceleration relative to Q3, largely driven by some weather events in October. So again, we've got XYZ guiding a little bit lower GPV growth specifically for Square for Q3, or for Q4 relative to Q3. Back to you.
And should they change their name? Bombs in the chat. They should change their name to Stir the Pot. I think they have it's a creative name, right? XYZ coordinates and they're blocked, so it's a cube. For the nerds out there, it's a pretty cool name. Although I have to admit, like it's one of those where not everybody gets it right away. So is it really that good if nobody gets that one right away? I tend to think that's true. And for it's weird. Like I don't really. We talked about this with regards to PayPal. I just find like there's so much competition right now in the fintech space and payments and but kind of having a little bit of everything. And when you, like Robinhood's trying to do a little bit of everything, and it just, you kind of get lost. And I feel like PayPal and Block, they've just kind of gotten lost in the sauce a little bit, unfortunately for them, and that could be the story. Looks like Tesla is trying to break VWAP here. Nvidia is nowhere near VWAP, don't worry about it. But Tesla trying to do what it did yesterday, which is in Power Hour, give some kind of a break, not necessarily to fresh highs, but just a bust of VWAP, like you change of trend, a break of VWAP, and then a little bit of take into resistance. So if you can finally close above VWAP, there's like $3 worth of room here if we can get some kind of a consolidation. So that's what I'm looking at least for now on Tesla. I mean, I can't tell you what's going to happen. And then outside of Beyond and Tesla, which hopefully can find some strength, I'm looking for an opportunity to get back into Open. Open Door eventually worked at 730 to the short side, but it's trying to get back up here to VWAP now. Don't know if it'll get there, but I want to try to short before it does. Open Door not down as much as it was, a little bit of a rally early on, but another fail of the 50-period moving average. I just feel like okay, so we failed, you fail 11, you fail 9, but you haven't failed 7 yet. Now, that could be tomorrow, but if it pops, I want to be able to short into 7 today. And then maybe the $7 even trade will be tomorrow for you. We got pretty close today, like 708. Depends. And like that could be close enough for some people. I'd like to see an actual test of 7.
Or moments away, we should have Brian Shannon coming through with Alpha Trends. So that should be a lot of fun. We'll talk to him about everything right here. I'm going to ask him, this is VWAP right here, and I actually tweeted and tagged him earlier. That was part of the reason why we went long in the first place on Apple down there, and then it's just held VWAP the whole way to the point where that was a good idea to get out. I'll take another piece out here near these tops, which we've been out before. So a nice little $3 in the money there. And then Micron on the short continuing to work as well. We got some more pieces out right here as we continue to move around some names. All right, so just real quick here on the stock heat map, let's just have a quick little look. The NASDAQ right now today up 0.8, by the way. The ES just up 0.2. So, you know, the broader market, we could check out quickly what the DIA is up right now. This is the Dow Jones 30, so they're up the most, or up double actually the S&P right now, only up 0.2. Diamonds up more, and of course Nvidia, maybe a big part of that as well as Apple. And I'm guessing some of the banks might be moving around a little bit here today, but this is what our little heat map looks like. And the red today, it's always disastrous when this is mainly red, but we'll take it over here today and look at consumer durables, energy, at crude hovering around 60. I'll have to check out what it's up to now. Get down, Micron. But yeah, XOM 1.4, CVX 2. So these are bad, right? Like people that chase these names because it's like, oh, they pay a dividend. Just make sure that, you know, that's actually worth it and you get in at good prices, because, you know, you can lose, like in one day, you lost half the dividend right there, right? It's a 3% dividend, down 1.4% today. So just be careful with chasing that. But yeah, yield is okay.
I'll give you
$20 is an interesting spot, 120 right there for maybe a move down.
I know Randy does this.
Yeah, okay.
Like I think, and it's a really good point, because I think a lot of times, like if you have a dividend stock, like you might be doing drips, so you'll probably, like you might just be a buyer of it every time they issue the dividend, which is that's a pretty fair way to do it. Like I do that with.
Yeah, but there's no way you're buying. I mean, how big is your dividend?
Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you're not really ever adding to the position in a traditional sense. But what you can do is when you see obvious support, I have a daily chart up here that'll probably suffice. I can go longer time frame. But if you find an obvious support level over a longer time frame, that becomes a nice place to buy it. So whether it's about $1 or $140 on CVX here is a good one, or the example I wanted to use was Enbridge. Enbridge is the dual listed. Oh, I just typed it in Toronto. No, it doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna trade it, so I can just show it in Toronto. It's dual listed Toronto and New York. Whatever. I own it in TO, so it's just gonna be a little bit easier to show you this way. Like when you see Enbridge, look at this stock. Great name, right? But what are you gonna do? You're holding the 50 period, holding the 50 period, holding the 50 period, and then you get the break here, shows you support level, and all of a sudden you've got buying at 60. So it's in an upward trend. You can just maybe you'll want to buy in the upward trend, but once it shows you a level, yeah, just use that as your buy. Now you can't do that anymore. So I like when it shows you like a support level, just start taking it off of that is a good way to play it. Or you maybe use like a 200 period moving average. I suppose you can also do that with your dividend plays, because you do want to avoid sort of randomly, and the ones that are trending down, you got to stay away from it. Like if you're in a downward trend on a dividend paying name, then I don't think you want to be adding to it. Like you can, I mean, if you like it fundamentally, you can hold and wait for a place to add. But in an upward trend, you got to find some places if you're trying to add to the position for sure. So that's one look. I like Enbridge. Actually, it's probably the largest energy holding of mine. It's one of the first companies I bought. And it's a good Canadian stock. Quality. There's not that many, very good Canadian stocks out there. Shopify we talked about this morning, but I'd say it's been a little disappointing recently.
All right, and as I was saying, yeah, I mean, that's why you want to pick tops and bottoms, which is why I showed you that Enbridge chart, thanks, or that XOM chart. Thanks, Neil, for maybe explaining it a little bit there. And then just over here, consumer non-durables, right? Procter & Gamble down today, Philip Morris, Pepsi, Coke, Kenvue is an interesting name maybe to watch. They've had a nice little bottom there as well. Hershey there. Yeah, nothing else too exciting over here for me. And then just looking back over here, the financials, I'm just doing a little bit of a market rundown. It's 2:46 right now, so we're entering the hour of power. Robinhood's nice, man. As crypto continues to go, Robinhood is also real nice right there, 4%. So I think as the market continues to sort of bump up on the crypto side of things, you're going to get names like a Robinhood, like a SoFi, that start to continue to go upside. And then we also have a nice name like Webull, that was starting to go. That's not part of the S&P 500, so we don't have to necessarily worry about that. But there's energy. I'm not into really any energy names. I have a small position in XLE, and then, of course, Enbridge is something that I've been buying for years and years and years, and honestly, like 30 years probably. I started my own investing as a teenager, my own accounts, and just took control my own RRSPs and everything like that, and just started buying as a little wee one. Really like Caterpillar there, GE Vernova, of course, a look on power, and all that data center needs to be powered at some point, so that's something to look at as well. Deere down 0.1, so that's an interesting name as they've been hit just recently on a guide, but you know, still absolutely fantastic name. This is a good one to get for a dividend that has some good upside as well. A stock that's interesting that we might not find anywhere on here is, of course, because I don't believe it's in the S&P 500, is going to be Reddit. Like I still really think that Reddit is one of those possible gems that is going to have a lot of upside if things break for them, meaning that, like, you know, that scraping of all their data and just good user content, putting it into the LLMs, but its valuation is quite ridiculous. It's still a relatively new stock into the market, RDDT. So here's Reddit right here. Their PE is, actually it's coming back in a little bit. Their 4P is 63, which is probably not that bad to pay up for a growth name. So maybe we do that. But you know, the market cap and the enterprise value is just 42 billion. So it's not even that huge right now for Reddit. It could be, I don't think there's too many comps. It just says peers, Meta, Google, things like that. So yeah, those aren't really it.
Tough comps.
Meta maybe is decent.
Yeah, Meta maybe, but you
close
can't
to Reddit.
Google, that's unfair.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where you'd put Reddit. I guess it's like information technology. I'm not sure, but it's kind of like a social media stock, but yet people going there for news. But that's kind of why I like Reddit.
Data,
yeah, and they're selling data, and they're linked into the LLMs, so they are an AI play for sure. But they were around, you know, well before we started talking about anything AI related. One of the biggest AI plays right now is going to be Tesla. In the whole market, really. I mean, the whole play for Tesla is that we're banking on full self-drive. We're trying to, you know, figure out if those robots are going to be anything with Optimus, if there's anything going on with Hyperloop and everything that Elon Musk is working on right now. I don't actually know the list of them all. There's probably tons of them. But Tesla right there, we did some bad European car sales the other day, and today a story about a battery pack in Europe or something. Not performing very well. We do know that in cold weather, they don't perform as well. You get about maybe, I don't know what it is.
Anything?
No, I don't think it's cold enough around here yet. It takes a little bit of time to heat up the car. Like I noticed that'll take like 1% or 2% away maybe just to heat the car up in the morning. But I just have it scheduled, man. Every morning, like 7 a.m., boom, the car turns on and it gets going and it's nice and
Brian, how long is it even to warm it up?
Oh, I don't even know. I think it's momentarily. Quick little warm up, man, like very, very fast. Are we doing an ad or are we going straight to the man, the myth, the legend?
I see him.
Okay, well, hey, I don't have Trader Talk on here, so this is something different. I mean, I got to get it all set up. We are very, very pleased and happy. Brian normally joins us. Do you have it?
No, I just checked that on.
Maybe I do on here somewhere. Brian's been with us for many, many years. We've never really on these shows because we bring him on during the market recap. But I don't have it on here right now. So I'm just going to hit Money Storm. Let's hit the Money Storm right now and bring on our good friend from Alpha Trends. It's Brian Shannon, everybody. There it is. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
Hey, I like the Money Storm. That's a good intro. Hey, Neil. How you guys doing?
Great. It's good to talk to you because I know usually the only chance I get is when I would fill in for Sean on Tuesdays in the Aftermarket show. So obviously a pleasure to talk to you, and probably a lot to get to today. Everyone wants to be talking about crypto and Bitcoin moves and certainly AI. And I know you're probably one of the best technical analysis men out there, and probably some earnings to talk about as well because I want to get your thoughts on Marvell at some point. So yeah, a lot we can dive into. I don't know if you have anything that you've been looking at specifically today you want to lead with.
I did. I teased not only in the YouTube chat but on X that I would be talking about a stock that hasn't made a new high in 25 years, a mega cap stock. A couple people in your chat guessed it, and I promised them a book. You guys have any ideas what it might be?
A new mega cap stock that's just now making an all-time high? Is that what it is?
It's 2000. It had last time it made a new high was in March of 2000, at $82 per share.
Cisco.
Cisco it is.
Someone said that in the chat.
Bang, there it is right there, Brian. Fool me once. But no, I knew this because we talked about it on earnings. So what are you seeing here in Cisco?
This is the high from 2000, and it was at $82 per share. So that's the monthly time frame. That's how far you have to go back to find the all-time high. But here in the shorter term time frame, we just had a gap up on earnings over here, and it's digested those gains very nicely. I own the stock just a little bit lower, not too much lower than this. So I think it's still buyable in this zone if you take a look at like the 10-minute chart. It's just getting above this 5-day moving average. So right now, the stop is under here. I'm going to raise it up underneath today's low later today, but it looks like it should be easily heading towards that all-time high of $82 per share. I think there's a big electromagnet, like they bring those cars up out of the junkyard, looking to pull this one out of the junkyard to finally see that all-time high.
Can I ask you a question about this all-time high? Because this U-shaped pattern, like you put let's go to like a 3-month here, and then you get that like U-shape and breakout. I've seen this so many times, specifically on like new IPOs or stocks that haven't been in the market for a while. One that comes to mind would be Robinhood when it did this, and SoFi is kind of doing a similar pattern. Like for people that might not already be in this, we've seen this trade where, who wants to buy it as it's breaking that top? That's a pretty significant momentum breakout. Is this something where you would ever consider, hey, this is setting up on a really higher time frame to be this breakout? Add on a breakout if you're not already in. Is that something that you would look forward to? And then the second part would be, when you've got no levels to look at, how do you have any targets upside?
That's the easy. Let me take the easy question. The target when a stock is at all-time highs is higher. That's it. You manage risk. Now, some people use, Fibonacci extensions or measured moves and that sort of thing, and there's nothing wrong with those. But for me, it's always, how can I manage risk in the trade? As long as the market doesn't make higher lows on the time, it continues to make higher lows on the time frame I'm engaged in, then I'm going to continue to hold it and listen to the message of the market and let the market tell me where to get out. As far as adding on a breakout, Neil, so here's the thing: is that a lot of times when a stock makes a breakout, even if it breaks, the high of 2 weeks ago in Cisco right around that 80 level, I would most likely be looking to sell some up in there, because the people who buy the breakouts, they serve a good role for us, because what they will do is give us liquidity on that breakout. The smart buy is down here as this momentum renews to the upside. And then as it gets up towards that level, that's where I want to look to take partial profits, because what we often see is a run up, breakout, and then what happens? Everyone complains breakouts don't work, it pulls back, and then it does this. And then I would look to, maybe sell some, not necessarily on the breakout, but as it's pulling away from it, let's say down in here. And then I would look to buy it back. If it continues back higher, then I could raise my stop up on the entire position underneath whatever that higher low might be. So good questions there.
And an even better answer is always, and what I like about that, there's something especially it happens a lot in day trading, where you get like the false break. And if you get at a good level, if you get a false break that maintains a higher low pattern, sometimes it'll actually be a VWAP. That's a great place to load back into it, because a lot of that early one, it's like, oh no, the break didn't work, they've just jumped out, which means there's less pressure as it goes into it the second time. Sometimes we call it taking inventory into the secondary break, as opposed to always buying that top. Yeah, great look for sure on Cisco and the technical setup that it has. Can I ask you about Marvell tonight?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it, and I don't mind looking at it, of course. Let me just... So looking at this daily chart, it's just, it had the pattern that everyone was looking at for the market that might have been destroyed. Everyone was looking for a right shoulder and then, a head and shoulders pattern. But on this daily time frame, it actually looks pretty bullish to me, in that we broke this prior band of resistance right here and closed that gap. So that's that band of resistance. We had a little shakeout down to the year-to-date anchor in the 200-day moving average. Now it looks like if that's a shakeout, then this thing is likely heading up towards these levels. I'm a little reluctant, as always, to buy a stock ahead of the earnings, especially when it's just made, these higher highs and higher lows above the rising 5-day moving average. But it definitely has a nice look for it being able to continue to move higher, unless something really bad happens and it gaps down. I'll put this one on my radar, Neil.
I appreciate it. I think that's what, I know Sean likes it. I'll get his opinions on it in just a quick little second. But I was like, well, what's the name of this pattern? And it's easy to draw it out there. And I'm like, well, it's really holding that bit of a trend, and it didn't actually break down. We call it like a W or whatever it might be. The other thing I would throw out there, and this is just something that I like, Brian. I don't know if this is something that you're a fan of. It flashed the death cross, and then found support from that area, which to me, it's like there's got to be some people with negative bets trapped a little bit here, because when you flash the death cross, people are thinking sell, and then it's essentially been strong off that 80 area ever since when it flashed the death cross. And I find sometimes it looks like it can give a little bit more juice when you flash a technical setup in the other direction that some people like, and then you maintain an upward what's been an upward trend. Kind of a weird time to get the death cross, as it looks like it's in a clean up trend to me.
You're right. Actually, if we're looking at the same thing, Neil, the death cross occurred right over here in April.
Death cross.
The 50 crossed below the 200, pretty much right at the lows. The interesting thing is we just saw a couple weeks ago the golden cross. We had the 50 come up through the 200. Now, some people will say that's not really one because the 200 is declining, and maybe that's the case. I don't know. But if it was to pull back and create a higher low, I think that would really pave the way for some nice upside. Otherwise, if it gaps up, it's just going to go, certainly without me. I'd like to see it kind of, settle down a few days. And then if they're good numbers, I don't see any reason why it can't trade up towards this zone.
Yeah, I'll throw you, Sean. It's done over 20% multiple times on earnings as well. So very volatile name when it reports. Actually, one time a couple of years ago, right? It was 30 or 40% when I was in Paris.
Oh boy, I'm not. Yeah. That's when it broke $60 the first time. I actually, Brian, I bought Marvell, so silly, last time just before earnings at $70 because I believe in it so much, and then it went down 19% on earnings. And so, to your point, tough to buy a stock before any numbers printed, because honestly, I mean, we're just guessing at this point, and then we react to what we see. I think that's what technical analysis, and that's why I use your example about the penalty box, right? Like, have your ideas, have your opinions, execute on them, and then reevaluate afterwards. We can always make mistakes. And I have the 3-day rule. So we were lucky enough to buy, and then after 3 days, pick it up, and obviously now it's well in the money. All right, Brian, you and I go back and forth, obviously, all the time on our usual spot here, and we always talk about crypto. And I have to call you on here because you're one of the great posts on X. I want everyone to go follow this guy at Alpha Trends. He's on StockTwits, one of the best in the business. And remind me again, Brian, this guy's so humble, he never brings it up. But you were awarded Technical Analyst of the Year or something on StockTwits. What was that exact title there? And we're very proud to have you on the show. So I do want you to let everybody know what that was.
I don't know what the official title was, but it was Educator of the Year, I think it was.
Even better. Even better. Because that's the thing about trading, right, is that all we can do is try to educate, not only ourselves, obviously the viewers as well. You have a great book out there. Maybe I'll go get that and show it after. But I do want to talk to you about Bitcoin, if that's okay, or Ethereum or anything like that, because you put some posts out. You talked about a possible top a while ago, and then that you maybe were buying back in on some of this weakness. I haven't perused some of your posts lately, but is there any actionable trades that you're seeing right now, either in Bitcoin, Ethereum? We had yesterday Kevin O'Leary on the show, and he called all the other ones something coins. Starts with the word S and kind of rhymes with like if you're batting and you get a hit, something like that, coins. And at the end of the day, he said there's only two that we have to worry about. That's Ethereum and Bitcoin. First of all, any opinion on that kind of a statement? And second of all, where do you think this market's going?
I think the top three are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Everything that I see is Solana is doing stuff. In fact, I think I saw something about Polymarket or maybe Kalshi today announced that they're building some of their stuff on the backbone of the Solana. So that is a pretty good endorsement for it. But these things have been a mess this past week and a half. I completely missed it this morning. I actually came in and I was looking at Solana, and I saw that Solana was rallying here first thing in the morning. And at that same exact time, Bitcoin was just sitting here doing nothing. And I was thinking, is it possible Solana could lead Bitcoin? And then I wasn't paying attention, and then it did this without me. So I don't have a position in it. Where we are, though, is right up where we failed last time. And you can't see it on here, but this is also the location of the declining 20-day moving average. Now, I don't really use the 20-day moving average often in Bitcoin, but I happen to see it there. We're still, the pattern here on the daily time frame is still one of lower highs and lower lows. Now, maybe this is our higher low, and we're going to start to stabilize in here and continue up towards that 100 level. I know that Tom Lee has an end-of-year price target of 100, but it was 200 last week, so take that with a grain of salt. But I currently would love to see that if it could kind of pull back a little bit, Sean, build a higher low on the shorter term time frame in here, maybe something that looks like this, come down towards that 80. Thought I had my pencil. Here we go. Do something like this, and then maybe I would probably buy some over here with a stop under that level. But I'm not going to chase it after it just ran from, just ran 10% here. I'm not going to chase it.
Yeah, and there's also nothing wrong with buying something a little higher, right? I mean, we don't have to always catch these complete bottoms. Buy something when it's working for you, I think is a great point there. All right, I'm going to ask you about one more, and then we're going to, we could keep going. If there's any questions in the chat, put some questions there. You have a couple more minutes with us, Brian, or what's your plan?
Yeah, sure, whatever you guys want.
All right, then let's go. Whatever we want. Okay, you
did it now.
Now you done did it. Okay, so another name, you talked about Cisco, obviously a big cap name. One of the biggest caps out there, Meta, has really got hit again. And it was just about their spend, right? I mean, I don't think any of us are too worried about Instagram or, sort of their daily active users. There's always some sort of lawsuits or the FTC or somebody coming at them for something. Australia just said no more social media for kids under the age of 16 or something. That was probably announced around here, and the Meta does this, but really got hit there on the spend, made the move down in, broke underneath the 200 period, and there's been some traders that were really aggressive in buying some of these dips on Meta. Are we okay to get involved now, or is there still a little ways to go? I mean, we fell from 800 down to 580, so we were down about 25, 30% there, putting the name in bear territory. Is Meta setting up for anything with your analysis?
I think it was a couple of weeks ago, last time I was on, Sean, we spoke about Meta, and these are the drawings that I had on there that I thought, I was hoping we could pull back down to the anchor off of this low right here, which came together with the trend line off that low and this low in that 550 zone. Obviously, we've bounced prior to that. The problem here here's my dilemma is, the last time we had a sharp sell-off, we saw a V bottom. And this time, are we going to see a V bottom and it just goes? Or are we going to run up against these moving averages rather, make maybe a slightly lower low in there and then make the bigger move? That's what I'd love to see. Market doesn't care what I want. So when I look at this rally we've just had, which is from 580 up to 650. So that's a 70-point move. That's what, 15%. And now we're running into that blue year-to-date anchor, the green anchor off of the April low, the 200-day moving average, the declining 50-day moving average. Maybe we can run up into this zone, but I just don't see a huge risk-reward, purchase up in here right now. If I was to buy it in this zone, I think you've got to have your stop pretty tight because, again, we've just, the ideal buy was as it made a higher high above that flat to rising 5-day moving average. I wasn't involved, so, I don't want to say shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I would be careful up in this zone. It seems like it probably has enough energy to continue up to there.
Okay,
up
good.
670.
Yeah, I like a little bit of a retracement there back in Meta, and of course a name that doesn't pay a dividend or anything, so you are looking for that growth. Okay, a couple questions from the chat, and then maybe if Neil finds something we can go over there as well. I remember again back in the good old days on our recap show, we did have Archer Aviation. I know that was a name that you had given to some traders as a possible idea, and then we covered it the very next week and so on and so forth. But this is a name that's really been getting hit down to the downside again here, Archer. And people wondering, is there going to be anything, there's Joby as well in this space as we worry about some of these eVTOLs and whatnot. But to me, again, Brian, I've been saying that if we get into lows, I mean, almost if you like any stock and you're in this tariff tantrum low area, it may be worth a buy. So what do you think about Archer? Is it on your radar at all? And for maybe traders that are possibly stuck long, are we just maybe exiting if this is a fail? Because it looks like we're trying to get back up, but $8 to me looks like some decent resistance that we'd like to cover up and then get above 950. And then maybe at that point, if we can break through a key psychological level of 10, then maybe this is back in play. But what are your thoughts currently, price action and potential move in the next little while for Archer Aviation?
John, at 8.5 level, I think you're right. That's, that broke, and we know the phrase, support broken tends to act as resistance.
Awesome.
So we have, we look at the personality of this stock. Anyone who is still holding this has to ask themselves, why were they not more aggressive about their profit taking? Because it has a history of running up and then just getting the shit kicked out of it. And that's exactly what's happened 4 times in a row. So, as far as being stuck long, you got yourself stuck because you didn't have risk management. And I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just saying learn from it because now it's a broken stock. We've got a declining 20-day moving average, declining 50, declining 200-day moving average. We're below the anchor off the April low. We're below the year-to-date anchor. This company doesn't have a product, probably. I don't know. Revenues and earnings, are they, do they, or is it just one of these, concept stocks that got some great momentum and was a great trader for a while, and now it's just being left to, if they didn't scare you out, they'll probably wear you out eventually. It's going to take a while, most likely, for people to get excited about this theme and this group again.
All right, one more, and then Neil, and then maybe we'll wrap this thing up. I got out of some Palantir today, and it's just it got really. You used the word getting shit kicked. It had gotten that over the last little while. We came all the way down into 150. Where thankfully, Brian, very similar to that Archer at 850 level, we found some support at 150, and I was like, oh man, thankfully that held because we definitely didn't get enough out here. That was a blow off top on earnings, Brian, if you're wondering. So it did get excited. A lot of buying into earnings, blow off top, and then basically straight down as Peter Thiel, a few other names were going short here in the space, Michael Burry and whatnot. Peter Thiel, actually Peter Thiel wasn't a Palantir one. It was Michael Burry and a few others that were looking short there on Palantir. But I thought just like this was going to hold there, I feel like there's a lot of supply and demand push and pull in this area, 175 to 185. So today we are lucky enough to get a little bit out at 175. Good play or nah, let this thing run? What do you think about Palantir?
I like your exit, Sean. Here's a couple reasons. That red anchor off of the all-time high, you see that it's been a little bit of is a supply zone. We've got the declining 20-day moving average. That's that red dashed line below a declining 50-day moving average. And as you mentioned, this prior band of support in here is where we have the potential to have resistance. It just ran from 150 to 175. Really nice percentage move. if it's going to recover and go to new all-time highs, the better scenario would be to pull back, make a higher low, and then get going. But it's likely running out of steam over here. I'm not a big fan of volume typically, but look at the volume on this rally. It's kind of running on fumes up here. So to me, it just says, yeah, probably a good exit. Leave this one alone for a little while.
Great analysis as always, Brian. I got one more for you, but we had a question. There's a couple, and it was Rivian and there was Oracle. I'm going to go with Oracle because everything you said about Archer is applicable to Rivian in terms of like that you buy it at 10 to 12, it goes to 17, 18, you take your profits. If you don't take your profits there, what are you doing? That kind of a thing. But Oracle was like the belle of the ball in September for a few days. Went absolutely nuts on that ridiculous guidance. It has yet to find an actual bottom of any semblance. They report next week. And this is going to be popular for like, oh, but if the AI trade is back on, why aren't we getting into Oracle? But it's about as ugly of a chart as you're going to find in the big cap space for the AI names. So give me a quick analysis here. And is there something to do before it retakes the 200-period moving average? Certainly, I don't love before earnings either. But what are your thoughts on Oracle here?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was the belle of the ball for a couple days and has just been annihilated since then. Here's our weekly chart. I mean, we could look and, here's the thing. When you sell off like this, you start throwing everything at it to say, maybe it can find buyers here, the 61.8% retracement off of that low, or maybe the anchor off of, this low, or the anchor off of this high, and it's still below those. So you go back to 2004, say, what about that low? Well, hey, there's one that fit. So people will tend to curve fit, and or they'll take their VWAP and go, hey, it's got support from that anchor right there, which is totally the wrong way to look at an anchored VWAP. But right now, it looks just so awful that this is the type of stock that even if they have bad numbers, it's likely to get a relief rally. But man, it's just broken. Look at how it's been riding this declining 20-day moving average, declining 50. I just, there's so many good stocks out there. Why waste your time with this one is what I think.
Yeah, and thank you for answering that. And there's probably a bunch of other names we could go over here, Brian, but thank you.
Let's do Rivian because
if you want to, because no, Rivian's a great example. It's just like Archer in a lot of sense. And look, I was in this swing a couple of times, and the first time, I was an idiot. Idiot's the wrong word. It's not the wrong word.
Misjudged. Yeah.
No, I bought it and then didn't sell it when it got to 18, and then it came right back to entry, and then I'm like, okay, well, this time I'm going to sell it, and I stopped playing it. And so, I think I was back here in November. It's like, oh, it's breaking out. It gets like $17. Didn't do anything with it. It goes all the way back to where it started. And then the second time you take it out, and you've been able to rinse and repeat at least a couple more times in here. Now, this one's not on the downswing. It's not broken like Archer, but it's at the $18 level. So it's a little bit different. But until it breaks the pattern, what would you do here?
Well, I'm long some, and you're right. It has that habit of looking great. Here it reminds me also of Oscar, OSCR. That's one that keeps surprising people when it falls apart. But that's the history of the stock. It has these big run-ups. Everyone gets excited about it, and then what happens? Then they get their teeth kicked in. So back to Rivian. This one is. It just happens that I have traded it very, very well. I swing from a swing trade over here on November 10th, sold a third that day, sold a third here, and got stopped out of the balance that day. Now I'm long at $15 and price. I think $15.20. Sold a third at $15.60. I've got another third with a stop under here at $17.01 to keep it tight. And just in case it continues to rally, I've got another third of with my stop down at $15.76. So what I'm going to try to do with this one is that if it can run up, I'm thinking maybe if it can run up to the anchor from the IPO, which is near 21, I'd still love to be holding a piece of this one. So what I'm looking at now is looking at a 130-minute chart. And instead of using the higher high with a 5-day moving average, my stop is below the 10 and 20-day moving average. And hopefully I'll have the discipline to continue to hold that I'll sell a third, let's say if it stops under here, and then I'll lock in a nice profit. But if the stock does something like this, maybe I don't panic and it does this, I'll start to be able to, continue to hold up that final third. That's my goal with a swing trade, is get out of the third quickly, simply to reduce risk, tighten the stop so if it comes back, I don't give it all back, and hopefully ride a piece for the longer position. And that's where I am right now with it.
Well, and what I love about that, Brian, is you probably, when it's your own position, I bet you could have done that without maybe the exact particular price, which I'm glad you actually went to go and do that. You knew what the plan of action was before. You only just double check what's the actual penny that you're in. And that's what people should do. Like, you just need to have a plan of action that comes to your trades.
Yep.
And I wish you the best of luck on Rivian. I wish I didn't give up on this one, but I did. And it was great a couple times into this level, and it seems like the time I'm not in, it's going to break out. So I think you got a good one there.
I just did that. I just did that for another stock. What did I just sell? And then it turned right around. I don't remember what it was.
Was it Intel or something?
No.
Oh, by the way, Brian, that 50-year anchored VWAP on Intel. I mean, how good was that thing? I mean, that is doubled up to. You want to do another one? You want to talk about Intel a little bit, because Intel's up to $42 today and absolutely ripping. And we got some great news a couple months ago, or maybe it was only a month and a half ago or so, where the U.S. government, of course, put your tax dollars into Intel, and that seems to be working out. Upside here from Intel, or no? I mean, once again, we're at another top. It's kind of like your Cisco question there. Obviously, this is not a 25-year high or anything like that, but a double up on Intel. I mean, we were just talking about this thing at $18, $19, and we were kind of making a meme of it when we were talking about 40 and 50-year VWAPs right there. So what does Intel look like for you right now? Another name that I actually sold a little bit today of.
Well, I'm not sure Neil was familiar, or maybe some of this, afternoon audience, but this is the anchor from the IPO. And Neil, that was in 1984. And we were talking about it over here on the show, Sean and I, and that's where it actually found buyers, which is so crazy to think that it's actually relevant, but it was relevant. Where we are right now, you've got to kind of look at it in terms of just what we looked at in terms of Oscar and Rivian and Archer, which is look at the personality of the stock. It's had a similar type of move here. So Sean, taking a little bit off into strength is always a good idea, because the last move of this magnitude, what happened? Teeth got kicked in there too. Now, I don't think that's going to happen in Intel, but it's always nice to just peel a little bit off, especially after a 4-day run like this. So it seems a little too late to chase it up in here, raise the stops. Maybe if it pulls back, then after the next pullback, you buy some strength after that next dip with your stop underneath the most recent relevant higher low for that time frame. But otherwise, it's just looking beautiful.
And I think that's another example where, like, if you don't put in those stops, then, you get that movement again. And we talked about Archer and things like that, and you're like, well, why aren't you getting out? And I think that's very important, that no matter, even if you're in a bad trade, good trade, whatever, you got to have sort of those pressure points. So, and I think that, all three of us definitely preach risk management.
Have an out.
Because anybody can throw a dart and then it's right. I mean, that's kind of the thing, but it's about what do you do when you're wrong. And I think
be really good at darts back
used to be really good at darts, yeah. What is your bar game you go to? I like them all, but darts, I like billiards, pool, things like that. You ever go to any bars around there in Colorado?
That'd be pool for me, but I'm not much of a bar guy anymore, Sean. I've been a non-drinker for a while.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. Me too, man. I don't go out. I mean, the last time I was out, I don't know, without my kids, probably a couple of years.
Right, most people still go to the bars when they're in their mid-20s. So I'm shocked that you've pulled out of the game there.
I've gone to a couple bars in Denver recently just to bring my my niece and nephew.
There you go.
And it seems like the bars aren't the bars that we're used to, where it's just a bar.
Right.
We went to one where it was F1 based, and they had all these F1 video games. And just the other night, we went to a putt-putt mini golf, indoor mini golf. They had 4 different courses, and they have a bar, and that's it seems like you need. It's now you have to have some entertainment as well, which is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down with that. I mean, I like the bars with the golf simulators in them. Yeah. That's always fun as well. So, okay, Brian, next time you're in Toronto, man, we're going to go to one of those places, that is for sure. So, Brian Shannon, hey, new time. So everybody in the chat, I mean, this is what we're going to be doing. Brian, promise us, if you're available, you'll join us next week, 2:45, same bat time, same bat place.
I will be here. You got it.
Appreciate
Cheers. That's Brian Chan, Alpha Trends.
Thanks,
Go
guys.
find him at Alpha Trends on Twitter
Thank
and
you,
on
everybody.
StockTwits. Ciao, ciao, ciao. See ya. That's Brian. Oh, see, I still have Stock Blitz. That's the only one that I have. We got to get Trader.
Would that work?
Yeah, actually, we can hit
No,
Stock.
Stock Blitz, because we were blitzing Brian with individual names. And thank you, everybody, for sure. Look, if you're next time he comes on here, we'll try to get to as many questions as we can for analysis of as many stocks as we possibly can. Because I know people are in positions all the time, and it's like, look, if I'm in something, I don't mind saying what my position is, but to the point with the Rivian question. But like Brian's in Rivian, he's making a trade in Rivian. Like I haven't traded Rivian in, when was the last time we day traded Rivian? I can't even think about it.
Yeah, I don't remember last time. But
it's been a hot minute. So it's always good to get different perspectives, and he's been in the chart analysis game for quite some time and looks at swing trades much more than we do. So just while all that was happening, I mean, Beyond Meat is trying to etch up, but it didn't break down under support. But there was a brick wall of sorts at 132, and I'm in at 31. So I did take a little bit off there, just because it's like getting on in time, and you're gonna be out by the end of the day. And we're not really busting VWAP, and somebody is selling this again at 132. So until it breaks away from that, just gonna have to trim. And I wanted to show you guys the early look imbalances. Oddly enough, it seems like there's some good names in there, but let's be real. CVE, BAC, not terribly exciting. GDX, a 2 million buy. Visa, that'll probably pair off 1.6. AMCR, 1.4 million to the buy side. That's from the morning. Enbridge. Yeah, we were just talking about Enbridge. But ignore that 1.2 million buy on Enbridge. Why? Because it's dual listed. And oftentimes it'll just come out the other direction in Toronto. So it'll be a buy in New York and then a sell in Toronto, which doesn't then do anybody any good. LUV's in there, and BMNR, 1 million sell. That has not affected that stock, and we've been noting that. So I'm not paying as much attention to BMNR when it shows up on the locator, because it's been rather disappointing each time we have. It hasn't been disappointing for the stock today. Up 11%. I mean, heck, it was down 11% at one point yesterday, up 11%, almost back to where it was last week. BMNR is never boring. That's the one thing about the stock doesn't do boring.
Dude, that's only 2 days ago.
Yeah, exactly. But like the bottom to top, this was 35 to 32. So that's a 10% move. And then you go 31 to 29. Then today you do 30 and a half to almost 33. So BMNR is going to move. You know that much. We got a little bit of we got to go to Adara here.
You guys know Trump is now taking questions at his second announcement / public appearance of the day. Right now, or I guess for the last 20 minutes or so, he has been announcing alongside such individuals as Michael Dell, these Trump accounts. Michael Dell making a pretty hefty investment into these accounts, so this was already reported. Just letting you guys know Trump is speaking. Anything can happen, and I'm here to keep you all posted. Back to you.
Adara.
That's $6.5 billion. You're just going to go right into like the SPY and the Qs, because I think specifically those accounts could only be invested in index funds, like not individual stocks, to my understanding anyway. So Michael Dell, I think it's great. I think what. There's a certain level of, you can say everybody should pay their fair share, but I don't want to get into politics too much. But if you're just going to throw out there and say, I'm not going to say all that stuff, I'm just going to flat out donate $6.5 billion. And anybody that can't start an account to get some financial security for their kids, or maybe that'll certainly help them go to college, which is skyrocketing prices, or home ownership is almost impossible now. So thank you. That's a good look, Michael Dell. And if anybody,
amazing.
You can't hate on that. My dad used to say something to me, which I believe is the case, because sometimes people will say things like, oh, but you're only donating because you get the good press or tax benefit.
Tax write-off.
And one of the things my pops would say is, you know what? If something does a gigantic good to a lot of people, at the end of the day, who gives a damn who cares what your motivation is? If you did it, it's like, hey, just be happy that it happened. And so I think it's one of those cases, like sometimes you just be happy that it happened, but I think that money's just going directly into the SPY and Qs, which can't hurt us at all.
Yeah, I like that take on it, Neil. I did just want to add one funny thing that Michael Dell just said, is that initially he only wanted to have this happen in his home state of Texas. So kind of weird, but happy that now all of America gets it.
Yeah, as long as you don't Michael Scott that situation. You know what I'm saying?
That was a bad episode. That's one of the worst episodes, honestly. But I feel so bad. Like, he just looks like such an idiot.
But it's Michael Scott.
I know, but I like The Office is one of the best shows, but like as a person, Michael Scott is pretty nasty.
That's the whole point.
I know, and that's what makes it like. Sometimes you feel bad for him, but other times it's like, damn, man. Like he promised. So if you haven't watched it, he promised basically for 20 years or something. He went in when these kids were in kindergarten and said that he was. See, I'm laughing now, but he's not funny when I was watching it. But I probably watched 10 times. And it's just like he was supposed to raise and have basically a fund, a trust for all of these kids. And it's an inner city group, and they invite him back because they're all graduating. And he's just like, he goes back there, and then they have this big kind of like parade type of thing for him. And they have like a rap that they go on. It's like, yeah, Mr. Scott Dunder Mifflin is all it's about, and this and that. And then boom, he drops the word and goes like, school's not that important, and this and that. And it's just like, the kids are just, anyways.
Scott's Tots. That's
Scott's Tots, yeah. No, it's really funny. It's just, I felt like, because I really like Michael Scott, but then that one I was like kind of turning. And that's how you know it's good writing. I mean, it was like a cringe kind of moment for me on that show, but there's lots of those. Office is by far the number one show for me. Like,
What's the deal with Iran? See, people put Iran. Yeah, Iran down 11% today, and I just saw a few people in the chat mentioning Iran. I pull it up, I'm like, what's something happening here? Yeah. So just trying to find it. There was a story this morning. Yada, yada. Oh, so they planned, here we go. Okay, so Aftermarket yesterday, they announced an offering. Yeah, so they're commencing a registered direct offering to a limited number of buyers. The offering of common stock is being put in place to allow the company to fund the repurchase of 2029 convertible senior notes and 2030 convertible senior notes, and Iran taking it on the chin. So there's the Aftermarket move, and there is the continuation. Yeah, not everything is at the highs. The NASDAQ might be up 1 point and trending higher, but unfortunately, Iran with an offering, and not the first. So dilution. Well, when you dilute after this has already happened, what goes up must come down, unfortunately. So yeah, it kind of looked like it was on a bit of a relief rally. Ooh.
I'm still waiting.
If we had, see, this is the funny thing. It's like I can look at the 200 period moving average, but eventually when we get anchored VWAP in P Pro, be interesting to find. Like you get an anchored VWAP.
Oh, you think are we supposed to be getting it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Gotta put a request in. Like there's little things. We're always putting little requests.
But do you have a request in, or?
There was. I made one last year. I try for things like that. I'll do a request every couple of months. Yeah. Like we have like now in P Pro, you've got the.
I haven't seen the halt bands.
It's the halt bands. What I find is
to find a halt stock that's halting.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to try to find something that is
PLRZ.
Like PLR. I was gonna say, like I looked at my my halt scanner, and so you go to like a PLRZ. And where's my level?
But that halted at 130.
Yeah, so the chances that it's going
PLRZ,
to now, like you might not see them. Like if you drop down. Yeah, there you go.
We've been getting out
LULD.
of Micron,
So there it is at 776. It moves so fast, but right there. So 776 LULD. That is the upper halt band right now for PLRZ. So that's going to be moving. It's going to move around obviously every now and then. But yeah, we got the halt bands. Why? Because we requested it. If you're with Real Trading, and it's like you want something to change in the system, put a request in. Nothing more frustrating than it's like, and then you find out from back office nobody requested that because they assume somebody else will. Your broker should work for you. Like if you don't have access to something, we'll talk about the imbalances in a few minutes. Maybe you don't have access to the imbalance locator. We do. We show it to you guys. That's great. But if you want access to it and you don't, then ask your broker, hey, I know this exists. I want to be able to look at the closing and opening imbalances, or what the open interest on the close looks like, or reopen on a halted stock, or for IPOs before they open up. And this is a tool that I want. How do I get that? And if your broker tells you no, then maybe you want to go somewhere else. I don't know if it's important to you, but you got to ask. You can't be afraid to ask for things. Remember, your broker works for you at the end of the day. They might not always act like that, but they kind of should. Let's be real. They're taking your money.
Yeah, right? Of course. Yeah, and then everyone comes on here and, not argues, but kind of bitches and complains when Robinhood is down, as you should, right? I mean, let them know. I mean, you should be able to be in and out and have access to your capital, pretty much at all times. So, definitely let them know, and, that's what we do. And when the system's down, we were down yesterday for like 10 minutes or so, and we got right in there and looking after it, and you get it all figured out from there. All right, so Apple's going to be my P&L number one, but actually Micron on this move has took over from Tesla. So Micron on this move down, it's because we held that last 30% and was able to take advantage of some of these dips down there right now, and now we have about 15% left of Micron as we head into only 20 more minutes until those imbalances. And we showed you what kind of action these imbalances can have on the market, right? And Tesla, there it goes. Like we talked about an AI name, an AI play. I should have maybe asked Brian a little bit about. Good there, Fabian, about Tesla, because that name has really had a nice move here this afternoon. I mean, it started at lunchtime where we based out around that 423 area up to 430, trying to get that 431, potentially even higher right now for TSLA, 433, 434, a good top there. I think if we could dip into VWAP there for Tesla, 428.50, that's probably a decent play there. Just looking to see if there's anything hitting around right now, our trade rate, our hot list. This is, again, brought to you by eSignal. They've got Tesla on here. They've got Nvidia. I think this is a miss there, ISCG. It doesn't look like it's
not doing
anything. I think it's just frozen there. I don't know what's going on. I don't even see the price moving. All right, Tesla, SMR. Oh, SMR, okay. There we go. So this is why, you want to, I think this got, everything gets hit around. No, it's all good, Fabian. Just, when you're sitting, okay, see, so this is honestly bang. Which is bang again. Like, this is why we look at these scanners and maybe I should just have this up somewhere here so we can sort of always see, I don't know, I'm running out of real estate here, but SMR just got indicated there as a, trade rate. So, and then it just spikes up, the biggest move of the day right there on SMR. There is probably there behind us. I don't know if is this an Oklo? Is it an Oklo related? This could just be, the market's not really bouncing too much, but there's Oklo there, SMR, NNE maybe if we're going to go to nano-nuclear.
Not seeing anything obvious yet. I mentioned earlier Forbes with a short report on Oklo, but that was in the morning, so.
Yeah, okay, so no, that's all good. Just noticing that it did spike up there on a decent amount of volume, and now it's followed by another volume candle. So Adara may not have the news yet, but I promise you something's happening right now with SMR, because it's not just one random candle here. This is followed now back-to-back, biggest volume bursts of the day. There goes SMR, and of course, called New Scale. And this one was brought to my attention. I think it might have been by Michael, but definitely Brian, as this was a VWAP break or something like that, in and around a lot lower than this. I'm in this name, was in this name at 12 or 11 initially. It IPO'd, and it was some sort of a breakout there. Maybe it was this 13 that held, but then we rocketed up to 55, where I was lucky enough, honestly, to sell at 57. That was. Did a live on the show, and I couldn't believe the price action on that. And we actually we bought back what we sold at 57 down here at 30.
I can tell you with certainty that it was the October at 13. Because I remember it distinctly. It was this level here, because I remember I bought at 13.
Oh yeah.
12, but it was effectively this hold of the 50 period moving average.
Yeah.
Right in here before it ended up breaking out, and then oddly enough, that was exactly where you could have bought that one again. In April of last year. There was also this EPAL that had a story, Sunrise New Energy, but the volume's no good. So I saw a few people mentioning this. Whoops, why is it still SMR? Here we go. Yeah, this also got a random volume spike. But here's one tell as to why I wouldn't chase this. Well, you guys can see the volume candle, so it's on 500,000 shares of volume. It wasn't moving before, and immediately, the second candle already just instantly dying on volume. So nothing really happening with that EPAL. SMR looking very, very good, though. Work stock. Yeah, SMR back above the 20. This is just another one of those falling knives that didn't quite get back to that 13 area, because I feel like that's the place. It's that 12, 13 support, and sometimes if it's too obvious, you don't get there. Kind of feel like that might be the case, because my intention was to reload this stock. Wait. Even with this 8% up move, look where it is on the daily chart. It's not even breaking out some prior highs. So you haven't done too much. I don't think you got to get any FOMO. We're going to go to Adara, and only 20 minutes left, or 15 till the imbalances. Let's get some news from Adara.
I just want to clarify here, I still have not found anything on SMR or nuclear. It's worth noting SMR has not had anyone mention it on X, like tag the ticker, in over an hour, which is significant. So no one's really looking at this. Unfortunately, guys, I cannot find anything. I've looked into Oklo, I've looked into NNE. Could just be a push higher here. If there is anything to find, I'll let you know. But I do also want to let you guys know here, keep an eye on X at TTV Research. We have implied earnings moves for all of these earnings names after the bell, and there's a lot of big ones. The smallest implied move here is from CrowdStrike, 7%. Largest is Asana, nearly 15%, but pretty much all of these are double-digit moves. So again, X at TTV Research. Also excited here to tease out a new infographic we're going to have coming out after the bell on Boeing here, looking at its annual net profit loss and then also annual revenue. Again, X at TTV Research. This one is coming soon, so you guys are getting a sneak peek. I'm going to keep my eyes on these nuclear names. If anything does come up, I'll be the first to let you know. Back to you.
Obi was just looking through some YouTube videos, and he actually, this is from 4 years ago. Look, I had some hair here, it was funny because I was trying to push play because there's a spot, this must be during COVID, because we're not sitting together, and that's what I was trying to, it's the episode where we had Sammy on. Okay, so this might be, oh no, shoot.
Yeah, because you're next to the wall.
Yeah, I'm next to the, all right, I'll find a spot for you guys, but it's 4 years ago right there, and we had one of our friends, Sam, which was trading with us on the floor for a while, and there's Brendan there as well.
Oh, that was it. You just had.
I know. All right, I'm going to let this play in the background, and then find a spot there. And I wanted to show you guys. There's a tons of. Oh, here's Brendo, by the way. Here, Brendan. Let's see a younger Brendan. There he is. Oh, yeah, what's up, Brendan? Actually,
Brendan looks exactly the same.
What the hell, Brendan?
You look literally hasn't changed.
It looks pretty similar over there. 4 years.
Vampire.
4 years ago, Brendan, right there. Yeah, you said vampire. I mean, I think a lot of us have been thinking that, but yeah, I mean, you definitely said it. So, shout out to that. All right, I'll find it. Get off my screen here. I'll find that in another way. But I just wanted to show you that we've never worked from home.
Remember there was like a sneeze screen that Randy put installed.
Oh, we had something, yeah, it was
like this ridiculous plexiglass or whatever the heck material it was that they were going to put in between us on the desk so that we could actually sit at our normal spots. And then that was so absurd.
Yeah, who's this young guy here?
Oh, yeah, I went bald for COVID, that's right.
You know, there we go.
My barber was closed, man.
Neil.
I'm doing that. I'm 100% doing that.
There he is. Wait a minute, this is AAL. I mean, maybe we can find some. Here we go, look. Oh my gosh, look at my position. Long Palantir. Let's go. $23. This is what we're talking about. Let's go.
GE at 14?
Yeah, man. This is what we're doing right now. These are the positions, baby, that we're talking about. There's Palantir, GE, Rocket Labs, Rocket. There. Oh, pause.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, Valeria is in the building. What's up, Valeria? Oh, beside Valeria, I used to put up my kids' drawings as well. So I was on there's Neil, there's me, of course. There's Valeria. So I used to put up my kids' drawings on the board. We had a little art collection there, and we sat far away. And now, these desks, and then this is when we used to have all of these. What do you want to look at?
No, like it was the same Stream Deck.
Yeah, same yeah, these are our Stream Decks here, same everything, same charts, logo, like this is all right here, right now. So we want to thank everybody for all the history that we have here. Thanks, Obi, there you go, see it. Obi for sending that through, and he said, look what I stumbled upon, and I don't know, that was from him. So thanks, Obi. He says he's liking the facial hair, but we went clean there. So that was a lot of fun back in the day.
No, but you know what? I'll say it. The swimming, going to the gym, you're the one that looks younger, actually.
Yeah, well, I am a vampire.
Well,
but I really like garlic.
Brendan's the vampire. I still think he's a vampire.
Yeah, there's Brendan. Brendan's on the phone right now. He's phoning. He's like, look, man, I need to age. You know, people are on. You
should see what happens when he looks in the mirror.
People are on to me.
Or what doesn't happen.
Right there. But yeah, so there goes. We just took another fill there on Micron, 340 coming in there. So yeah, okay. So earnings today. Let's go over to Adara. Adara, do you have a graphic about all the earnings?
I do.
All right. when that is filled up there, we're going to go to Adara because Marvell's a really interesting name, and we covered that today with Brian. And yeah, out here around 95 bucks. There it is, Adara. So Okta, Marvell, GitLab. Look at those earnings percentages at the bottom. So those are big, Adara.
And I also have earnings previews you can find on X with the details on the last report and a glimpse into this report for Marvell, AEO, Asana, and CrowdStrike. You can find all of those on X at TTV Research. And the American Eagle one does feature Sydney Sweeney, so check it out.
Okay, yeah. Let's put that back up there. I just want to see it's a quick case O'Neill here. Let's play a game. I mean, we always do this. Which one's going to move the most? No, put it back in there. All right, put it back. Yeah, I like the AEO call because of the past.
Before.
Yeah,
it's still
yeah. Well, you saw. Look, if it has any sort of legs to it, we saw Gap. Not Gap. It was last week. ANF. That's what it was.
No, it was two.
Urban Outfitters all moved 40%.
It's insane.
All right, I'll take GitLab just because it's so random.
Doesn't GitLab have a history, and I could be wrong about this because of one or two times that we saw it?
That's why. I just think it's a very...
GitLab had a few disaster earnings plays.
I feel like... Let me...
They don't have bad, they have terrible earnings.
All right.
Moves.
Get rid of those earnings. All right. Yeah, thanks, Darren. Again, go to @TTV Research. And you guys can find all of that every single day. Adara is like putting in so much work into all that. Okay, so this is GitLab. Honestly, this is like just, I don't even know what this is doing right now. This kind of does look like something that Brian would say, like every time it gets up here, why don't you just sell it? Like you said there with Archer, and then you're not caught in all of this. But, you know, this does have a $40 bottom, it looks like. That is a big problem if they lose that, and then you get back into these April lows, which would be 28. So look out for GitLab today. That 14% move does seem small considering this up and down. We were just at $52 last week, down to 40 again there. That's GitLab looking to do something there. And again, that's that public domain for coding and things like that. GitLab, I don't even know how they make money, but there it goes. GT.
Do they even make money is the first it's not how it's.
I'm going to say they probably do.
I'm going to be skeptical. I'm going to guess that they do not turn a. Maybe they do, but I'm going to guess they do not turn a. Sorry, I'm just trying to call it up now. Okay, there we go. Why did that take
they have
so
a
long?
P? They have a PE or no?
That's so crazy. They do not have a P. 4P's 40, but they do not have a.
Okay, so they're supposed to turn a profit then today.
Supposed to turn a profit tonight.
Let's wait to see.
And 8 times sales for GitLab. And the monthly chart, well, that's not very good. Yeah, that's not good. But hey, 40, like you said, 40 is a level.
Yeah,
GitLab in there. And if underneath that 40, there's 30. So hey, if you liked it at 40, you'll love it at 30, they say.
Oh boy, yeah, no, that is, all right, so we are getting, I like this. Here, I'm going to find that comment by Vizbot on there. I think that's pretty funny as we talked about vampires and all of that. I don't know. Every time I scroll and there's, oh yeah,
that dude does.
There's that, where's that, there's that movie there with vampires, is Tom Cruise one? What is that
Interview
one?
with the Vampire?
Yeah, that's one of the old school ones.
The real old school
There has to be way better vampire movies than that.
There is a way better one. It's back in the day with Alyssa Milano. I don't even remember the name of it.
Oh yeah, Alyssa Milano. Pretty good, for sure. One of my favorite, honestly, like from Who's the Boss? I mean, I love that show, man.
I don't even remember the name of the movie, but I don't remember the name of the movie, but I remember the movie.
I'm gonna get out another spot right there. Yeah, she was working with the NFL. Good Italian there, Alyssa Milano. So shout out to her. All right, yeah. No, the comment was just like, here it is from Vizbot. It just says, I know you're a vampire. Watch you get more powerful as MU bleeds today. There it is. Yeah, there we go. There as MU does bleed down. And yeah, like I said, this is now, for me, the #1 P&L name. And we actually were red on it. Right? Well, I guess close enough to red anyways, or flat, as we took some profits there and then got waxed on the way up. And then we just said, you know what, man, that high, we probably got out a little too early, 241. The market was probably, I mean, MU's a better short than the market because I wouldn't have made as much money if I shorted the market. But this like triple top, boom, boom, boom. Right there, triple top, so top dog there today with Micron. I just wanted to look at the imbalance locator just real quickly here, just to see if there's anything of interest. And of course, these will populate in 6 minutes now at 3:50. Right now, these are just looks from the broker. So all these things I'd say BRK are on here are just our broker letting us know what's available to buy or to sell on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, because it's still posted up on those tops on those boards. So if you guys are ever at the NYSE, you'll see still at their posts. It will have market on close and market on open and balance data. So that kind of gets funneled through here. Also, same kind of ways. I think it's more automated, but same more kind of ways for the NYSE American, so the former Amex. So there's BMNR as a sell. And we always note these things as it gets closer and closer to that time. Whenever BMNR has a bigger move, there tends to be some kind of action right there. So sell side. And then, of course, as I was saying about the broker, at 3:45, all these brokers will disappear. Then the NYSE, so like right there, and then NASDAQ will start appearing. This NYSE is from 9:30. So they'll start appearing with live data that will refresh basically every second. And we'll be able to adjust our trading. Like if Micron comes a monster buy, then this stock will rip up. You know, if it comes a sell, then it should continue lower. But that's something where, unless you guys have another source that gives us NASDAQ names, I don't really
I believe there is one.
Neither do I. I don't really. Oh yeah, CrowdStrike also into earnings. Oh, I still own CrowdStrike. Haven't sold a dime of that one since when, Adara? August of 24. They had that.
July 19th, 2024.
July 19th, 2024. So there you go. I haven't sold any since then, but really haven't bought too much more of that either, I don't believe. So we'll look to see what CrowdStrike is doing. I think that's going to be a real good name, like Zscaler. Maybe I'll just choose this. I don't know. GitLab was more of a whatever kind of a play, but Zscaler had a big move. So did Fortinet had a big move. And
huge move.
Fortinet was obviously like 30% downside. Hopefully that doesn't happen here for CrowdStrike. But there's that dip buy opportunity in right here. It was back in 2024, as Adair just mentioned, in July, where we dipped back in, and now you're basically a double. That was 240, 220.
Some respect on the 200 period on that stock.
Oh yeah, this is a great stock, and if we can fall back into 450, I really like this. And actually, I've made a mistake. I should have stepped into PanW and bought a little bit more Palo Alto.
Oh, I'm the other way.
I don't know if it's still down or not.
I skewed myself by selling some CrowdStrike, but not selling PanW.
180.
Last year or early this year.
I don't mean to sell any. I mean to buy more.
So I need to buy. So the next buy is going to be in CrowdStrike. It's the only two I want to own. I don't want to dabble in any of the other stuff. Those are the two. 50-50 in both of them. With 3 minutes to go, I had to throw this. Oh shoot, where'd it go? Oh, I had it all lined up. There was a comment. There was a question in the chat. I had it lined up, but I didn't hit enter. There it is. We'll get the imbalances in just about 3 minutes or so. But a guy from Morgan, this is the easiest. No, this has never happened. Has anyone ever had a Bill O'Reilly freak out on air? Nope. You can't take yourself too seriously.
And I had fun with that keyboard that one time. I threw the keyboard away, but that was just for fun.
Like if you're having if you're taking a piss or like having a laugh.
We should have some highlight
or something like that. Like that's clearly a joke. Like Bill O'Reilly, when that clip, the doing it live, like he was seemingly pretty pissed off in that moment. But no, you have to be able to. The example I'll use is there was one day I was talking to Sharif about this, we came on at 8:30 in the morning, and at about like 7:45 or some nonsense. Like I just got the most egregious like pre-market trade of my entire career. Like it was just like I didn't want to, like you're in, it's like it wasn't so much that it wasn't my biggest loss ever, but it was definitely the worst, the dumbest loss that I've ever had, because like effectively the stock didn't move except for me getting out of it. Like me getting out of the stock was the entire reason it moved a ridiculous amount. And then of course at the open it would have been a winning trade. And I remember just being like, you could be in a bad mood, but you know, what's the point? Like it happened, move on. You can't take yourself too seriously, to be honest with you. And if you kind of let your emotions get the best of you on air when talking to a cool crowd, then what's going to happen if you get like a fat finger trade or something like that? There was a story on
Darth Trader, like I'm not worried about the Chicago Bears.
What's wrong with the Bears?
Stop.
Someone was talking about the Bears players in the chat. I'm like, why are we bringing up Bears players? Is that what it was about? He's like, Mananga. I'm like, he's a good player. I like him.
I mean, the Bears, maybe they win. I don't know. I mean,
do they even have a positive?
A clock is right. The Bears are 8-3, man.
No, but I actually think their plus minus is like even. Like,
oh, maybe.
Meaning they've been a little bit fortunate in close games.
Yeah. There's been no. It should be a great game. That is for sure. Right there. I don't know if you.
I don't have anybody going in.
That's funny. This is a typical Bears fan right here. See, I think you might have meant to say bear down, but instead you said bread down. Right there in the chat. So what's up, Mr. Englewood there? So, your wife is Packers. Okay, well, Darth Trader, smart woman right there. And you're Bears. So, yeah, big weekend in your house for sure. Yeah, it should be exciting game right there. I don't know. I'm probably busy on Sundays, but remind me, that's probably 4 o'clock? I hope it's the Sunday.
Gotta be 4 o'clock.
Sunday night is generally.
They should be flexing that.
Well, that's for the NFC North title.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's absolutely, right now the Packers are unfortunately in a wild card spot. But the Packers, it's funny, the story is that the Bears have had 27 starting quarterbacks, and the Packers have only had 3 in the last 30 years, something like that. It's absolutely crazy. All right, Neil's mic is apparently bad again. Okay, those imbalances are now out right now. So let's go over and check out what those imbalances are saying, if I can even find it.
Nvidia
there it is.
buy, Google buy, if my mic isn't crapping out.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I was going to edit this because I still have it for the wrong sources. But the market's trying to go. There it is.
1.8.
Yeah, Nvidia's nice buy. BMNR stayed a buy. I just saw that for a minute. There's Nvidia's trying to spike up. I don't know. Micron's gone back up to the upside a little bit there, but we've cleared out of that. And we still have Apple still $3.50 in the money. Apple's a great stock there as well. There's the Google buy, spiked up and then came right back in. Google to me is the most interesting name because I really love everything Google's doing. And if there's a pullback into 280, man, I'm eating that one up. I like, that was pretty stupid. I really like eating, that too, but getting some Apple and some Google. So those are the 2 names for me. I mean, I do like Amazon as well, but those ones we got to put that into our account a little bit more. And then Alibaba is dangerous. Although we asked Kevin about this yesterday, he says he really likes the stocks, but then again, it's that same thing. And I'm never going to ask Brian about it because I've already asked him about it 1,000 times. He's the same way. He doesn't necessarily like Chinese names because of the exposure, the risk of the government, and what can happen there at any time. Like if these guys somehow disrupt anything that Trump is dealing with, we've already heard that, hey, we will just boot them off of exchange. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure the legality of that, but I'm pretty sure it can happen if the administration wants it to. So
it can happen.
Apparently anything can happen if they wanted to. So we're gonna find out. Except for firing Lisa Cook. Lisa Cook is still a Fed member, right, Adara? I mean, I thought.
That is correct.
Okay, so there you go. So that was one thing. If there's anything Trump, I guess, wasn't able to do, has been that. But I like Alibaba. So I think Alibaba, Google, and Apple. I know that's they're all chalk names, but I like those names.
The thing about playing chalk is that it's a high probability you win. That being said, if you got to risk your own money or don't have enough to start with, you might stay out of the game for the fear of losing anyways. And it keeps a lot of traders on the sidelines, and that's changing. Trade the Pool is changing that with their limited risk trading model, and you can use funded capital and trade the pool, takes the downside. This allows traders to focus on what matters, discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear of barriers, just a real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. And thank you to Mitch, we had on this morning, for providing some of his thoughts as well. There was a name on the list. It was, it's gone. Oh, it's still there. Yeah, Lamb with a 1 million sell imbalance. You don't usually, that was the one that, of all the names on the locator, it was the highest percentage of, one of the highest percentages of volume, but I looked to see if there was a potential trade into the high, and the algos took that one already. But Lamb with a somewhat significant imbalance, if you're really, really quick with it, you could have had it into this 159, but starting to break down, up 2%, that's right. Not split adjusted. Very, very good and strong name. Compare them to, they essentially make the machines and make the chips, right? So they're going to be an AI play. Kind of an undercover AI play, but maybe one that people don't think about nearly enough or as much. Lamb, ASML, put them a little bit above AMAT in that hierarchy, but a good company that kind of gets ignored a lot. But the chip name that is taking the cake in about 10 minutes or so, obviously after the bell, Marvell is going to be a big mover. But for right now, it's Intel. 9%, 52-week highs. It's breaking out, and it looks absolutely gorgeous for Intel, and I got to get off that GitLab. I don't want my monthly chart on eSignal to be looking at something nasty like GitLab. We want it to be looking at what's happening here on Intel. An epic breakaway trade is happening on the monthly here for Intel. Target 50, it seems like. Intel's changed. Got to start coming in here and not waiting for the chance to short it.
I would really like to get some.
Look at that go. 41.
Yeah.
False break at 41. Dip into, what did Brian say? VWAP, and then go.
Yeah, same play that we made on Apple, which is now $3 in the money. So yeah, playing trend is something that's easy to do, but tough to wrap your head around, because you always feel like you're paying too much, because you always want to get a little lower, especially when there's a trend. But here it is, man, 447 likes, 4,600 watching. So let's get a little bit better than 10 to 1 here, 10%. We got to get those likes going. So if you've been watching the show and we had Brian Shannon on, hit the like button for that, if nothing else. But there, thanks, Brian, for coming on. Thanks for everybody for hitting the like button as well. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, because it's 8 a.m., man. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll be live one more time, and we'll go over all the earnings that are about to hit right now. I mean, we got Marvell coming in pretty soon. We basically got out of, so we've, as those imbalances hit, I know it's still showing me in, but we got a bunch out. I can just cover it all. Apple also, but it's Marvell earnings tonight, as nothing's really going to be happening into the close for many of these names. Okta, I think, should be really interesting there, as they're the data privacy company. So watch out for Okta in AI. Maybe there's something there. And the big one, I think, that we're going to be probably talking about tomorrow as far as a percentage move one way or the other. The only thing is, man, it's price for perfection. Like, they're not moving up here because of themselves. They moved up, because, yeah, there's a nice short float on this name. And then the second reason is we've had such a huge move up in those other names. The other sort of smaller retails, the Five Belows, the Urban Outfitters, the Abercrombie & Finch, stuff like that continue to move higher. Walmart's at all-time highs right now. Target's trying to bounce. Lulu's bouncing. So there's a nice opportunity here for American Eagle today to put up another good number. But they're already up, like, from $17 last week up into $21 today. So they're going to have to put something up in order to justify this most recent move. So I would actually favor the short side in AEO today heading into their report. So
yeah, with a stock that's motivated by the short float, I just feel like it's the only way that it's not a trade tomorrow if it's close to flat. If it moves less than 10% in either direction, I don't want to touch it, because that's just a huge disappointment in my opinion. Of course, the one day that we don't look at BM&R, the imbalance actually grew on it. It just went up to 2.2 million shares, but that was just by the way, buy side. And then BM&R does what? Goes down. So it actually grows the imbalance and goes to the downside. So unfortunately for BM&R, it's a bit of a kind of a weird trade. It's almost like you want to fade it on the imbalances. Let's go back to Adarif one last time, 2 minutes till the close.
I finally got the headline on nuclear. It, for some reason, is just circulating now. The U.S. Department of Energy announced today that they've selected the Tennessee Valley Authority and Holtec Government Services to support early deployments of advanced light water and modular reactors in the U.S. The only name that really reacted was SMR. Again, now this story is seemingly dated, but it just came out now. U.S. Department of Energy here with some light water and small modular reactors announcements here. Back to you.
See,
there we go.
Bad. It's lower though than when the.
I know when it came out it was up 9%. Now it's up 5%. But thank you so much to Others Zinc in here again, as well as you're talking about. Good show again today. So thank you so much for that. Just keep on watching, man. The shows are today's show was good, but tomorrow's show's gonna be better.
Shout out to Brian for coming on.
Yeah,
if you have questions for Brian we didn't get to, save them for next week.
Too bad. Yeah, join us.
You gotta wait a whole week.
Yeah, you gotta wait a whole week, or find him at Alpha Trends. Yeah, at Alpha Trends over there on X. He has actually a subscription part of his Twitter, but he does answer questions. Just tell him you're from Trader TV Live, and I'm sure that he will be more than happy to help out on anything that you may have. I mean, he's all about the education. We actually talked about that with him right now. Or I'm going to get out my last 1% literally on Apple right there. I was waiting for it to break through 285, but bang, nice move up, 286, 283, 286. Good trade there. The all-day trade, baby. We get into Apple early, man, and there it is, exactly what Brian was. I mean,
there's nothing to do with Brian, but what he was talking about, pullbacks into VWAP for strong names or short names, pull-ups to VWAP. Watch out for support and resistance levels. Apple today, we knew it had the juice. It got going early. We were able to take that long right off the open and then right into the close again, but just topped it out up there. Micron, honestly, I'm just going to get out. We have less than a minute now, and I'm just going to punch out there. Nope. I closed the spread, but nope. There it is. Okay, we get out at 60s. They're on Micron, so we drop that trade. It will turn out that Apple actually winds up being my P&L number one, followed by Micron, Tesla, VCIG. Only 4 names traded there. With only 30 seconds left, again, the NASDAQ will be out 1% almost. That's a great job there. Up 1%, but going out on the day, up 1%. The ES 0.2% right there. What a good day. Yeah, we looked at that scanner. There's actually financials are actually doing pretty good, but for the most part, tech names today leading the way.
And with only 10 seconds to go, the bell brought to you by 3D Capital. Check out and scan that QR code you see out in front of you. They got a $1,000 giveaway. Shout out to them for sure. As now,
yeah, so there's now
market is closed.
All right. 4 o'clock. Look, if something hits real quick, we can talk about it. But we're live now at 8 a.m. So you guys make sure that you do join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. where we'll be going over everything. Normally Raheem comes through on Wednesday, but I think he's traveling, so I'm not sure that he'll be on. But one of the coolest things, Raheem's come in before in a hot tub. He's going to be here in studio. All right, there he goes. Brendan confirms it. He will be here. But I was getting at the story I was getting at was, is Marvell out, by the way?
Marvell's moving.
Marvell trying to move. Yeah, no, not doing anything. Raheem came one time, I think he was in Calgary or something, and he was in a hot tub. And then there was one time where he was on a wicked balcony in Barcelona or maybe Madrid, somewhere in Spain there. And that was a lot of fun. So we want to thank Raheem for always coming up with the goods. And if you missed on some metals questions, Raheem tomorrow maybe we'll be covering that, and maybe we can slip some questions to him as well. Gives us a little bit more time in the morning, right?
Yes.
With the guests.
Looks like Octo might be out.
Okay.
Not to beleaguer.
No, Marvell's not out.
Okay,
There's Octa, $85, trying to go a little bit higher right now. We can stay just for a couple more seconds, but so Octa results are now out, so it doesn't look like too much happening there. 5% there, but yeah, you guys remember that hot tub trader? Yeah, that was a little funny moment there.
Only Raheem
on the show as well. And then AEO not out yet. We'll wait for those, but so that was a pretty good day. We'll talk about all these tomorrow for sure.
And Christmas, the studio will not be getting a hot tub to accommodate.
It actually will be.
Raheem. But there is actual room. We're
getting one over there.
There's room in the corner, but we're doing cool there.
Hot tub.
The couch would be nice.
We're going to get a hot tub and then a hot tub time machine as well. And that way, if we could get into the time machine, then we'll be able to tell you what prices are eventually coming. I mean,
not a bad.
I told my kid, like, if you ever travel, back in time, forward time, whatever, especially forward, grab me a newspaper if they exist. I don't think they'll exist. I want to know the prices of
Back
stocks.
to the Future. He's like, Biff takes the almanac that's like this thick and somehow is able to bet on every single sport. What almanac do you know that's like a magazine that's like that thin that's going to tell you everything that happened in the last 50 years? But still a great movie.
Yeah, I know. Silky Smooth, man. I enter the sauna, not the hot tub after.
The sauna.
I don't have the Prime membership for the hot tub right there.
Hoping we could...
Marvell's not out. Octa's not out.
Yeah, we're not going to drag this on until...
All right, guys, go figure it out yourself. Thank you so much for watching again here. Octa's out, but it's not moving. So whoever chose that one for the most random mover might wind up losing there.
The American Eagle.
Powerball numbers, another great thing to know if you got a newspaper. I don't even need Powerball. Just give me the random municipal lottery, man. I'll take a milli, no problem. And I'll just give it to Joe, and we'll get some options plays going on that one. Okay, thank you so much, man. That's Neil. I'm Sean. That's Joe. That's Brendan. That's Adara. Thank you so much to Ramin here today. Fabian made some cameos in the background there. I'm glad he didn't fall off the ladder. And a big shout out to Andre as well. So yeah, man, great show today. Great. Everything's just really popping off for us now. The guests are coming through. We have a great studio, new times, new everything. It's an absolute amazing opportunity here at Trader TV, and we're just growing. And so thank you for finding us. Just make sure you're back tomorrow.
8 a.m. everybody.
Ciao till then.
Go Marvell.